Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you are watching on YouTube, you'll see a little link down below, and you can click on that and get to Zoom. You'll see a little link down below, and you can click on that and get to Makana, and that's where you can ask questions, and you can vote on questions, talk amongst yourselves. All of those things are available and possible for you. If you think you can answer the questions, you just need to be here early. 6:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when we start doing mic checks, and once we've started the mic checks, well, you'll need to come back another day. Now it's a little different on Saturdays when we let people in the different hours because we have so many of them. Today is going to be a really busy day. We've got 7 o'clock, of course, to 8 o'clock is going to be our general Q&A. 8 to 9 is general education. 9 to 10 is going to be talking about the future of education, us brainstorming about what we think might be possible. And then from 10 to 1, we're going to be talking to looking at how the remotes put together their incredible song and video and color correction and all the bits and pieces of it. And we are going to, on most of those hours, stop at somewhere between the 5 and 10 minutes before the top of the hour in each hour to give everybody a moment, pace ourselves through the long day. So don't worry too much about the fact that it's going to go long. We'll give you some breaks. If you do have questions, this is the right time to ask them. We're not going to make it through the first hour. We can talk about lots of things. We have lots of things we can talk about if you don't ask more questions, but this is a great panel. So I would highly recommend taking advantage of the fact that we have so many knowledgeable folks in the panel today and throw out your questions right now. And the best thing to do is think about those questions all the time. Write them down somewhere, notes, a little pad, your hand, but just you have to put them in the computer before you do the dishes, otherwise you'll lose those notes that you put on your hand. So just keep that in mind. All right, Bill, let's go ahead and take it away.
Diving in, our first question comes from Ken Johnson in Epsom in the UK. Is there a recommended order to turn on or off Zoom streaming production equipment? For example, an ATEM Mini on first, then the computer, and so forth.
I think in general, they kind of find each other. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, just in terms of audio chains, audio setups, it's always best to turn it on from the source going out to the other end. Like say especially if you have speakers that run on an external amp, you want to turn on the amp last and not feed a giant pop to your amplifier. And this is more important for fully analog systems with no ICs. And when you turn it off, go the other way around. Start from the speaker going down back to your source.
That's great. Next question.
John Pruitt, sorry about that. We even had a discussion about that, of Huntersville. So which is better for recording from my 6K Pro? Should I get an SD, a CFast card, or a Samsung T5 drive?
Go ahead, TJ.
I would recommend Samsung T5 drives. Get at least 2 because you're going to fill those suckers up.
This is kind of one of our kit cameras that is in standard operating function. So this is a small rig that I put on almost all the cameras that we get. So so it protects the camera from being dropped as well as it makes a really nice mount for the T5. So don't get the T7. We've established the T7 doesn't write very well, but the T5 drive is amazing. I do have some CFast cards that I keep around. I usually keep when I'm doing shooting. I keep it in the camera so that I have a CFast card that's like 256 gigs, which is expensive. It's probably as much as or more than the T5. But it means that if something happens to the T5 or, I run out of whatever, I have a backup. And then I, oftentimes have an SD card as well. The SD cards don't usually keep up. So it limits what you can shoot if you're just shooting to those. Sky and then Mickey.
I just continue to be amazed that we used to pay a couple $100 for 1 hour of HD quality digital storage, and now you're how many 10 hours of HD and multiple hours. So think of it as tape stock. It's almost an expendable.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I agree. SD cards won't be able to. If you look at the manual, you won't be able to record full raw on the SD cards. But with T5s or external drives, they're good especially for the amount of storage you can get for the price. They're good. But if you want absolute stability, I would go, especially for run and gun scenarios, I would go for a CFast card because you would have that USB-C cable hanging out, which isn't the
I will say that the shooting to an external drive is just so convenient because you can just pull it out, plug it into your computer, and just go, and it's just amazing. Go ahead, Jan.
Quick question. I used the scan disk because it was like $200 cheaper than the Samsung. Are these any good? Are these dependable enough?
I don't know about the current ones. I have to admit that we used SanDisk SSDs for a while until we realized that there were write issues that we were having with them. So long writes were failing on our SanDisks, and we moved to Samsung SSDs, and then we just never bought another SanDisk product again because it's one of those things like when a company leaves you with deep scars, there's like PTSD that goes on, or PPSD, post production stress syndrome, that you have with certain companies, and so SanDisk is one of them. I think we still have a couple of their little compact cards, but we've stayed away from them. But I don't know about that drive specifically. One thing I will say is we've also, with the URSAs, used NVMe enclosures with NVMe memory, and the biggest problem we've had is heat dissipation and its inability to do it for a long period of time without overheating. So you got to really think about not so much the NVMe, but the enclosure. Go ahead, Jeffrey, and then Bill.
Really curious, can that T5 be hot swappable so that it goes to CF card and back, or if you need to change drives because you ran out of space?
I never tried that. I think it is. I've never had something where I ran out of time on the C5. Even in RAW, it's 80 some minutes, so I don't get surprised that much by it. It's not, it holds a lot. The 1 terabyte holds a lot of data. I do carry 2 or 3 of these T5s with my camera. Go ahead, Bill.
I use T5s too, but in terms of your question about whether other things are useful, I never feel comfortable, even on the T5s, if I only have the footage on one thing. So at every break in production or whatever, I'm going to take that one out, switch to another one, move it over, and use Hedge or another checksum program to do a mirror copy of that onto a spinning drive. So Jan, for that kind of thing, that SanDisk would probably work fine.
What I will say is that with the size of files, I would never use a spinning drive. I use spinning drives for old archive when I'm done with a project because I just need to put it on there, and I'll put it on 2 of them. I don't trust spinning drives, and they take forever to write to when you're used to SSDs. So that's the only thing I would say is that I just do to another T5 or sometimes to a T7. One thing to remember about with all of these, they do have heat issues at 400 gigs typically. So when you're writing, you'll still be able to write this, but when you're transferring from a T5 to another T5 or from a T5 to a T7, it'll be really fast for the first 400 gigs, and then it slows down to almost nothing, like spinning drive speed, which is almost nothing at this point. So that's the one thing to kind of think of there. Charles, Charles and then TJ? Did I throw you off? Oh, no, TJ?
I'm just going by what my son uses. He shoots on his Blackmagic 6K all the time, and he only ever uses the Samsung T5 drives.
Yeah. But I have shot on the compact flash because I had a problem with a cable. And then I was really glad that I had 256 gigs in because I was in Amsterdam, and it would have been hard to find another cable quickly in the morning when you're trying to capture a sunrise. So having a internal memory available to you is useful. Next question.
TJ Asher here in the panel from Minneapolis, Minnesota says, for Guy, I caught the live stream replay you did on Vimeo on Friday. It looked amazing, better than Zoom. What did you do?
Good guy.
I just screen scraped as an attendee. So it's just a Windows PC running up in the cloud on AWS, kind of like what Alex did, but on a local Mac. And then from there, I shot it over to NDI via, it's just a screen capture software. It's called vMix Desktop Capture. And then from there, chose it as a selection. Actually, you could kind of see it. See number 2. You guys see that screen? I went into infinity mode because it saw myself, but that's the live stream instance running up in the cloud. You could see down the bottom left, I chose the NDI source here, which is called EC2 AMZ dash da 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 da. And then I just hit stream down here. So right now it's streaming. If you want to see an example, I'll hit that button, and now it's in Mukana, and you can click on it and see how it looks. Should look pretty good. I'll cut back now to me, and there should be a picture of me going out on the live stream in about 20 seconds because there's a big delay. But that's it. It's about $1.10 an hour for each. So there's 2 instances. One's running Zoom, just as a regular Zoom attendee. The other one's running live stream, which is free software that comes with your monthly 90, I think it's $90 a month. And that's it. And then from there, once it's in Livestream, you can send it to Facebook, Restream, the world, wherever you want to go from there. The sky's kind of the limit. And you can do cool stuff like, put in graphics and let me see, I'll pop a lower third on top real quick so you can see how clean. And I was thinking, oh, whoops, I didn't take that as a graphic. I took that as a hard cut. So I'm going to push up a graphic. And you'll see it in a second, or 20 seconds, I think is the delay. But the nice thing about this is that there's power up there. There's about, I don't know, 2,000 megabits a second up and down for if you want to run a speed test. So you got really stable internet, and then it's scalable. If you needed to do this times 5, 10, 20, it's not that hard to spin up more. And they're only like $1.20 an hour. But $1.20 does add up. Don't get me wrong. It sounds cheap at first, but then you're like, if I did this every day, 2 machines for like Saturday today would be like, what, 5 hours are we going to go for? How we?
Yeah.
So that'd be like, well, is that 4? Now I got to do math in my head. 250.
It wouldn't be ton, but if you did it
5.
every day, it would start adding up to real money.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Cool. Hopefully that answers that, TJ.
Looks great. Next question.
Ken Jordan of Epsom in the UK is in with, is there a recommended way to save camera, ATEM keying, sound mixer, and so forth settings before powering down equipment? Or is it a good practice to set up each time so it becomes second nature muscle memory? And he notes, I think I might have answered my own question.
You can definitely save out the switcher settings. So if you go into save startup state, which will be under file in the ATEM software, you can save it out. I highly recommend setting it up for a while. Like just come in, turn it off, put it back together. Especially, in this kind of environment where you're not doing the production, just getting used to just bouncing through and setting everything up and making it go is pretty powerful. The real thing that really sets people back, I think, overall is getting too good at setting and forgetting. So I'm constantly playing with my hardware and settings. You might see me do it while you're watching. But we'd prefer during the show to minimize how much we do that. But definitely as you're getting set up in the early hours, I would highly recommend it. Next question.
Moving on to Jason Parks in Nashville, Tennessee. And Jason is asking recommendations for getting HDMI out, Ethernet, and power from a 13-inch MacBook Pro that only has 2 USB-C ports, dongles, or a dock, he wonders.
Go ahead, Roscoe.
As the OWC, it's the 10 port, and it has one USB-C in. Thunderbolt in. I got to be careful there. One Thunderbolt in, and it has 4 Thunderbolts out, plus 4 USB 3s, plus Ethernet and audio. 3.5 millimeter out. And they have a smaller version. What were these, Jason? What did we pay for these?
I think they're about $150.
140,
right,
something like that.
That
They do make a small. The reason I like this one is this one allows you to put power into the Mac. Whereas if you have the cheaper one, it doesn't have power, so you're having to run something else into your Mac to keep your Mac powered if you're running it for long periods of time.
And what's do you know what the exact model is?
OWC Thunderbolt dock. You think I'd be able to? It just is the OWC Thunderbolt dock. Oh golly.
For the M1 or for the
TB4 dock? OWC TB4 dock is what it
TB4
says.
Yeah, I need one of those.
Yes, you do.
I don't have one yet.
They were in short supply. They were in short supply, but I believe they have them in stock now.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention the Sonatech piece. I have a Echo 11 Thunderbolt 3. Nice thing about it is it'll do USB-C straight to a display and then pass power through to your computer. It's a little power supply is not quite strong enough for a MacBook Pro 16-inch, but it's 87 watts, so you can kind of get away with it. And it looks like they just have a Thunderbolt 4 brand new out too, and it's a couple $100.
That's great. Ken?
Yeah, I have both. Obviously the large one, but it comes with such a large brick. It's kind of, you want to leave that one on the desk. But the smaller OSC one, which is a lot cheaper, that does have HDMI out. And even though, and the power, the connecting cable is kind of built in. And if you use your own power brick through it, then it will keep the your M1 charged as well.
And it looks like it says that I guess they're on OWC. A lot of them are listing them as pre-order or sold out. So I guess evidently they're very popular right now. So yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I don't know if this is compatible, but I've got this Cal Digit here. It's very small form factor. I like it a lot, and it does have display port on the back, but they give you, I think, an adapter for that for HDMI. It even has optical in it, which is very interesting, and some front ports as well. It's a good thing.
That's great. Peter?
I was just going to second Ken's recommendation. That particular one he's carrying around has been living in my backpack. Now, I haven't traveled in a year, but it's been living in my backpack because that would go with my laptop, my MacBook everywhere I went.
Next question.
Courtney Gooden from the panel here in Hollywood says, Alex, have you or any others who have received an ATEM Mini Extreme have any thoughts or criticisms?
I just installed it yesterday. So this is the, hold on, let me see if I can, see if I can cut to it here now that I have more inputs. So this is coming off my phone. So that's the kind of the setup I have now. The thing that I'm going to have to do is I'm going to print something that's going to lift, like tilt this up a little bit because it's a little too low. So I'm going to pull that off of the Scorpio there with a lift, probably sometime this weekend. You know, for me, what I love is that a lot of stuff's exposed. What I don't love is, wow, that's a lot of buttons. Like, I don't know how I would do that during a live event as an individual, but I think that as a kind of, I need to get to something, I kind of like the fact that it's available there. It is, and this is the ISO version. This is going to fix a lot of things that I was going to use my Constellation for, because what I needed was the super source, and what I also needed was more inputs, and that really kind of put me over the edge. It's a lot bigger and heavier than I expected. And I don't know, it has these buttons here that say focus, like right here, but it doesn't seem to work. So you push this button, push that button there, and it does something, but I don't know exactly what that
switches
means.
it to where you could now go far and near. So with the up and down
but it doesn't
arrows.
do autofocus. That's what I really want out of that button. So what I want out of that button is I hit it and it does an autofocus. And now I understand that it's just
I think, if I recall correctly, you can hold down the focus button and use the up and down arrow, if I remember correctly.
Right, but what I want, the problem is that's not going to be enough control for a short depth of field. So what you want is just to be able to double tap it and have it just do autofocus. Like, maybe they'll put that in, but that's what that's what I really want off of that. Again, just an enormous number of buttons. So I think it's a matter of kind of getting used to, what's available and how to get to it. It is, it's nice to have the tool, the dual, two downstream keys and everything else. It doesn't have, of course, you can't import frame sequences, but we rarely use those. We usually use outboard something for that. So I think that probably was just a decision of why spend the money on the memory when no one uses it. Go ahead, John.
Can you use the API to do the autofocus?
I think you can. I'm sure that there's almost everything can be called. So I probably could have a button on my Stream Deck that just hit a button and just goes autofocus. So yeah, so I think that, and I think that someone asked me on Twitter, like, will I use the Stream Deck to control it? And I do think that eventually I'll end up controlling most of the things I need on a day-to-day basis with the Stream Deck and not with the switcher, because the buttons are so dense. So so that's kind of the thing that I would consider. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think I know that my home setup is a little complicated, but for my home setup, the ATEM Mini was great. Like, it was exciting and we used it, but it wasn't quite enough. That's why I was stacking up ATEM Minis and doing other things. I was like, I need more inputs than what I had. And this is going to have a lot of those. And so I think that it's pretty slick little switcher. Yep. Next question.
Jason Robert Shaw of Sarasota, Florida says, around 10 people shooting short video for online learning or phones, editing on Macs. 1, recommendations for archiving on site after editing, just a bare hard drive, or 2, best way to organize such an archive, and note their hard drives and Google Drives are filling up fast. Well, 10 people shooting. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sky.
I don't know if it's best practices, but those inexpensive drives from Costco, like the 8 gigabytes, if you do multiples of those, it's, it's a cheap drive, but you can, isn't the real need to have multiple options or multiple backups? And then when a drive fails, you've got another one that you could go to. So
I just don't, my whole thing is I don't take spinning drives into the field anymore, like ever. Like I will not take them into the field. I won't, they can get banged, they can get hit, they're super slow. And so, so the thing is that I take some version of an SSD drive out. You can just buy raw SSDs that are actually pretty cheap, but although the T5s and T7s are pretty cheap too, the SSDs are there. And you get readers for them and so on and so forth. I do believe that spinning drives make a lot of sense when you come back because you can put so much on them. So usually I put primary backup onto 8 terabyte or 12 terabyte drive. It seems like the price point, I don't know if anybody else has an opinion about that, but 8 terabytes seems to be, it's like really inexpensive. And then you go to 10 terabytes and it's really expensive. Go ahead, Bill.
So I'm just kind of stuck on the fact that they're shooting on phones originally. So you're going to be originating on a compressed format. You need to get that off the phone somehow into something, and a hard drive would be what I would think about. But I'm wondering if those little thumb drives that have a USB port on one side and a lightning connector on the other are now big enough and cheap enough to do the roll-offs onto those, and then you can hand it to somebody who could work with spinning drives or T5s or whatever to do that. I'm wondering if there's a faster way to work with those little thumb drives, maybe.
And you could be right. I am old fashioned. I just want to see the files when I'm on site. I want to see the file move from here to there. And because there's just been so many times when I plug something in and I think it's there and then I pull it out and it's not. And so for me, I kind of am very mechanical about copying files to that process. And you can also for phone-based files, you can also, air share or drop, what is it? Airdrop them, there as well. Go ahead, John, and then TJ.
Maybe not ideal for this particular use case. I'm going to maybe advocate for long-term, at least Amazon Glacier for storage, because it's dead cheap and it will allow you to store that projects for very long terms with very little cost. The big cost would be recovering it if you needed to.
Right. TJ and then Roscoe.
Just bare drives with the spinning drives that you can put into the drive toaster mechanism, and then use a program like a disk catalog maker on a Mac or some equivalent for Windows. And then you can it'll just read the files. You can search that and you build a database, what's on what drive. And Fenwick uses that for his, all his edits, and he can pull up any file within seconds. It's kind of amazing.
Roscoe and then Charles.
Back to OWC, they make a wonderful little app called Copy That. And it's specifically kind of designed to pull files off an iOS device and copy it. It does. I'm pretty sure it does a checksum, but I'm trying to remember if it does. And then the other thing is Dropbox file requests are very powerful. If you're trying to grab all of the source material, it's not a good tool because it is fairly slow. It's an overnight process. But if you're grabbing finished edits and you're just trying to get them assembled in some place and archived, get a Dropbox account and run a file request. They don't have to have Dropbox. They just get a link. They just upload it to your Dropbox.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, for on-site drives, we've used a lot of the Thunderblades from OWC. I got one here, one of these. If you have power, it's great. They're super fast. And if you're transferring and making copies from one to another, they've been reliable completely for hours. And actually copying files that are large, like almost a terabyte large files, they've been great.
Right.
So
that's great. Mickey?
Yeah, in terms of organizing the files, this would always vary from entity to entity and what makes sense for you guys. But typically, organize it by project, and within that, have folders organized by date, and within that by camera. So like you'll see Cam A, Cam B, Cam C, and if you have multiple, if you're shooting on cameras that have cards, you'll say label it magazine 1, magazine 2, and so forth.
Next question.
Okay, Jason's done, and Andrew Flowerdew is next with From Warwick, UK, with I need to make an HDMI signal and a USB signal travel around a network. Cat6A is his transport wire from a computer to a multi-touch screen so that the teacher can see the screen when stood up in front of the class, and then use the computer and associated music keyboard when sat at the computer. Any recommendations? I'm wondering if some of these are education hour and they're just not getting tagged that way.
Yeah, let's pull that one. Let's cancel that one, and we'll move it back to education. We'll ask that one in the education. And someone's got an open mic. If you just check your mics. Next question.
JJ McKenna, Santa Venetia, California, and here on the panel. For the Photoshop training that Alex offered for his post TechTV, which web platform did he use for signups and collecting contacts?
We built our own. That was a long time ago. So that was back when you a lot of times you were writing your own. It was just a web. We just had a database, a SQL database that just had a login, and but we definitely wrote something ourselves. At this point, that kind of thing is pretty straightforward. You can do things with as simple as Squarespace. Squarespace will do all that for you. You can also, there's tons of WordPress solutions that will, acquire that on the way through. And what we did there was, this is to back up a little bit of how to promote yourself to do this stuff. Is the whole model with TechTV, for those of you who didn't see it back in the day, was that I would come on every week to talk about Photoshop. And so I would come on every week. And the problem that I realized, what was a beginning problem that I turned into a feature, was that I had a 7-minute block, right? That's what you get in TV. There's a 7-minute block to talk about something. Of that, Leo's going to ask me a bunch of questions. So I knew that I needed to be able to do whatever I was going to do in 3.5 minutes. Like if I can't do it straight, just step by step by step by step by step by step, it'll take me 3.5 minutes. And then I can talk to Leo comfortably, get it all done. So I would pre-cook things and figure out, okay, I'm going to skip these 3 steps. I'm just going to combine that, do what I called a Julia Childs, and just kind of pull this together, pre-cook the meat, do this thing. And so I would build this kind of recipe on how I was going to run through this event. Now, what I did then is the way it worked every day, I was on a Wednesday afternoon. So Wednesday at typically 4:20, I think, or 4:15 in the show, I would be there. I'd have to be there at 3. From Monday morning until Wednesday, all I worked on when I was on that show was that thing that I was going to show everybody. And so what I would do is people were sending in requests by the hundreds, so they would send in questions. They would show me images that they want me to fix. They would ask me questions about how to do something. And then I had a couple things that I wanted to show. And so then what I would do is on Monday morning, I'd start working on it. I figure out how to do it. Then I'd figure out how to do it well. Then I'd figure out how to do it simply. And I'd keep on saying, do I really need, how do I make this step clearer? How do I do this thing? And this was just every week was 2.5 days of my time was figuring this out. Once I got it done, usually by the end of Monday, I had it done where I could kind of do it in my sleep and I could just kind of burn through it. Then on Tuesday, I would break it into step-by-steps. And so I would build a step-by-step for every, in FileMaker of all things. So I use FileMaker because it was really easy for me to just lay out steps and rearrange them. And I had an automatic setting for the step numbers inside of FileMaker, and I had it all laid out. So I would just drop images in, drop the steps in, and if I needed to rearrange something or move them around or add another step, it just automatically rippled everything through. And so it was really easy for me to create these step-by-steps. And so then I had a step-by-step, and every step-by-step was a picture that illustrated what you needed to do, and then it had what to do, and then underneath it, it had why you're doing it. And so those are the three things on every, what's funny is it would fit perfectly right now on an iPhone because Chronicle Books had these cards to show you how to plant things and do other things. And I knew somebody at Chronicle Books, and I love these cards. And so I laid the whole thing out as these little cards. I just thought of them as the steps. And so it's funny, they happen to be 9x16. So anyway, so I would build all these out, and then I would do at the very end, when all the steps were done, because I would follow my own steps to make sure I didn't forget anything. And then then there was somebody else in the office that I would hand it to and say, go do this. And then they would go do the steps, and they say, I got confused with number 5. And then I would go back and fix it. And so there's a whole little process, the machine that kind of put it together. Then following the steps exactly, I would record a 20-minute video on how to do it and explaining everything and how to put it all together and how it works. And and everything else. And then I'd put that on that website. And so then when it was on the website with the tutorials, you could download a PDF that shows you how to do it. You could watch a video that would walk through it in exactly the same order as the PDF, which is super important. The only thing I never got to that I was planning to do was put the videos that I had shot into the PDF, which we did for a lot of our other products later, or even at the same time. We would put the video of, you click on it and it would just play the video of what to do. Then what I would do is I'd go on air and we do this thing with Leo. And at the end, I'd go, we didn't have enough time to really do this all the way through, but you can download it all from our website. You go to our website and we say, hey, we need your email and we'll send you a link to come in, and so I, just as an aside, I acquired about 1,000 emails a week doing that, just 1,000 people that, and it, built up, 70,000, a mailing list of 70,000 people that were interested in what I was doing, not just a random collection of stuff, but they knew me. They knew that stuff. When we were running out of money, which is a constant state of my life, we're running out of money. I just, okay, we'll say, hey, I'm doing a Photoshop training. I literally sat down for a day and did a Photoshop training. There was like the slice tool, and I said, see this button? I don't know what that button does. But if I don't know after 10 years, you probably don't need to know either. That was my training, because I didn't want a 9-hour training in Photoshop. I wanted 2.5 hours of what you needed, and so, and so it's just me like, you don't need that button. Anyway, so I put out this Photoshop training and I said, oh, it'll be $70, but this is back when you could sell training on discs, but I'll sell it to you for $35. And we made $70,000 in like an hour. And I was like, this is like, I am in the, I should have been doing this all the time. And so we did a bunch of other discs after that, and that kind of helped. It did two things. One is it kept us going for a long time, because those products kept on making money for years. But it also laid the foundation for all of you here, like seeing me, because it was like building up with Leo and I had really good things because I had this kind of building group of people that were following what I was doing. So, and there's two reasons I just explained it all, is that those are kind of things that I kind of figured out organically. I would save you trouble. That's a great business model, and something that we're hoping to do more of as we launch the new Gear Media Tech website and everything else. That I want to make it an opportunity for all of us to kind of build up our stature, as individuals within the group. But also that we don't have a lot of questions. So I figured I might as well answer this fully rather than just the quick one. If we had a long stack of questions, I would have moved through this really quickly. But I'm doing this thing we call in the business stretching. I'm stretching here. This is a good example of stretching. So if you ask more questions, we'll move faster through it. Maybe you like the long answer, so then don't ask any questions, and we'll just answer them all this way. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I would always highly recommend that you own that contact and sign up data, and it's so easy within WordPress to do this, and it's literally just a few dollars a month for for the URL, because the rest of it, the software is free to do it. And I'm quite hit me up on Discord, because I turn these things around in 1 or 2 hours. So I'm more than happy to kind of run through and show you exactly how to do it. And also it will be GDPR compliant, whether that's relevant or not for you, but it's that easy to do.
That's great. Thanks, Ken. Next question.
Jan Landy is in from Las Vegas with, is there a registry of open Zoom meetings a la Blab, or a notification feature that will let people know that there is a meeting going on to your followers?
Well, to your followers, if they've registered for the meeting, there's the registration alert that goes out. You all get one from me an hour before the event. I don't know if there's there's on Zoom, right? There's a thing that you can kind of build events on Zoom, but I haven't used it yet. Go ahead, Jan.
Because like this morning, I woke up at 3:00 in the morning, couldn't sleep. And I went to office hours. Of course, you were still sleeping. Unbelievable. I thought you would be online at 3 in the morning, but you weren't. I
actually was. Funny thing is, I was online. I just didn't turn on the Zoom. So I was doing other things at 3:00 in the morning. That's my time. 4:45 to 5 o'clock, that becomes your time. But before that, that's my time. All right, go ahead, Jan.
And I remember Blab. Blab was if you guys remember Blab, John Preto, if he's in the room, he can tell you more about it than I can. But Blab had the ability so that when you went live, it would send out a text notice to all your followers. But I would think that there must be some sort of online registry where you could register your meetings so that if somebody wanted to pop in on your meeting that was registered legitimately could listen in, and then you could put them in the panel if you wanted or not. But it doesn't seem like there is any notification like that. And just an FYI, only the webinars send out automatic notices.
Right.
An hour before. The meetings do not.
And the funniest thing about the webinar, which is annoying, is that the webinar information has to be at the top. So when you register for a webinar, you can have the registration, you can have a message, then the registration, and then a closing piece. But with the notifications, it always has to be at the top. I can't put all the notes at the top and have you look for the data at the bottom, which would be like 10 times as good. and I was like, there must be some technical problem. And then when I realized they were doing it for the registrations, I was like, really? Go ahead, John. John Idelson, and then John Pruitt.
Well, I was just going to say, if you haven't gone to the on Zoom beta, I put the link in the Makana, and it's not quite what you're asking for, Jan, but there's quite a few things you could do today. They have a cardio strength. You could do tech for mom and dad and virtual play. So just take a look at it.
That's great. Go ahead, John Pruitt.
I was gonna say that's kind of what Twitter's for, in my opinion.
It's hard, Twitter kind of has, ruined their the way they work. So I would say that Twitter for me is, there's two problems. The fundamental problem with Twitter is if you do an external link to Zoom or an external link to YouTube or an external link to Facebook, they actually penalize you painfully. And so, and because they've stacked all the stuff on the top of Twitter where it says, did you know this person liked this, rather than a raw feed. Back when it was a raw feed, you actually had way more impact because it would come up right then. Everybody following you would see that. But now what happens is they see whatever Twitter recommends. It's kind of halfway towards what Facebook does. So Twitter now has more influence over what you're looking at. And what they do with that is that nothing will show. If I post a Zoom or especially if I post a YouTube on Twitter, I know that the number of people seeing what I'm tweeting will drop in half for a week. So that's why I don't post YouTube very often. Any influencer who understands the mechanism, you don't see very many YouTube links on their Twitter page because they know that they'll be penalized for it. And so so that's the little kicker. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, again, again through WordPress, we couldn't. I've built the solution systems where people have set up an online meeting, and you can set how many minutes before email reminder would go out.
Right.
And even after the show, you can put out a email notice saying, how did the show go? Again, simple to set up, but contact me on Discord if I'm happy to run through and show exactly how to do that.
We might even do an hour of you showing us how that works. I think that would be a good hour. So let's take that into account. Go ahead, Jan, real quick, and we're going to move on.
Oh, okay. I didn't see there's many questions, so I thought, and somebody mentioned Twitter. I just was interested in your opinion on the super Twitter accounts now that they're now going to have super followers. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they're trying to figure out a way to have
monetize Twitter.
Everyone's trying to figure out how to make sure that the influencers can monetize it, or they'll go somewhere else, or they use it as a way station. I think it's gonna be hard to get the Twitter culture to pay for tweets. So I think this is why it's so important to think about how you start a business, because converting your audience to a new way of doing things is very difficult, because they'll just be like, what? Why do I have to do that? So I don't know how effective that'll be. Next question.
David Brady of New York is in next with constrained for space and looking for some sort of kit that will clamp to a desk and provide mount points for camera, mic, and lights. But my Google Foo is weak on the subject. Any brand or search terms would be welcome.
Go ahead, TJ.
What I have going right now is a Visa mounting arm clamped to my desk, and it is currently holding 2 lights, a monitor, and my camera. And you can hit me on Discord and I can give you specific photos, and I'll post a link to the particular one I'm using in Mocana.
Go ahead, Ken. And then Bill.
Yeah, I've used Manfrotto clamps. I'll put a link to those ones I recommend. I've tried others more, but the Manfrotto ones, they grip. And yeah, you can put a lot of weight onto those. And I'll put a link to Discord on them. I wouldn't use anything else now. I don't think it's worth it.
Yep. Go ahead, Bill, and then Jan.
Well, I'm going to kind of echo that, although the Manfrotto clips, and I'll give you an example here. These guys are very big and very solid. And you can see they even have like an insert that you can put in them.
And that's like a Mayfer.
Yeah, it's a Mayfer clamp, basically. So that's the Bogan or Manfrotto super clamp. If you get into smaller things like iPads or stuff like that, the little clamps that come with the arms generally work okay, but it depends on the load. I go with those Mayfer clamps too.
Go ahead, Jan.
A small rig will make something because that's what Bill was showing, the small rig stuff. But I recommend that you try Elgato. Elgato has some really nice stands that clip right onto your desk.
Go ahead, Guy, and then Michael, and then JJ.
There's some really cool stuff by a company called Triad Orbit. You're gonna go bananas in there, David. It's crazy stuff. Like there's so many different poles and clamps, and it's expensive stuff, but it is bulletproof. Like it's over-engineered. It's not going to strip like the cheap Chinese stuff. So you can get the other small rig, newer, all that stuff. But if you want something that's not going to break on you and you want something for long term, take a look at this stuff and look at their Instagram, because there's tons of studios using this stuff, and you could see how it's used in the real world. I like to pack a lot of this stuff with me when I go on a gig and just be able to clamp to anything, get a light right exactly where I want it.
Yeah, to tie this all up, my camera that I'm looking, the 6K that I'm talking to is on a Triad Orbit. It's a spherical rig. It was we used it for our Ozos, but I had one laying around, so nice and heavy. And then these are these arms here. It's hard to see them. I don't know. These arms for the monitors are made by Huanu. They're like $80, and they're just super beefy. There's a super arm with a Mayfer up there that's holding this shotgun mic. There's a Cardellini up there that's holding that light. So there's a lot of different bits and pieces. I think I'm using a little bit of what everyone was recommending as far as how all this stuff is kind of mounted. But we'll post more of that somewhere. I'll post some links into Mocana. Next question.
Sky Gleason.
Oh, sorry,
Seattle.
JJ. I missed you, JJ. Before we go on. Go ahead, JJ.
Mine's a cobbled together bizarre. Oops. Mine's a cobbled together bizarre. Is it sound okay, by the way, Mickey? I changed those things.
Yep.
I love magnets. And so one thing that I use, I created a grid using a chair, a normal chair, and I have a piece of 2-inch conduit coming up to the bottom of a standard office chair. And then I've got a conduit coming out of that with T's, and then I use magnets. So this is like a little Wix clamp that I've used for some of the monitors I have.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Magnets are useful. Next question.
Sky Gleason of Seattle and the panel says, several folks from Office Hours have said that they are interested in helping Man in the Kitchen, the show on March 20th. Alex and the team of Office Hours, how would I best move forward with all this amazing energy for a fun and delicious experience?
I mean, I think that finding ones that you want feedback on and posting them to us, I think is one step. And then I think doing something interactive with a bunch of us that are willing to jump on and do a test of it. Find a time on the weekend where we can do the whole show with you. And then I think then we would give you feedback. Like what I would do is do it with us and then immediately just sit down and talk about it. Like we'll just write down notes while you're doing it. And one of us can be the host that's going to talk to you about it and everything else. And then but go back and forth. And the more times you do it, you got to decide how far you want to push this. If it was me on national television, I would do the meal with a test someone on the other side every day until March 20th. like for me, that's how I would approach this problem, is literally do it every single day. I would rent gear. I would put stuff in, because the opportunity, when you blow it out of everything is about, again, to get back to that TechTV thing, the reason I got a weekly thing with TechTV was first because I spent 2 weeks on my what I was going to show, making it perfect, and then I spent a ton of time on each one of those. But did it make me money? They never paid me for that. It just gave me the opportunity to be in front of an awful lot of people, which I then was able to leverage into, a lot of revenue, and so the thing is you have this incredible forum to do it, but I would rig up, stock up, build up. Most people just don't take those seriously enough. And it's a moment of opportunity. Now you got to make sure that the website's ready and that you've got other support materials, and you want to make sure that all the flow comes in, but you can, shock and awe, but you want to make sure that you can do it really cleanly, that it's really concise, and that technically you're completely tied in. I mean, that'd be my recommendation as far as that goes. Yeah, go ahead, Sky.
I'm just beside myself with appreciation and admiration of again, yesterday after hours, I had several people come in and say they wanted to participate, and JJ is our magical fungineer, and he's come on full time, and he's now grabbed that bull by the horns, and his job is to tell us what to do, which is keeping and channeling all this energy. And so we are actively having a good time, and that's the job. So, but to your point, Alex, keeping my elbows in, trying to repeat and do it again and again.
And definitely, I mean, the thing to remember is that you have a bunch of people rooting for you here. So what leverage us, leverage people here will help. So, take advantage of the opportunity. You have something that most people don't have when they're saying, I'm going to do a little thing on TV.
I totally understand.
But doing some demos would make a big difference. Like of just saying, hey, who's interested in cooking with Madeline, on these days? And I would do it again. I would do it a couple times before I got on air to tighten that thing all the way up. Next question. We got to move a little bit faster now.
James Babbitt of San Diego says, hi, Alex. In your setup photo, what desk pad with grid are you using?
I just put it in Mukana. It's an Arteza self-healing rotary cutting mat, and it's let's see if I can just see it here. This is what he's talking about. This little mat down here. I use it when I'm building. I usually use it when I build SDI cables, because up to 36 inches, up to 3 feet cables, I can just measure by pulling them across the mat and then just cutting them. So they're just, it's a big mat, but I use it as kind of a base, but it allows me to measure very quickly. And that's why I have it. Next question.
Yeah, and those self-heating things are usually found at art stores. They're great.
I got them on Amazon. It was pretty cheap. Next
nice.
question.
Okay. James Babbitt of San Diego says, is there a way to show the sample rate of an MP3 stream or file? Note the Pono, P-O-N-O, player software used to display this information.
Go ahead, TJ.
Yep. Real quick, I'll show you 3 different ways here in a Mac. If you have the file open in Finder, you can click on it, right-click on it, and do Get Info, and it will show you the information up here. If you have the song in your Apple Music, formerly iTunes, if you right-click on that and you do Get Info, you can get the information on the file here. If you open it in QuickTime Player and show the inspector, you can get the information right here.
There you go. Next
and
question.
Windows, if you right-click, and it should show you the info also.
Perfect. Next question.
Jan Landy's back from Las Vegas with, when streaming from Zoom to YouTube or Facebook, is there any way to control the latency?
There isn't, using the API connection. It's set as low latency, not ultra low latency, but it's set to low latency. So it should be between 9 and 12 seconds of latency. And I don't think that there's any way to make it more or less. It's just what it's set in the API. You'd have to stream it separately to get that out. Next question.
Kimmo Salven, looks like, of Kuopio, Finland, have the panelists tried?
Gotta keep it in the family.
Gotta open mic. There you go. Yep.
Have the panelists tried Stage Timer 2 for OS 10? It's possibility to run 2 1/2 timers, countdowns, or clocks into screen or iOS devices. That must have been 1 or 2 timers. Also, possibility to send messages and control via OSC. Going to try it and add a timer as an OSD on top of a return feed for Zoom or a Teams participant. Any similar products available?
It looks really cool. That's all I can say. It's a there's lots of similar ones. There's Screen Time. I think it's called Screen Time by by DV Labs, I think. And then Guy has shown one in the past for a countdown clock that does countdown clocks. But I think that this is a slightly different one, that it gives you an app and you've got a lot more control and ability to jump through things. But those are some of the other options there. But this one for for $15, it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna definitely check it out. Next question.
Rupert McKay of Dallas, Texas says, what are the recommendations for inventory and record keeping of studio equipment for insurance purposes and to help shop quickly for complete replacement in case of total loss, rather than wasting time piecemealing things back together? Thanks, everyone.
Go ahead, Michael.
Flex rental solutions. It is a bit pricey, but in terms of running a business where you have inventory, where you have sales, where you have to build shows on and on and on, it is probably the most complete and fastest thing out there. You can add crew, you can do transportation, and it will calculate all of that stuff for you and show you reports, quarterly, monthly, however you want to do it, on where your expenditures are going, what you've had to cross rent over the year over and over again, so that you go, you know what, instead of cross renting that, I need to buy it, on and on.
That's great. Ours was all built when I had a warehouse full of stuff. Ours was all done in a FileMaker dock that we built that had that used a QR code scanner. We put QR codes on everything, and we would do the best we could to scan them all. Most of the time, scan everything on the way out and scan it all the way back in. Paul?
Yeah, Flex does that too.
Yep. Real quick.
You can photograph everything and photograph from different angles in the serial number, and then you can embed that photo in a Google worksheet.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is that in production you have to be able to check it in, check it out. The photographs aren't as useful because you need to have a something that you can pull it. This is like managing it as it flows in and out, as opposed to standard. I think. Anyway, next question.
Jason Panks in Nashville says, idea is to turn an Android phone into a webcam for Zoom on Windows. Would it be better than a cheap webcam?
What have people been using for that? There's a couple different using phones. I can't remember which ones are cross-platform. EpicCam I believe is you can use on Android for that, but I don't. Okay, next question.
Yeah, sorry. Well, most of us, I think, use iPhones, and it's built in, just an HDMI adapter. Chris Widener has our last one in here from Lafayette, Indiana. Okay, feelings on Revue on Twitter, the newsletter service. Has anybody seen it?
I don't even know about it. So that's the new. We have to figure out what that actually is, as opposed to. Maybe that's when it sends you emails about. Is that when it sends you emails about things that you might have missed, John?
No, I think it's the one where your subscribers can pay for content feature. They're doing it, I think, as a newsletter in some options.
Okay. This must be new. They acquired Revue, a service that makes it free and easy for anyone to start and publish. I don't know. It's now that you've pointed it out, I'm going to look at it. So, I mean, one of the things I've been thinking about actually doing is more How many people here use Flipboard? Does anyone use Flipboard?
I did for a while.
Does?
I kind of got away from it, but
I use it every morning, every day. So it's usually that and Apple News are like the two things that I kind of live in. But one of the things I was thinking of doing is putting a magazine up there for us of like things that we see every morning, like the way that we do links, but we put them in a Flipboard. So if does people like that idea, then you could just go up there and just flick through the articles that we as a group create. So we'll take a look at that. It's just the easiest way to publish it as far as I know. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I've just come across something called Substack, and this is kind of like rivaling that, where you can publish and monetize your content.
Yeah, Substack is the new thing at the moment. It's the new medium. It's just, but it lets you set up a subscription service relatively easily as a writer. That's the difference. I mean, as far as I can tell, that's the main difference between Substack and Medium is subscription services. Next question.
And we have one more that came in late from Ronnie, it looks like Hofsey in Tromsø, Norway. And it says, could you discuss various rundown or show solutions for use in studio stage on confidence screens, phones, and iPad, both for crew and clients? Now, are they trying to distribute information? Like show rundowns and things like that? Whoops, is Alex frozen? Or no,
No,
you're here.
no,
You're
I'm just thinking. So I've been asked that recently a bunch of times, and the one that we're going to probably do some more testing. We go in and out of testing it all the time is ShowFlow. ShowFlow is the one that I think is probably the leader in this area of, I want to put it on a bunch of different devices. I want to have a bunch of different crews. I want to have them all have their own version of a rundown. Yeah, go ahead, Bill, and then Garrick.
Well, if you're interested in building one, I'm just looking at the architecture of, Alex mentioned FileMaker Pro. FileMaker Pro now has FileMaker Go. It is a cloud solution as much as it's a desktop solution. And you could very easily, I would think, create a show flow application in FileMaker, push it to FileMaker Go with the database in there, and do it for departments or things. I would imagine if you got deep into it, it'd be very flexible.
We've tried with FileMaker, because I used FileMaker for a decade. And so we were very much in the FileMaker document. It was heinously painful.
I wonder if it still is, though, since they've invested so much and they've done the Go.
Well, the thing is that there's another thing about just really, like, when you use, I will say we've used a couple shows where we've used ShowFlow, and they just have it all kind of figured out. I mean, you could do it, but you could do it with 6 months of development time, or you could just pay $15 a month and have it working. And so that's I mean, you could build it in FileMaker, but we tried, and it was just it's the flexibility, being able to drag and drop, being able to move things around, became this kind of heavy process. And I spent a lot of cycles only a couple of years ago trying to figure that out.
Fair enough.
Garrick, and then Michael, real quick, and then we're going to take a break. Bring our educators in.
In the church world, we use Planning Center, and that organizes all of our crew, and then also all of our rundowns. And then that works with a program called ProPresenter. And those work in conjunction for the on-stage confidence monitors, keeping everybody in track and moving forward on either iPads or iPhones, or we put them up on TVs too. So that's what we use in our church to keep lots of people on track doing big things like that.
Go ahead, Michael.
Have you tried Master Tour? Master Tour is it's geared more towards the live audio or live entertainment industry stuff, but I mean, it has all of that stuff in there. It's really pretty remarkable. It's how we keep coordinating on large live events, in the touring world and stuff.
We'll answer the next two questions super fast, and then we're going to take about a 5-minute break, let our educators get their mics set up and make sure everything's working. Let's go jump into the next. The answer, I'll just do it really as a blazing yes. It's an ISO Extreme. That's what I have on my desk. And then finally, John P is looking crisper today with the video image. Well done, John. So that's a notice. Looking good. So did you change anything dramatic? Real quick.
Oh. Sorry,
Yes.
I wasn't raising my hand, so I wasn't
know.
ready. I got my new Pro 6K
Nice.
set up this morning with
Well done. It
the
looks
Sigma
good.
24-70 lens. Although I can use a variety of Canon lenses. So
that's great. Looks great. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. If you're an educator and you haven't already jumped into the panel, go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll get you into the panel. So if you're interested there's Kent. I can't add you because other people, but go ahead and raise your hand, and then we will start back up in 5 minutes at 8:05 Pacific Standard. But let's go ahead and have the folks go through the mics and make sure that everything's okay.
Okie dokie. Hey everyone, please put your first name, last name, and location in Zoom. And the goal is to hit -24 LUFS on our meters. Let's start off with Steve Cotton and then move on to Chris Clark afterwards.
All right, good morning from Northern California. I'll be speaking about this level, And of course, I don't have it in gallery view, so I can't see the meter. Negative 29. Looks like I need to come up just a little bit there.
Come
Okay.
up with like 3 or 4 dB, Steve.
Okay. Okay, I'll be talking about this level. I brought it up just a little bit there. Hello, test check 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll be talking about this level. That looks about good right there. Or
Bounce
does
back
it?
down.
Down a
Go
little
back
bit
down
more?
to dB. Yeah.
Okay. All right, talking about this level. I'll be talking right in this range.
Yep. I
Great
think
morning, great
we're
morning.
about there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chris
Thank you.
Chris Clark, and then Emily or so afterwards. Not hearing you, Chris. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Let's go to Emily and then Bob. Wait, we already checked you, Bob, right? Yep. Emily and then Aaron afterwards.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome from sunny, still cold Red Hook, New York. And I'm on my AKG 414 into my Symantec, and I'm getting a thumbs up, so I am good.
That's a good check. Thank you, Aaron. And then Kent afterwards. And not hearing you either, Aaron.
Okay,
There we
sorry
go.
about that. So good morning from Boston, where it's beautifully sunny and 30 degrees. So we're good.
That's a good check. Thank you. Kent and then Tony.
Good morning. So this is the West Coast edition of the weather forecast or weather update around the world. And I'm moving it down a little bit. Looks like I'm a little bit too hot here.
2 or
Back
3
up just
dB
a
down. Yeah.
tad. Up a little bit now, probably. And I think we're in the neighborhood, right? Looks like, or I go too far up.
You have to
Okay,
go
down.
down,
I'm
yeah.
coming back down now. It looks like it's just that little change might have worked. One more, and then so how does it look now? Is it still? Oh, I saw the magic number. So
Yeah, I think one more like dB or 2 down.
down a little bit. Okay,
Yep.
sweet.
Thank you very much,
Got
Tony.
it.
And then
Thanks.
back to Chris.
Hello, office hours. Greetings from metropolitan Atlanta. Today is a sort of cloudy day. I want to thank everyone for celebrating my wife's birthday, and we are going to actually have a celebration later on today. So again, thank you so much for that.
Excellent. Tony, are you still excuse me, still going through your ATEM
Yes.
for your microphone? Yeah, could you give us
Yes.
2 clicks down on the levels?
That's 2 clicks down. I'm using a ATEM Mini into a M1. Thank you,
I think
sir.
we're about there. Thank you. Chris, how's it going?
I think we're back in business. This is Chris Clark from Tempe, Arizona. How are the numbers looking? Had
Could
to
you
change.
just nudge down 2 or 3 dB?
Had to change microphones, and that's all it took. I think we're in the ballpark. Would you agree, Mike?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Emily
AJ.
and Aaron.
We got
Emily
one
has
more
a question.
person. We got one
Oh,
more
okay.
person in the panel. Do we want to? I don't know that person. Do you want to see if we
Yeah.
want to add them? Okay,
All right.
I'll
We're
add him.
bringing in Andrew. And hey, Andrew, if you are joining us, please turn on your camera.
Mickey, I wanted to check this real quick because I tried to add some filters to see if I could fix the issue you were addressing earlier. Does it look like it's evened out, or it still needs to go down a bit? The bouncing signal input. 1,
It
2, 6,
seems like
7,
it might have evened out a bit. Yeah, just drop back down another dB or 2. But what was happening earlier? It sounded like some sort of either gate or noise suppression that was coming in and out and bringing your level up and down.
I'm going to jump in and say, Emily and Aaron, thank you. You literally saved not just my marriage, but my wife's, and the overwhelming responsibility of teaching small kindergartners.
Let's do a quick check on Andrew.
Copy that.
You're muted, Andrew.
How are we doing?
Just one last person. I'm going to unmute you, Andrew. There we go.
Hello, can you hear me now? How's
Yep.
that? And I'm in Warwick in England on a funny internet connection because my wired cabled internet connection died, and I'm using a Huawei 5G router, which goes between 10 megabits a second and 110 megabits a second, depending on how it feels.
I think you're about there in terms of level. Thanks, Andrew.
Cool.
All right, we're gonna shift gears. And if
we have one last
one more
person. Michael Ball just
Okay,
raised
good.
his hand.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, bring Michael in.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Glad to be back, and looks like things are coming in a little bit low, so I'll pull things up, and then after the levels look good, I'll make sure that all my settings are loaded in the ATEM.
All right, I think you're about there. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Great. So we're shifting gears now. Again, remember that if you have questions for the future of education or have ideas around that you want to discuss, that's the next hour. So we'll be more nuts and bolts this hour, and then we have future of education for the next hour before we go into the remotes. And so definitely go ahead and tag those inside of Mokana. You'll see the different tags that are available as you start to ask those questions. And before we start jumping into the questions, anything new that's showing up for people? Anything that has changed since last week, or is it more of the same? Go ahead, Andrew, and then Tony. Oh, can't hear you, Andrew. I can't hear you, Andrew.
I use Teams, so I'm sorry. Yeah, we're bringing kids back to school next Monday, so we spent the last 2 days testing thousands of kids, going through halls and having their test kits stuck down the back of their throats. So that's been fun.
Yeah, there you go. Tony?
For us, most of the counties around Atlanta, it's a strongly encouragement of in-person learning. There are probably about 50% of those that are still virtual, but it's kind of, again, strongly encouraged that you actually come to the buildings now. So it's not so subtle, I would say, either. But they are expanding the inoculations for teachers and school workers to get the vaccine. So that's a good thing.
Good. Roscoe, and then John, and then Aaron.
Oh, okay. I actually am going to see students Monday. So for the first time, we officially are still closed as a campus, but we're one of the few because of what we do. But the limitation is we cannot shoot on campus. We have to basically meet with the students and go physically off of our campus, which to me makes no sense. We have this completely empty campus, but we can't use it. So we're taking the equipment, going off campus and shooting on location.
It's a bummer because it's like the best time ever to shoot on campus would be when there's nobody there. Like there's so many things you could do that you can't do any other time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. John?
In California, we have over 10,000 K-12 public schools. And so we have every range of opening. They're opening. What's really interesting is the grade levels that are coming back, the number of hours that they are meeting or days that they're meeting, and how they're dividing the groups. In Little California, it's pretty amazing. If there's a way of doing it, there's a district doing it like that somewhere in our state.
All I can say is, as a my kids, there's a strong positive, they're very, very positive about the length of school now. Like 2.5 hours, they think is great. Like they like working at home and doing things and making it work and having the meetings, the classes more condensed. They're like, I think that's the thing that they wish would just keep going. It's chaos as parents. It's chaos for us because one's in the morning, one's in the afternoon. We have to, I think my wife makes like one of us makes up to 4 trips a day, to the school to pick them up and drop them off and put, there's all this stuff. And we're benefiting from the fact we're spending extra, I don't know how much per month so they can go to a pod and they can have time that's near the school. And so it's not something that everybody can do. Go ahead, Aaron, and then John.
So in Massachusetts, teachers are finally able to get vaccines. We got pushed up the list. So many of my teacher friends have been running to CVS's and making appointments. So thank goodness for that. But also our Commissioner of Ed is asking students to come in more in person starting in April. So more districts across the state are starting to roll into full-time learning. So there still is a remote option, but the hybrid is starting to fizzle out.
Right. John?
Well, I was just saying there were a group of parents who said they wish they could go back to when the only thing they worried about was would spring break match between their 2 students' homes, their school.
Right.
That used to be a big challenge.
All right, go ahead, Bob.
We're bringing back just juniors and seniors over the course of the next quarter. And so that's going to be an interesting change. And as Aaron noted, in California now, people who are educators and educational staff can get some facilitation of getting a vaccination, which is great.
That's good. So we're slowly making the turn. Does anyone have any idea what they're going to spend the $130 billion in the next stimulus on? Like what the school districts are targeting for that? Just curious. It's a lot of money. From my perspective, I'm like, wow, you could change the world with that. Like 130, if you gave a startup $130 billion, even at a national level, that is just an insane amount of money that you could do good things with. And I have a feeling it'll mostly be spent on plexiglass. Michael?
Yeah, there is a lot of PPE that is in there. I don't know what the exact rules are, but I've heard that there's a good chunk set aside for building improvements that are related to distancing students and improving airflow. So, if one of the only thing that comes out of this is that we get classrooms that have windows in them that you can actually open, that will at least be an improvement for many people going forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hey, Bill, let's jump into the questions.
Okie doke. First one that was the highest rated comes from Nick Gutfriend of Bedford, New York. And he said the other day, Alex mentioned $5,000 US as the cost to set up teachers for online training. Immediately, this was a top-down funding number. I would like to ask the panel for a kit recommendation would help self-funded teachers and small nonprofit trainers where money is tighter than ever. Also, tech adaptability is a problem.
Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, I have a this is for Macintoshes, but much of it crosses over. I have a golden list in Discord. I will post a link to it, and it basically goes through all the cameras, go from monoprice, get the $10 wiring system, and basically it is the cheap way to get a teacher to look as best we possibly can.
Yeah, I don't think, obviously I was talking about, like the schools paying for it, or the government paying for it, or something paying for it other than the teachers. But I think that there are, some minor things that I've seen improve teachers their look pretty dramatically and how people can understand them. The first one is the mic, the Pile or Pulson mic just makes a massive difference in what students hear. There's just, when teachers are wearing some kind of mic that, it's $30 for the whole kit at most. And it just makes this huge difference in how intelligible they are. And again, one of the things to remember is that as you look better and sound better, people hate this. I'm in this meeting this with executives and influencers every day. And I have to remind them that when you sound and look better, you have more authority, whether you like it or not. You have more authority in the room when you can boom in and you're not a roomy sound with a bad mic or a bad whatever. you assert more authority into your event, whether it's a meeting or a teaching environment or whatever. The more infrastructure that you have, it actually is way more powerful than in the room, because you actually have way more power by exerting it. It's more important than, you only have to worry about what you're wearing from here up. I'm usually in cargo shorts, and I had a meeting a couple weeks ago where I literally had a blazer with a tie and French cufflinks on, or French cuffs with cufflinks on and everything else, and cargo shorts and sandals. And I was like, I love this. I don't ever need, like, for me, I was like, I don't ever need to go back, to this. Cause as soon as I finished the meeting, you know what I did? I went back to plaid, my Seattle look. And I have it just hanging. Usually I don't have it right now because it's in dry cleaner, but usually having that nice thing just hanging in my office, and I'll just put on the monkey suit for the meeting, and then I take the monkey suit off and go back to what I was doing. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity. So to go back to the mic is important. A good webcam, a C920 is enough, to really jump things up. And then, we talked about a little bit of, like a Chinese lantern. A couple of them are relatively inexpensive. They're usually, you can buy a pack of them for $20. Big soft lights make everybody look much better. So you're talking, it's not free, but you're talking $100, $150 of stuff that suddenly really changes, that process. And then of course you can go up from there. The Stanford article has inspired me to write an article that's going to come out tomorrow, right before I go on Twit. And then I'm going to write a series of articles, because I felt like what I was left with is I was, upset about it. But I also realized that I can't complain about it if I'm not going to post information. If I'm not going to write a paper, I can't complain about it not. So there's going to be a whole series of articles that I'm going to put out. First is just the overall what's important, and what I get into, what I talk about with people all the time is improving signal to noise ratio. That is what you're trying to do all the time, is signal to noise ratio. When you have a better camera, you have better signal to noise ratio. We have a better mic, better signal to noise ratio. When you have a background the background is less signal to noise ratio for the folks that are in front of you, but it also is less psychological, signal to noise ratio for yourself. You're not thinking about what's behind you anymore, because it's set up the way you want it, and how you look and everything else. And so once you do that, you get to a point, there's some breaking point where being on Zoom is easier than being in person, because there's less things to think about once it's all set up. So anyway, so I think that that's something for teachers to think about, and it'll be interesting. I'm really curious to see, as schools go back, how many parents and how many students want to not do that, and then whether schools are going to accommodate that, or whether it'll end up coming from the private sector. John?
Where are you going to be publishing that article so that we can read it?
I'm going to put it on Medium, probably, because I couldn't get the website. I don't think the website will be ready. It'll either be a very, very simple Squarespace website, or it will be a Medium article. But I'll post it I'll put it in our morning thing that you can go out and look at it. So go ahead, Kent. But it's going to go out again. It'll go out Monday. I'll talk about it. I have to put my pencils down is right before Twit starts at 2. so that, because I'm going to talk, Leo's giving me a little time to, he's going to give me a little soapbox time on Twit on Sunday.
What's a pencil?
So what?
What's a pencil?
Yeah, exactly. it's my Wacom tablet. It's my Wacom tablet one. Although I would never do that. I don't even know. I don't think I could actually write a whole paper anymore. I had to fill something out that was like this long, and my arm hurt for like a couple days. Like, those muscles don't exist anymore. Like, this muscle exists a lot. This muscle, not so much. Michael,
are you going to send it to Stanford? I hope.
I think they'll see it.
Okay,
anyway,
copy.
So Kent,
Copy.
It's gonna, yeah. They'll. I don't think they're gonna miss the salvo. Kent.
Yeah. So the question about what to get, and I've mentioned this here before, is just how valuable the ATEM Mini is for me. It was $300, and I don't know if you're going to find those on sale now, since people are upgrading to other ones. People might be selling them, at a fairly low cost now. So if you can get it for $150, $200, it really is the heart and soul. It allows you to control your audio and to bring in other sources without doing the crazy share screen stuff that I still have no idea how that works on Zoom. So like, if you have to invest in something, man, the ATEM Mini is going to give you miles and miles of good usage.
It's hard because it's hard to tell teachers, with limited funds to go out. I hesitate to tell them to go out and do that, but you're absolutely right that the ATEM Mini is the most transformative piece of hardware in presentations ever made. It is just this stunningly powerful little thing that you can plug into anything and have it come out the other end. It's kind of amazing. Emily, and then John.
I was just going to say that the one thing that can be really helpful once you get past the setup, because I think the setup is most important, is some sort of annotation software that allows you to either, whether it's a document camera or the ability to write on your iPad so that you can share that with the students and they can see in real time what you're doing. Yes, just like that. Then that's really like the next place that you want to go with, in order of what you need, because I think if you can't annotate or demonstrate something in real time, it's really difficult for the kids to follow along.
Yep. And we've recommended for some teachers to get a second webcam that they can do. One thing that makes it easier is actually, it sounds odd, but don't get two of the same webcams. Because it shows up as the same thing inside the computer, where if you have two separate kinds of webcams. So a lot of times we use a huddle cam, and then the reason we use huddle cams for document cameras is because you can have the little controller that you can move it around relatively. You can preset things for it. But then the main camera is a Brio or a 920. It just shows up differently if you're using OBS or something like that, it shows up as a different thing. The other advantage of the huddle cam is that HDMI out, that you can plug into your Mini if you end up getting one somewhere down in the future. You're at least future-proofing it. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm really glad you're writing that rebuttal to the Stanford article, because it worked this week several times. Did that article come up?
Well, and that's why I'm writing it.
I've had to use the arguments that I've learned here to counter it, but I think you're a more elegant speaker on this topic, so I'm really looking forward to what you have to say. And if you do like a 5-minute video that I could send people, that would be perfect.
I'll work on that. I might do it. I mean, I feel like it's a really important conversation to have, because even if it's one side of the article and I'm just giving another viewpoint, people just need to see both viewpoints. Right now, there's just one viewpoint from that process. And so I think that it's just a matter of showing another way of thinking about it. And I'm going to publish it for you guys, a rough version. I will put into the tomorrow morning's send out, and I'm going to tell you that it's rough. And if you come tomorrow morning, we're going to talk about it a little bit on Sunday morning. We're going to have a look at what I wrote, and then you guys, it's going to be kind of peer reviewed within our group of anything that you think that I missed, and so on and so forth. So definitely keep your eye out for that. I'll put it into the link of hey, this is a rough draft, and have people, and also look for typos. I'm not maybe the most dyslexic person, but usually literally when I type an article, the reason I don't type very many articles is because it will come out in another language, which is this weird, this very weird language that looks like words and paragraphs and ideas all mashed up. And then I have to go through it and kind of put it back together. And usually there's little bricks hanging out as I finish it. So definitely keep your eye out for that as well. Go ahead, Michael, and then Kent.
Yeah, in terms of second cameras or just devices, it's a little finicky to use all the time, but if you have a fairly recent, within the last 3 or 4 years, iPhone or Android phone, there's a number of good web mobile phone apps, as well as desktop apps that allow you to use that as a camera. And so, I find them to be a little bit finicky for a main camera, but for a document camera, they can work really well.
Yep, absolutely. Ken?
Yeah, I have access to a kind of pro feature Grammarly that when you put a document in, it feeds out a really good edit to it or whatever. So if you wanted to send it to me, I could run it through that and send it back to you, and that catches a bunch of stuff. And if that would help at all, I'd be happy
Mine's so
to
much
help.
worse than that. Mine's so much worse than that. And I'm good at when I read through it. I'm good at capturing stuff because I do what I call kind of a strunk and white pass, where I just go through and look for passive verbs and do, like I understand. I know the structure. It's not that. That's not the problem. The problem is actually having the thing that comes out of my head go out of my fingers in the same order that it was in my head. Maybe it is coming out in the same order that was in my head, and that's the problem. But it's a kind of a chaos. That's why everyone that's why I'm so terse in emails, is because the more I type, the more it exposes the problem. Go ahead, Roscoe.
That's cool. Yeah, so I work with students on that kind of stuff, so I'd be happy to pass it through whatever. If it would be helpful, I'd be glad to help.
I'm going to be right after we finish this. After we finish the remotes, I'm going to be working on it. So I'll let you know. Thank you very much for the help, because I definitely need it. Roscoe.
Yeah, I was going to say, never submit a paper to a room full of teachers. You'll get a lot of feedback.
Love it.
But
anyways, I think it's going to be an important article that we put out, and I'm going to have the ability to get it out to a lot of people. And so what I do want to do is make sure that also teachers read it and educators read it, and they take it seriously. So it doesn't have a lot of stuff that doesn't, so your input's going to be really important, especially as we talk about it tomorrow morning. Once you've seen it, and then I'll work on it all the rest of the morning after we finish to get it up and probably talk to you guys again about it, and then go on Twit and talk about it in front of everybody else.
Yep. My actual point was going to be, though, when we talk about the multiple camera situations, we need to say $1,000, because when you buy the ATEM Mini for $300, you got to have 2 huddle cams, and those are, at a minimum. And so really we need to start saying $1,000, and that's a pretty big bite in for anybody.
Yep. No, absolutely. Tony, that's why I tend not to recommend it. I talked about it as a institutional level. They should spend it on teachers. I don't expect teachers to spend that money. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind us that Filmic Pro does now work on some of the Android models and all of the iPhones, and maybe a camera and a huddle cam, or some type of phone and a webcam combination might work better for the price point.
Yep, absolutely.
And real quick, I'm hoping we can grab Andy, maybe, because I'm thinking Andy could make a little module that could switch those cameras seamlessly for teachers. I mean, he's got it. Right. He's got all over it.
I think that it's not here yet, but COVID has created a environment that is going to continue to grow very, very fast, and it's going to kind of swallow up a lot of what we think of right now. So things that Andy's working on now, Zoom OSC, built out using, connected to bigger systems, connected to all these other things, are going to create a learning environment, I think, and a presentation environment that is, 10 times what we're seeing today, and definitely 100 times of what we saw a year ago. And so I think that it's just that there's billions and billions and billions of dollars that have suddenly been focused into one solution, or into solving this problem. And I think that it will change everything but it will not immediately. A lot of times something sudden happens, and then it takes years for it to, sink in, because it just takes time to develop the products and so on and so forth. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, one last thing on the.
Whoop, you muted yourself, I think, or somebody did.
My Stream Deck is a little behind the times here. One last thing to note on Kit is, this is not something to buy necessarily, but it's something to give some thought to, and that is, where are you relative to your light? What are you being lit by? Mm-hmm. Yes, you can go out and you can buy, ring lights and all that sort of good stuff, but you can also just think ahead of time so that you don't have your back to a window, that sort of thing. That gives a huge difference. And I'm always amazed at how many people in higher ed don't think about that at all.
I had someone that every time we got on, they just looked amazing. And I was like, what are you doing with your lighting? And they're like, oh, I just put my desk in front of my window. It was nice because I could look out, but it was also this giant light source all the time. They just looked amazing every single time they got on. You're just like, wow, so yeah, you can do simple things. Go ahead, John.
In our little faculty group, people were buying lights and ring lights, and the person who did his best, white foam board, 2 foot by 2 foot white foam board.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, there you go. I think the one thing I remember is if you're looking at getting equipment is you don't have to buy it all at once. And often I think the add a piece, get used to it approach is a lot easier to manage. And so, I think this is most of us, but our setups have changed pretty dramatically over the past year. And, that including some things, in my case, selling some things that I didn't like. But, I would not try and go into this and think about all the possibilities I could do and then buy everything, but get a couple pieces first,
Well,
use them for a little while and then adapt.
And to your point, the technology is changing very fast. I mean, so overbuying more than you need right now would be crazy, because it's just that there's going to be better tools. I mean, you look at even the ATEM stuff that's just came out is a huge jump, forward for some people to build that out. Next question.
Andrew Flowerdew of Warwick, UK says, I need to make an HDMI signal and a USB signal travel around a network, Cat 6A specifically, from a computer to a touch screen so that the teacher can use the screen when stood up in front of the class, and then use the computer and associated music keyboard when they're sitting at the computer. Any recommendations?
I think that sunk in a little bit the second time we saw it go by. So one of the things to remember is that when if you can do this, you can AirPlay to an Apple TV. So I don't know if that's within the budget or whatever, but for a wireless connection to a iPad, we have used that for a decade. I think almost a decade at least, where we just have I have an Apple TV. Apple TV is connected to my switcher, or whatever, and sometimes it's not even a switcher; it's a router, some kind of HDMI router, KVM kind of thing. And but now I can just AirPlay any mobile device to it. You can even set that up as like on a conference room mode, which means that any of your students can do it if they want to, or you can lock it down. So you can just do that really easily, and that just allows you to throw stuff up. And get it out there. And that's been the easiest way that we've had to kind of modally switch between those things. And again, you can use something as simple as a KVM, which might be a little bit of money, $100 or, whatever to go back and forth between different HDMI signals. But I use a switcher, for it. So Andrew, does that answer your question? Am I hitting it right?
Yeah, we use the Microsoft wireless display adapters into the screens, which is similar to the Apple TV, but the video that gets played on that is a bit jerky, and it's in a similar way with the Apple TV. And so we were trying to do it all via cable in order to improve the signal, because it's in a music studio classroom with 30 computers, and they not only show the keyboard, but they also show videos of big composers talking and stuff. So the wireless stuff is a bit flaky in that environment.
If with budget,
and we were just thinking of a way to do it.
With budget,
we got budget.
So if you have budget, another thing to look at, what we've used for that when we really need to do it for broad, I'm just talking about doing it in a small studio and so on and so forth. When we need to do it, we connect a screen to a Teradek bolt. So it's a couple $1,000, and it's a point to point. It'll go 300 feet, and it's rock solid, low latency. We haven't had any issue with it at all. And you can take the HDMI out. You can go. We've done it where it's also you can go both ways. So you can have signal going into the system from something and then go back out. And we've got two Teradek bolts, like one's on the same screen. We've got. Or the same kit, we have a receiver and a transmitter, so that they're to and from a computer, so they can get data to it wirelessly, send data back to it wirelessly. And again, that's when we're doing like real productions in a space that needs to have wireless connectivity. Using a wireless video transmitter at different levels, the Teradek bolt is the least expensive one that we've relied on. There's also I think they're called. It's not Hollywood. It's the
Holyland Mars.
Holyland makes similar ones for about half the cost. I just haven't tested them. People tell me that they're great, and probably inside of a classroom environment, they probably work just fine. The Teradek ones are the ones that we're most comfortable with. Jeffrey,
the multi-touch screen. Are you planning to, as the teacher, planning to be using that? Or are they planning to be traveling back and forth with that multi-touch screen? Because I have a couple ideas if that happens.
Good guy.
The screen's on the wall.
Yeah,
So
the screen-
they'll get up and do composition and structure of composing music on the screen, but then they might also play stuff on a music keyboard.
Anywhere in the room? Anyone to play something on the music keyboard anywhere in the room, or are they gonna? Is it set up somewhere?
No, it's set up. It's set up. So it's funny setup. So the screen's behind them like there, but the computer's here facing the classroom.
So the multi-touch screen is not to switch between cameras; it's to display something.
No.
Okay. Okay.
It's 86-inch.
Got it.
I'm wondering if you could use some software called Teradici where you have a computer on each side because it'll do USB over IP, so you have control. That's how I talk to my computers up in the cloud, and my local devices show up in the cloud, so I can plug in a USB device and it'll show up on another computer. So I'm wondering if that's, I'll put a link in the chat. That might be helpful.
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, if you already have Cat6 run in the facility, probably could use one of the Geffen pair of adapters that run both video and USB through Cat6 or Cat7.
The only thing to remember there is that I don't think it runs through the network. They're actually using the Cat6, so you need to have it. It won't go through a network switch. It'll only. It really is just using the raw copper, to connect those two. So it's just something to keep in mind. We've used those very successfully at 300 feet as a wired connection for an extension, and it works great. Andrew.
So actually, that's brilliant because it doesn't go through a switch. We've got the network cabling inside the computer lab. So actually, that might be worth it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michael, and then Mickey.
Just make sure that the shield, the drain is attached, because if it isn't, it could create a lot of popping and jitter, especially on the audio side.
Yep, absolutely. Mickey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a lot of post houses use the Geffen systems to have their monitors and also keyboard and mice in the edit suite, but the actual machines are in a machine room.
I have to look at this. I can never remember the name of the company. We've used these really high end versions of those. They're not Geffen. They're this company out of Alameda here. But they came in and installed them, and they have these modular kits, these modular boxes that just slide in cards of I want a fiber, I want and it's all super low latency. It's what EVS recommends to go between their RS-232 and an EVS when they're not in the same building or room. And so I'll see if I can find it, but they're super high end versions of the Geffen ones, and we typically transport them over fiber, but the Cat6 should work as well. Let's jump to the next question.
Well, it starts a little run here. Talak Miguel Lopez Waterman, our friend, asks about Emily's education hour on Clubhouse. And it seems like a lot of people want to chat with Emily about what she's doing there. And so the next three questions kind of revolved around that. So we're very excited.
How's it going, Emily? How's the Clubhouse going?
Well, it's going well. Aaron and I have brainstormed questions and done the moderation thing. So we've got that down, and now I feel more comfortable opening it up. So I'm going to be actively promoting it on my Twitter and my Instagram. And we've had some really cool people drop in that weren't part of office hours. So I always make a little disclaimer where I'm like, we all know each other from this thing that we do that you can come to on Saturday, but don't be freaked out that we all know each other. This isn't a private Clubhouse. So it's been going pretty well. This week I was exhausted. So my brain was a little scattered and over the place, but I think we still had a good conversation. But it's nice to throw out a random question and just kind of go around the room and hear what different people have in response to that question. So I asked people about their most memorable experience K through 20. So through college, what was your most memorable learning experience? And some of the people that shared, it was oh yeah, I haven't done something like that in a while, or that's really good for other people to hear. So we've had, I think, at least 9 people on the panel every week. And then we have people that pop in and out, kind of listen in and leave. And there's usually total, I've been keeping track of the numbers coming in. There's about 15 people every time that come into the rooms and pay attention. I think our biggest room was 22. But we, it's interesting because sometimes I feel like I want more features to make the conversation flow better. Because I've been jumping in and out of different clubhouses trying to see how people manage groups. And it's like, I don't want to put people on the spot and be like, okay, Kent, what do you think? And Kent's like, I was just listening. Like, I didn't want to say anything, you know? And at the same time, like, you're like, if you go, okay, anyone want to share, and you mute, everybody just kind of sits there. And then you're like, okay, how many seconds do I give? Because like in the classroom, you learn to leave that silence and be comfortable with it. But when you don't have the visual cue of like, is anyone there? And is anyone ready? So like Erin will save that. Like she'll jump in, like she'll pause too. She'll do the teacher pause and then she'll be like, well, and I'm like, yes, thank God. So it's definitely this like, you know, getting used to the medium.
I've slowly learned as we do our little clubhouse tests on Wednesdays, I've slowly learned I watch everybody's mics. And so the whole like turning the mic on and off is kind of something that I've learned to put up in front of me so I can see it while I'm talking. Or if I just see someone open their mic, usually I just know that they're ready to say the next thing. But to your point, it's a really painful, process, and it seems like a simple problem. Like I know that they're doing the same thing that I do, which is evolve very slowly so that there's not an inflation of expectation. Because every time you open a door and go through it, there's just more doors. Like there's no, when you develop software or a solution, there's no like, you're going to get there and go, oh, this is fine. It's always going to be, you're going to open it up and then you're going to get 8 more requests based on the new room that was opened, So I understand what they're doing, but I feel like they need to move faster or they're going to get run over. Like you can see what they're doing, and what they're doing isn't very hard. And so if they don't evolve quickly, this will be, like we all thought Meerkat was the next thing, and then it wasn't. Go ahead, Kent.
And sorry, go ahead, Kent.
No, go ahead, Emily. Finish your thought, Emily, and then we'll go to
I was just going to say that actually brings up some of the pushback I've gotten from educator friends who are on Androids, and they're like, "Well, I don't want to be part of a community that doesn't want me part of their community." And I'm like,
right.
Well, I think it's just a development issue. I don't think it was like intentional. And they're like, no, that's not a good enough answer for this day and age. And I'm like, all right, what app did you build? So, it's just one of those kind of like, how do you negate that or validate it and say, yes, you're right. There are a lot of educators that are being left out, because the other thing that I see on Clubhouse is the edu celebrities that are on there are staking out ground. Like they are pumping out daily 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour meetings, and they're controlling, because of their name, they can pull in 200 people to listen to their spiel about whatever it is they want to talk about. And then I have a smaller community that I'm like, hey, what are some innovative ideas you have? And, I get a smaller turnout, but it's just that, I know it'll come and it'll build itself because of the connections I'm making.
So
it's also kind of.
Are you ready to promote it?
Well, minor promote, like locally promote. Like, I don't know how big a promote I want to do right now because yeah,
we can
just one tweet.
We can.
Alex
So Emily,
gates.
just let us. All you have to do is come in on a Saturday morning and say, "Hey, everybody, release the hounds." like Zeus, Apollo, and we'll, and a little Magnum PI for everybody. Anyway, but we're, as a group, remember that we now have Universe working with Zoom OSC 2 weeks after we all emailed you. I don't know if you were here for that little moment where Universe got more requests to work with Zoom OSC than any setup in 15 minutes. Than all the requests in the history of the company. And so there is a
dog pile.
Yeah, it was a dog pile. And so the reason I say that is that, one of the things that we should start expressing, and we're doing this little bits here and there, is using for good, but using our scale, I don't want to rush anybody, but obviously you're part of the community, Emily, and when you're ready, you should just let us know when we all should show up. We'll all take time out. We'll show up. We'll tell our friends. I'll tweet it out. We'll, we can turn it up as loud as you'd like, and because it's worth listening to you talk about it, and it's worth the community that you're building and what you're leading there. So we want to help. So just let us know when. I know that in the same way that I haven't really heavily promoted office hours. I mean, I let it kind of organically grow and do what it's doing, and I could grow it a lot faster, but I wanted to figure it out and get it all working and build the community first. So I totally get that, because there's a liability in what I'm talking about that I'm clear of. But when you're ready, and maybe it's just that we all show up on it's Thursdays, right? Thursdays at 8:00. Yeah. So I think as educators, we should all show up and make sure that and kind of push that forward. But when you're really ready to turn it on, then we can all go out and push it and use it as an opportunity to show a little strength in numbers. Kent and then Andrew.
Yeah, I was going to say Emily's doing a great job, and it is probably, I think that awkward silence probably is much louder to you than it is to the other people, because it's like, I'm on stage, everybody. And as a participant, it doesn't feel weird or awkward if it went on a bit longer. But I think that's probably the hardest thing. But anyway, Emily's doing awesome. And I don't know, maybe when we're ready, if we had Alex as a guest to talk about tech stuff or something, we can, but I'm quite happy taking a back seat and just watching. Like, I don't need to be, I kind of don't want to be in Emily and Aaron's space as much as, I mean, I'm happy to do it. Like, if Emily pinged me and said I'd love to be on, but I'm also, I'm happy to just promote it and just kind of, I want it to be kind of really Emily and Aaron's and, their space. And so sometimes I know you'd never think so. I can cause a lot of trouble. So, but I think that, we'll talk about a coordinated Twitter storm. So there's a thing that we do in our in events in activations that I work on that we call Twitter storms, which is basically we all plan it, I then tweet it, and then everybody retweets it, and 200 or 300 retweets can create a chain reaction that it may not, but it'll get out to a lot of people. It'll put the show in front of 20,000 people really quickly. And so we can talk about, it's a good activation as far as an experiment on our end as a group that does media of how effective can we be if we all work together to just focus energy really, really quickly on something. But only when Emily's ready to do that, because it takes on its own.
My spring break's coming up at the end of March, and then really trying to get that moderation part down and comfortable with the silence and knowing how to not put people on the spot, but also keep the conversation going is what I'm really focusing on right now. So the small group's good. This week we talked about bringing a friend, ping 2 people before we start or once you get in the room so that,
and remember that what we do on Wednesday nights is just use Makana. And if you need an instance built for your show in Makana, we can just do that too, and that makes it a lot easier. Yeah. So so just ping me offline, Emily, in Discord, and we'll set one up for you to be able to run it. So that'd be great. Andrew.
Yeah, just say apologies, Emily. Actually, the first thing I did when I joined Clubhouse was to look you up. But unfortunately, your chat is in the middle of the night for me, about 3 hours before I get up to go to school at 4 o'clock in the morning. So April, spring break, that would be great. I could stay up then.
That's great. Go ahead, Tony.
I just want to share that it is absolutely a great thing that Emily and Aaron are doing. It is really powerful. I think that the only weakness to it is the fact that we don't have access to Makana. So thank you, Alex, for suggesting. Yeah. Thank you for suggesting that. I think it's going to improve. It's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the next question. We're going to move a little quicker.
Yeah, well, actually, the next one was really a comment from Sky saying, Aaron and Emily, thank you so much for helping my wife with all the ton of information on her substitute teaching materials. So good. So just more props. And then Ken Kersey has, what does everyone think of the recent move My Clubhouse to allow creating clubs in the app? This change happened last night. So anybody want to comment on that?
I want to point out that the person who volunteered to help Alex edit has a typo in his one sentence question. So it's that should give you a lot of encouragement there.
I did create the clubhouse, the office hours clubhouse. So I don't even know how that works yet, but this is how we figure it out, is we just kind of whack on it. Go ahead, Sky, real quick. We're going to move quickly because
very quickly. If anything, it was almost way too much and good because my dear wife all of a sudden made a request, and this fire hose of information came at her. And so she said, I would go down one rabbit trail. It was so good. And then there's like, it is so a deep library. But so thank you for bringing it to her. I didn't know how to eke it out, and that would have been more consultation or something, but thank you. And she survived, and it was an awesome Friday. How's that?
Great.
Monday
Next
was
question. We're going to move past. Next question.
Orion Z. Slater in London says, what websites, apps, software, or materials are you using alongside Zoom or Google Meet?
And Makana for us is the one that we use the most, just because it kind of ties the whole thing together. I don't know if is anyone using anything else? Go ahead, Emily, and then Kent.
The Jamboard that's built in is really nice. So in Google Meet, you can turn the Jamboard on, and it creates a whiteboard space where the participants can interact with you live. So that's definitely something I use with Google Meet anyway.
Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, with Zoom, I've been using Padlet quite a bit, and there's a free version of that. And it's amazing because you see in real time collaboration with students. They are putting their thoughts up. You can, I think, I don't know if that one, but there's another one like that uses like word clouds, and you can just watch word clouds explode in front of you as students put stuff in. It's really awesome. But Padlet is a really good one.
Next question.
Chris Clark of here in the panel says, Arizona will return to face-to-face schooling March 15th, ready or not. My advice to teachers is to prepare for a pivot to improved virtual teaching if and when a fourth wave makes that happen. Anyone have any other thoughts on that kind of thing?
Go ahead, Tony.
I think that it's going to happen. I think there is going to be another wave. And as you have, Alex, as you have mentioned, that if it's not COVID, it will be something similar or related or in the family. And I think that it is at that point, we will then begin to really do the kinds of things that we really need to do in terms of virtual education.
Go ahead, Andrew, and then Michael. Did you have something, Andrew?
Yeah, I think the teachers we work with now are pretty flexible now in terms of moving from one to another. So I'm not so much worried about the virtual bit. The bit that concerns me is getting the kids together so that they can have face-to-face community, and how we do that safely, because that's been a big issue in terms of the kids that we work with across all the schools that I'm supporting at the moment.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I tend to agree that it could be a pretty big challenge. And I think the thing that worries me is when you get 90% of people in the classroom and you have those 10% that can't be there for whatever reason. And the one thing that I would encourage people to think about is, how to keep capturing that content that happens in the classroom and at least record your piece. And maybe that's as simple as just turning on screen recording and using a mic while you're teaching, even if it's not being broadcast over Zoom or something like that, just so that, as the people who cycle in and out of the classroom changes, even if it's not truly hybrid, there's a way for those students to still at least keep up. I mean, certainly it's not going to be the same experience as being there, but I'd much rather give someone the opportunity to catch up, to learn what they can, than to just fall behind because they can't be there.
I think one of the interesting things is that if you look at the direction most companies are going, getting good at interacting with each other powerfully over Zoom or other technologies is probably pretty important for students to start now, because the companies are not going back. They're not. They're what happened is permanent, and people are going to be more and more people are going to be working out of their houses, out of smaller pods. There's going to be a massive increase in the amount of virtual. So getting good at that and not being feeling like you're hamstrung when you're not physical is going to become more and more and more important for the students as they come out of school, to be good at that and not just want to have to be in a room, because that's not going to happen. Like the cat's out of the bag. It's out. They're not just a cat. There's a whole family of cats, and they're all running all over the house, and you don't see them all right now, but it's all this is done. And I think that The other thing is I think that it is, I'm just going to keep saying that it's a huge liability for schools to go too far back to physical, because the online solutions are coming fast, and it doesn't take very many parents to peel off. It doesn't mean that most parents want something. If 20% of the parents decide they want to go a different direction, the entire system collapses. And so you just, a small percentage move is something that is enough to destabilize the entire thing. So it's important that schools figure out how they respond to the 20% or the 15% of parents that want to just stick with what they had, and where I think you're going to get to, especially, and I know I keep coming back to this, is kids that are bullied are going to request to be online education. Like, they're just not going to want to go into school. And now they have an option to not do that, and they're going to want it. And if they don't get it, they're going to get somebody else to give it to them, and so that's going to be the challenge for and then, there's a whole, the biggest liability, I think, is the number of parents that won't want the vaccine. And if the schools force it for attendance, it's a, $1 trillion opportunity for Silicon Valley, that's because it's just, that will be the thing that drives the initial load. Next question.
Chris Widener of Lafayette, Indiana says, my wife's library will not use Zoom, and she has asked me to help her set up programming in Google Meet. Any tips or pitfalls to avoid? I'm probably going to donate my first ATEM Mini for the cause before we test things later today.
Just apologizing ahead of time. It's just like tying your one arm behind your back, and it's so sad because Google was so far ahead. I was part of the initial push, and they just had it so figured out, and it was getting so much better, and then they ripped out everything that made a difference. And so, Michael.
Yeah, just a small tip. It seems obvious, but make sure you do use Chrome when you're hosting in Google Meet. It technically will be a browser, and the features are there, but there's a pretty big difference in the experience when you're in Chrome.
Google, like 95% of Google's testing is all on Chrome. Like, they don't really care about the other platforms other than to check the checkbox. They're not really testing them heavily. Next question.
Francisco Manriquez of Sonoma, California. How can the iPad be used in simulcasting?
I'm not sure what simulcasting means in this case. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Well, there is Switcher Studio, which allows you to use it as a switcher per se to have multiple I agree. I'm not sure what the simulcast means.
One thing to think about is, again, finding a way to distro that. So if you whether it's tying the iPad into a KVM or a switcher or something else, or even an airplaying it to an Apple TV, then getting that to a place where it splits that signal. One goes to the monitor in the room, one goes out to the stream. I think those are things that can be fairly effective. Go ahead, Bob.
You also keep in mind that it is possible to take an iPad and patch it into a Zoom session so that you are talking and engaging with the camera and writing and doing annotation at the same time. So if that meets the goal of simulcast, bingo.
Perfect. Next question.
I'm actually going to be doing that in the remotes thing coming up in just a couple hours. Using James Babbitt, San Diego, using a Sony A7 mirrorless camera for video on Zoom, how would you add remote focus?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Two things that you could try. Sony has a USB webcam app, which I don't have a Sony camera, so I haven't used it. So I believe there's focus controls in there. There are also various systems that are called follow focus systems, where you have a ring on the lens and you have a remote control. This one is a little pricey, but I like it. And then the other thing is just the Sony cameras have pretty darn good autofocus for my playing around. So if you spend some time tweaking your settings, especially depending on the model, if there are certain face detect features, you can usually get pretty far. I have a few colleagues who use them purely on autofocus, and their image always looks great.
You just want to stay near the center. It does do a pretty good job of following the face, but if you get too far off center, a lot of times it'll just go, oh, I see something more interesting in the background. So, keep that in mind. If you do want manual focus, the other thing to remember is there's analog versions of that focus as well, where it's Red Rock Mic Pro makes them. A couple other people make them. You can literally, I think Newer makes them. You attach, you have rails that are relatively inexpensive, little rails that come out from your camera, you attach it to you can put a ring on your lens. You attach to the ring a little turn. Now these manual follow focus, it's called a follow focus. It'll have a square piece right in the center that's for what's called a whip. And a whip can be like 2 or 3 feet long. And you can just turn that. So before I had a Blackmagic camera, this is how I did it, is that I had a whip that would sit right next to me at, easy arm's length. And I could just turn like this, and it'll then turn that little gear and then focus the lens. And that's how I did it, so that I wasn't doing that all the time. So that is that's a more analog version. That's going to cost you, I don't know, $50, $60, $70 to put those together. They're really lo-fi, solution for that. And I will say that the Sonys look amazing. The A7s, look stunningly good as a webcam. So it's good. My only reason that I don't is because I want to be able to control the camera. All right, now we're at 9 o'clock. And we're going to talk about the future of education, but I do want to give people a little break. So we kind of brought all the teachers in. We didn't give poor Mickey a break. We didn't give anybody else a break. And if we have to shift everything a little bit because the remotes are an internal team and they'll be understanding and it's not someone external, we'll shift it all a little bit. So we'll go 50 minutes from 9:10 Pacific Standard Time until the top of the hour and do the same thing with the remotes. And then we'll try to catch up at some point, but I do on these, because we're going so long. One thing I learned early on was to take breaks, let everybody stretch out a little bit. So I'm going to step away for a minute. Anybody else, feel free to step away. We'll come back at 9:10, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves. That's fine, but no one's going to be here managing it until then. All right, bye
bye. Just for those that use the chat links function in Discord, I'm going to go ahead and grab all of the current chat links. So I'm going to ask Benjamin then to scrape anything after 9 o'clock. Now, to Jeffrey, is it going to be one continuous YouTube it's going to be a 3-hour YouTube, 5-hour YouTube today? Is that how that's
so it'll probably, the YouTube will probably not stop, but this stuff will be in the main one, and then I might split it into 2 for the remote side, so it has its own individual. But everything will, the 3 hours will be on the primary.
3 hours. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna negotiate and work out with Benjamin to get the video and the chat links to be consistent and consolidate, and then we'll do a second version for the remotes iteration. That way we can do searches more because awesome.
So Sky,
John,
for your wife, I have an assistant for working with Zoom with elementary. I'd like to introduce you to him. So when you want to talk to him, just let me know. He's going to help. He's been doing regular K3 assistance, just sharing.
Well, funny you should mention that. We have a dragon named Sparky that she uses, and what's your character's name? What's your creature's name?
That far, I'm neither that creative or that far ahead, but we're using this, and this guy's drawing on the light board, so it's been great fun.
We could call him Bluey. Why not? Hey, Bluey.
Well, actually, I could change his color because it's green, so you're seeing the gray through him. So if I chroma key, I can make him change colors, which is sort of cute.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
No, keep them that. That's my school colors.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jeffrey. Then I'll negotiate with Benjamin. And unfortunately, I have to step away. We're doing a shoot. And Emily, again, thank you. It was just, she was so anxious Sunday afternoon. And then she saw that material and she was even more anxious because she loved it all. But it's like, and so to watch the week, just the pressure come off of her shoulders, and she survived day 1. She made introductions to day 2. She was having fun on day 3. And it was just, I mean, she's a talented individual. It's just, we're doing new things with a consistent group of people versus just coming in for a day. So much resources. So it was just a lot of fun. And Bob, you really inspired me with your classroom. You really just, oh my gosh. And you're muted.
You got to keep in mind, Sky, that the space that I showed you the other day it was designed to be kind of a set piece for a major university. So temper your expectations, okay?
Well, again, I come from theater, and so everything is a set piece for me.
Right.
And walking into a facility and having absolutely, a cafetorium is not a stage. It's not a platform for theater. But the thousands of cafetoriums that I walked into, flipped a couple of tables up on end for a proscenium and used it as backstage. Is like, I absolutely believe in the power of duct tape. Chewing gum is my friend. So that yours looks so good as even a model.
You're very
inspired
kind.
me. Well, no, I because I've seen a lot of money being spent that never got seen. And so that's why I'm really curious about this pyramid triangle. I think we need to promote that reality a little stronger of observation versus engagement and participation. And that retention, if you want the entertainment to happen, we get millions of hours of that. If you want people to be engaged, if you want people to retain and actively use the information, we need to figure this engagement thing out. So that's where I'm inspired. So, and now I've got to go plug in hard drives and do all the stuff I'd learned about. So
take care, Sky.
Bless you all. I'm going to practice Garrick. Right. Okay. So to Mickey's point, I want to get it right. Garrick.
It's all good. Thanks.
Oh, with a name like Shy, I got to practice, brother.
What's funny is my name originally was inspired by a newsman by the name of Garrick Utley, who spelled it Garrick. And my mom just loved his name and loved watching him present the news. And so she gave me his name, but she didn't like the spelling. So she changed it and kept the pronunciation. And funny enough, I ended up in the news business for 15 years. So be careful what you name your kids, I guess.
Hey Garrick, yeah, we never got to go around back to you. You're coming
you're
in
hot.
maybe 3 or 4 dB too loud.
No. Okay. Check
I'd say
3.
6.
1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. I've been called Jarek, Garrick, Eric, Derek. Let's see what else. I'm trying to think of all the funny names I've been called over the years, but check 1 2 3.
Yeah, I think you're about there.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. My problem originally was that Zoom had changed the input to my Motu, and so it was picking up my Motu, but I control it with the monitor output. So I have the monitors going into my ATEM, and I have the dial for the monitors, and that's where I set my gain for the output. And that's why I was moving something and expecting a change, but it wasn't happening. So anyway, appreciate the help. Thank you.
I'm just
Sky
thinking about Garrick's mom, though. I'm just glad she didn't really appreciate the newscaster named Mud. But there you go. Yes, Greg.
Can you sing with me? Ready? Garrick, go Garrick, banana, fana, foferic, E5, Homeric,
Garrick. You're taking me back to middle school. Thanks.
Garrick Utley, for those of you who don't know him, was the first reporter who did live war zone coverage during Vietnam. He was.
Is that right?
Yeah, a really solid reporter who established a lot of those live remote kind of ideas back in the early 60s. And
I put his obit in the Mukana.
Yeah.
Is that who Jimmy Buffett was idolizing when he sang that, Mr. Utley?
No, I think that was his. Oh gosh, I'm going to get this wrong. Not his harmonica player. Oh, so Michael Utley was one of his band members, but I'm probably getting the cat wrong.
I think he may be a keyboardist. Garrick, I haven't ever had
Yeah,
your
I think you're
problem
right.
of people, getting the name wrong. They just don't believe that Bob Smith really is my name. It's a different kind of problem.
You must get looks anytime you check into a hotel.
Right, Robert Smith. And will your wife be joining us tonight, Mr. Smith? Yes, I've gotten that.
Yes,
To be
Michael Utley was the keyboardist for the Coral Reefers behind Jimmy Buffett.
To be a diligent photographer for a newspaper, I'd always get the spelling of people's names. And so I would come up to someone like you, Bob Smith, and ask your name after I took your photo and ask you to spell it. And usually they would look at me very perplexed, but you'd be surprised how many people you run into with Smith spelled with a Y or something like that. So anyway.
Oddly enough, my last name I think is fairly unusual. But come to find out that it's Czech, and in Prague, it is Smith. It's pronounced Churda.
Churda. Nice.
Rob Smith is the Cure. Robert Smith, right?
Yeah, a lot more makeup than I usually wear, but yeah. And if you've seen him recently, the makeup's not quite heavy enough to really cover what the years have done.
Didn't hurt Alice Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
You can see everybody that has ATEMs because everything goes black. They won't fade out. Everyone's fading to black here. So, all right. So, there we go. So, we'll see how many questions people have. But one of the things we had talked about was having a second hour kind of dedicated to thinking about the future of education. We've talked about this a little bit in the sense of not so much what are we dealing with today, but if we look out 10 years, what do we think is going to happen? And that doesn't have to be K through 12 or university or things, and not constrain ourselves to what we think. And of course, we don't know what it is, but I think it's worth thinking about us standing in 10 years out, looking back and going, where does this all go? We've basically cut 10 years out of the development. And it's more than that. By moving quickly, we destabilized a bunch of things that had held us, in my opinion, held us back. So we, I think that, I'm excited. I will flat out, everybody knows that I'm very excited about the possibilities related to the fact that I think that there's a level of inclusiveness that can occur that just couldn't happen before. When we all had to show up somewhere physically, it meant that you had only the best teachers were in the certain areas and you couldn't get to them. A lot of the cost of education comes from the physical support of the students. Whereas if we spread it out globally and the numbers get much bigger, the student teacher ratio changes, the number of students going to a location changes, the amount everybody pays each also goes down. So there's a lot of other things that I think are an opportunity there. So those are some of the things that I have been tracking, for a long time. So anyway, I'm curious what other people here, and at some point we're going to get Bob to show us something. You're able to show us a little something, Bob? Do you have? Yeah, so we'll get Bob to show us what he's working on in Stanford, which is pretty amazing. But before we jump to Bob's show and tell, I'd love to get other people's opinions about where they think this is all going. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, double muted because of the break. Yeah, I think one of the things that I would just like to see, and college campuses have been trending this way, but is sort of what I said earlier, but just increasing the ability for us to capture content that happens in a classroom at a high quality, and really thinking about the spaces that we're using as a tool, I really hate saying this because it's kind of a cliche, but for the past 200 some years, lecture halls have been pretty much the same, where there's a stage and various audio amplification tools have been there, but not much else. And now the ATEM today still not the right tool for this, I think, although I really want it to be. But something for less than $1,000, you can equip a classroom to do so much more to capture quality content that can be either reused or learned from later. And I think that when we get to that price level, there's things you can do that are now affordable, to not just big lectures, but smaller at a university discussion sections, potentially individual K-12 teachers. And then beyond that, things like, digital telestrators. As someone who can't see the board in classrooms, the ability for this to be captured and viewed real time. There are so many really interesting uses that once we can digitize, that capture would be great.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
It's been noted a number of times that if YouTube had existed back at 1000 AD, we never would have gotten into lecture in the first place. I mean, the University of Bologna got this whole thing kicked off in 1088, and that was what would work. If you wanted to hear what Alex Lindsay had to share in regards to wisdom, you went to Alex Lindsay and you listened to him profess, as it were.
Right.
And so now we're in a very different time, right? And in the last year, we've had a peculiar and kind of, I think, wonderful, in its way, opportunity to think through, what are you really doing with education? What are you really making happen there? And do you really need people in lecture halls? Would we build any more lecture halls? And that's something that's, that's right here for my world these days, and that we're, planning new buildings for the next few years. And yeah, what kinds of rooms actually go into them at this point?
Yep. Kent, and then Andrew, and then Emily.
Yeah, I've kind of mentioned this before, but the power of asynchronous, which is what they're talking, what we're talking about, and to use synchronous correctly. And that is, don't have anybody get together unless there's a really good reason for them to get together. And just listening to somebody passively is not good enough reason. If you're going to just deliver some information, make a video, put it out there, but be super intentional that when people are synchronously together, there has to be a really good reason for that. And if there isn't, switch to asynchronous. And I think that is going to be the key to keeping people engaged in a lot of ways.
Well, and one of the things that I think that related to that, before we jump to Andrew, is the mixture of synchronous and asynchronous. That what makes the asynchronous more powerful is the synchronous, to be able to fill that in. I think that that's the problem we see with MOOCs, is that MOOCs get this thing, you get 60,000 people, but there's no urgency, and there's no connection, and there's no process, and there's no, and so the power, I think, really is in what you're going to see us do more and more here. You saw us experiment with Zoom OSC, another round of that with Resolve. But what we're going to start, you're going to start getting your homework for every day, starting next week. So there'll be like a little bit of it, and then it'll get longer, but it'll be like, watch these movies, read these articles. This is what we're talking about in that second hour. And so that when we get there, we have a richer conversation. And so the idea is that synchronous conversation becomes richer because of the prep work that we do. And here's the crazy thing is that what we found is that you don't need everyone to do the prep work. Even the conversation gets richer if 10 or 15% do the homework. The questions and the comments and the discussion become much better. And so that's the interesting part of the process.
And I think Clubhouse is a great example of synchronous done right. It is a wonderful just vibe of people just talking back and forth synchronously. Right. You can't record it, you can't do it. It's not great for a lot of stuff, but it is good just for the collaboration.
Right. Go to Andrew and then Emily.
Yeah, so I kicked this off last week with a question because I was part of I was doing a couple of discussion sessions with our teachers. The one 2 weeks ago was about what's going to happen in the next 5 years. And then the one I just did on Tuesday was about what's going to happen 10, 20 years down the line. And I popped the presentation, a video of the presentation that I did, which was to kick off discussions into Discord and education. So if anyone wants to see what we did, that's what we discussed. And a lot of the discussion was, and these are quite traditional teachers, it was about the teacher not being at the front of the class, and that the teacher wall would disappear totally. And that the need for a multi-touch screen at the front of the class would just, there wouldn't be a reason for it in 10 years time. And we sort of meandered through a whole lot of topics, including things like, the advances in AV and technology might mean that you could have a whole wall display with something like the Nueva audio stuff, where you could actually bring in another class from somewhere across the world to be part of your class, and you wouldn't have to have the teacher mic'd up. And we did this back in 2004 in the city that I used to run, with a big projector. And we had a class in Stoke-on-Trent, and we had a class in Paris. And the French teacher did one lesson, and then the English teacher did another. And then back then the internet was rubbish, and so it was a bit kludgy, and it wasn't really worth doing. But in 10 years' time, something like that would be really cool. So I think, there's things that we could be looking forward to with the technology that you guys are doing now, which is too expensive, but which may well be useful in 10 years' time.
Yeah, and a lot of us have thought about it a lot. Like GDLNs is a pretty good example. This is the World Bank's global distributed learning network. So they had I don't even know if it still exists right now. They really had trouble because they were so far out in front of building these kind of remote classroom environments that let people teach in Africa or teach everywhere else. And the thing that I think about, because people talk to me about that, and I'm never going back to a classroom. I'm just letting you all know, if everyone wants me to ever speak, I'm done. Like, I'm slowly building up this array, like rebuilding the new version. And what was really missing for me was this Mini Extreme, because I had enough HDMI inputs. But I'm now slowly, the dealing with a bigger, more loud kit was a problem for me in how I have it set up. And so I'm never going back. Like, I am literally now going to dig in and build this tech around where I sit, because I'm just interested in sitting, because I've been doing this on and off for a decade. So I know what, we had to kind of, I had classrooms in Rwanda that I was teaching in, full synchronous back and forth with that classroom, 20 kids. So it's a hybrid, except the students are all over there. I'm in my office. Now, because it's a media school, there's a full 3-camera shoot, projectors, microphones, but when you think about today, now that doesn't seem nearly as crazy as it did before. And the main thing is that once you get the teacher or the speaker out of the classroom, you are now able to multiply the number of classrooms infinitely, because no one is in the back of the seat. No one's has a camera in the back of the room. There's no audio issues. There's no, and then you can put everything the teacher needs to get a hold of. There's no walking through the room and trying to figure it out. It's all at their fingertips. And if they want to, if I want to, show you something where I cut to something like here and I talk about, something that I'm, this is important, or there's the bottom of my mic, all those things are at your fingertips as far as, what you can do. And it can all be something that is as fast as you can think it. Go ahead, Emily.
Well, I was thinking about and I put this question out on my Clubhouse discussion, what do we change? What will it look like if we could have no restraints? And some of the things that I've learned from COVID that I knew already, but COVID forced it to happen, is my students that aren't engaged in the classroom, that don't thrive in the classroom because they're being bullied or because they have high anxiety or whatever else, a customized, actual personalized education based around podding smaller groups of kids, and having them do more problem or project-based learning, where they're working with community members and none of this is new. It's just not, this technology makes it easier for it to be a collaboration space, but connecting them with mentors in the community who are, interested in the field that they're interested in, having the kids build a project around that interests them, so that they're learning all the things that they need to know to graduate. But at the same time, not forcing them to come into a building from, 7:45 to 2:45 and sit through courses that, don't engage them and they don't feel like U.S. history class. I'm not bashing U.S. history. I find it fascinating. But for some kids, they're just sitting there and they're like, we're not talking about the real subject. So why do I have to sit here through this? And so, letting them instead do community work, and building this. So I'm writing this thing down and it's this giant cloud in my notebook right now, but it's all these pieces of how can we set up micro schools for the kids that thrive in this situation, who don't need 24-hour supervision of a teacher to make sure that they do their classwork, but also provides an enriching and engaging, environment for them to learn in, that we support. And we're not the ones that are delivering the information. We're just supporting them getting the information.
Absolutely. Steve? Did you have something, Steve? I thought I saw your hand up. Nope. Did I?
Yes, I know was something we've been experimenting with is sort of empowering more teacher assistants and becoming more like teacher assistant producers who help the traditional instructors bridge into the technology gap, which is, I think, it's a formidable mountain to climb. And so, having those people in to kind of, oh, this is the content you're going through. Let me organize those slides. Let me organize the videos, switch them in and debate, following basically a script and doing it more on creating a show. In the 3-hour time, and that seems to be, that's one of the ways we're trying to work around that, and again, more project based, like what Emily said, to transcend into that next movement. This asynchronous and synchronous is real interesting, though. That combination, I think, is something we should really explore.
Absolutely. And I think of it as asynchronous, synchronous, but then also video versus audio versus text. There's things I need reference for. There's things that I want to listen to slowly. There's things that I need to see. And those things are, this is on the border of whether it needs to be audio and video, and we're going to experiment more with that. But there are things that I definitely want to see because I understand it faster. There's text that I need to refer to. So, and we don't use that very often right now. It's all kind of, I think we tend to be very modal about how we put that information out. Go ahead, Andrew, and then Greg. Andrew, I can't hear you, Andrew. Sorry.
Stupid thing. That's the other thing we need to think about is about empowering the learner to take more control and responsibility for their own learning, and that links into data, what data you can collect. And I don't mean the sort of marks out of 10 data that most people collect, but actually data about what their activities are, what their understanding is, and how they move forward. So one of the projects we did was taking away marks. We literally, in our schools, in our 20 most deprived areas in the city, we stopped giving marks out of 10 and actually started giving feedback about the next small step that an individual could take. And that really had a big impact on our really most deprived, most disaffected kids. And we saw improvements over a 3-year period of about 15%. But the way the teachers could take that on was by understanding that they'd have the data about what was going on in the learning environment. And I think in the next 10 years, we're going to get more and more useful data as opposed to the boring old marks out of 10 stuff that most people do.
I mean, one of the things that I think that we have on some of the stuff that we do, especially for the companies I work with, is the ability to gather incredible amounts of data about somebody as they work. We have to be careful with that data, but at the same time, oftentimes the data, especially for a learner, the computer will know how much trouble they're having more than they will, or the teacher, or any standardized tests, because we can see, like, when you rewind and like when someone's watching a video, when they rewind, we can see that that's telling us they're having trouble with that content. And when everybody rewinds, we know that that's a problem with the content, right? When one person rewinds, that's a problem with the person, and not a problem, but like something to pay attention to. And so and when we start to build that into video, you can keep on correcting those videos. There was some stuff that I had worked on maybe a decade ago, where what we would do is we build all the videos modularly and then put them out. When there was a problem with a step, we would just take it out and replace it, and then show it to another 100 people, and you would just see that we would just keep tamping down the rewinds and tamping down the pauses, and it just kept on making the video. Instead of doing lectures, it just made that video run faster and faster and faster and more effective, because we could just see where the breakpoints were, and so that tells us a lot about the content that we're creating. It tells us a lot, but it also, for students, what are they repeating? Where are they stuck? I mean, I really feel like we're going to see a lot more gaming. And what I mean by that is, students understand, my kids understand leveling up really quickly. Like, they don't need tests. Like, you just don't get to go to the next level until you've succeeded at the level that you're in. And then you can eliminate all the standardized tests, altogether. And also we have to look at measuring effectiveness. The school that I have in Rwanda doesn't have any tests. None. No tests. We measure by employment. And we have one of the most effective, I think the highest rated vocational school in the country, which we didn't know because we weren't testing. but when we did the data, we went back and looked at where all the students were, and when we lose students before they graduate, I see that as a success. They got a job, so they don't need us. They don't need me anymore. They stayed here as long. It's like it's a gestation period, and when they're ready to pop out, they just okay, there you go, and then they keep on coming back for classes and stuff like that. So it's like that. I also think of education as an ongoing thing. That they're not gonna. We're gonna keep on moving so fast that you're just part of that family. That's what we're doing here, right? Go ahead, Greg, and then John.
Well, I've had one small success in the area of engagement that I really didn't expect. I teach university level film and TV, and IT built me an iPad, a mount, and a mic stand with a mic on top. So that's me. Okay, so now the kids really enjoy dragging Grandpa along with them. Okay, and we go into the studio and we look at their mic setup, we look at the camera, how they're going to set up the scene. And not only that, but they argue about the angle of which they have me looking. They start arguing about the camera angle, the lighting, the sound, just of the Zoom call. And I just let them go because this, I would have never thought.
Yeah, absolutely. John?
I think it's interesting you're talking about, the future of education, but a lot of what we've talked about here is really the delivery of instruction. And you related also, there's other things, there's assessment, there's, the academy does lots of things other than direct instruction. So it'll be interesting to see how these changes affect all the academy. But we have some models. I kept track of the introduction to computers and to turning in papers online. In an unnamed campus I was at, the faculty senate ruled that you had to have hard copies turned in. And for equity, they set up printing stations in the library for students who didn't have access to printers so they could print their papers. And it took about 11 years from that point where you have to turn in hard copy to they actually said, we're not going to accept hard copy. We want to save paper, and this is the method of doing it. And I think we're going to see it's going to take us longer than we think. And equity is going to be a problem in the short term. It's going to get better in the long term. But that printing thing, the fact that the faculty senate went from you must turn in printed papers to you can't turn them in was an interesting technology innovation history.
I know as someone who used to fill a backpack full of stuff at conventions, go to CES or NAB or IBC and put all this stuff in. Now people reach out to hand it to me. I'm like, oh no. Like let's not go there. I'm not, we don't know each other well enough for me to take a piece of paper from you. It's like, that's not right. Go ahead, Bob.
The other thing we've got to kind of keep in the foreground is that we've been talking about curricular stuff and instruction and assessment and all that. There's an awful lot of socialization that goes on at every year of school as time goes by. Kindergarten, my mom used to teach kindergarten for about 30 years. And that's really about taking this child who has been the entire focus of the entire family for the first 5 years of their life and introducing them to the fact that, guess what? Here's 25 other kids just like you, who were the focus of their families. And that doesn't just stop in kindergarten, that continues on up the line, up into higher education, where what you really got is people figuring out how they're going to be members of a society as time goes forward. So online is awesome, learning analytics are awesome, but there's still room for humans to get together and be in the same space.
I definitely agree. I think as a parent, I think I feel like when the kids came home, I had a lot more control, and I had a pretty rough relationship with the schools that they were in, as far as like what was being taught and how it was being taught, and whether I really in the environment that they were in and what was okay and everything else, and so there's just a lot of things I personally like schools to stay in their lane. And so the challenge has mostly been when they got into, things that are outside of what they're being tested on, I got pretty prickly. And so I know you never think that'll be prickly, but, and so I think that there are going to be a growing number of parents that want another solution that allows them to have that, where they're socialized. They are with other kids at certain periods of time, but there's less of that, less impact of that, and more impact of the social environment that they're actually in. Rather than putting, I'm not sure that I subscribe that the future is putting 1,200 kids into one building together with a very small number of adults. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing for the students. And again, I didn't have a great high school or grade school experience. The ratio was much better in my later years in high school, and then, until they asked me to leave. Anyway, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I was going to make the point earlier about, not just socialization, but just the, even for people like me who are, primarily introverted, and there's, a lot of sort of debate about where everyone sort of sits on that scale. There is something from being in person and that connection that happens. And I think that's one of the things that I love about being on a university campus is there is an energy that cannot be captured anywhere else. And there's something about a university campus as well that even when I work with the same people on a software engineering team who primarily have masters and PhDs, it's not the same energy as being around a campus where you're teaching and trying to do research or just trying to keep your head above the water. But the one thing I've heard from students is, the primarily asynchronous nature in the past year has been too much for them in some ways. And that before at Berkeley, where our computer science program is too large for any of the rooms, we have students who would primarily attend lecture asynchronously, and we'd have things recorded. And now I think we're doing a much better job of intentionally producing those materials to be asynchronous, and so things have improved there. But the rest of the program becoming asynchronous at the same time, and without quite as much planning as one would have hoped, has, I think, definitely led to change in the students and how they appreciate things. And what's going to be really interesting for us is, I've heard from students who are, again, I don't know how long we'll keep this up, but are excited to attend lectures in the fall, which is a somewhat new phenomenon for young university students. And so we'll see what happens there. But I do think that even students who like the flexibility also are finding that there's something that they get from the classroom, even if they can't always articulate it.
Yeah, and I agree. One of the things I don't know where someone posted it in Discord, a link to someone talking about copyright, and I can't think of his name right now. Someone's going to remind me of it. I think a 45-minute lecture, quote unquote lecture, of about copyright, which was stunningly good. Tom, and I can't think of his last name right now, but he did stunningly good. 42 minutes. It was put out last year about why YouTube copyright works and how it works and what the problems are and everything else. And it was the closest thing that I've seen on YouTube to James Burke that I, where he just, it was this, I'm going to wind you through a story and I'm going to tell it to you, but I only have to do this once. I don't have to lecture it. This is just as we think about these things. I don't have to say it over and over and over again, but I'm going to put the effort into it. I think one of the problems that I have is when I go to the Yale or MIT's, all those free lectures, wow, I just can't watch them. I can't sit through that, and I get that that's the experience that was in the room. But to your point, Michael, there was a lot of energy in the room that came with that. And without that, you go immediately like, I don't need that. So what you see with that copyright solution, and I'll find it and post it in Meccano, or if someone hasn't already done it, is this.
Somebody's done it.
That was
okay,
it's
yeah.
there.
Is to me, that's what I want lectures to be like all the time. Like, put that video out. Let me watch it. In fact, I want to talk about copyright, and I'm going to use that video. I'm trying to get him to come on. He's just got a lot of YouTube followers. I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know if we have enough juice yet, to get him to come on. So, but the point is that that's the what I want to do is have someone like that have that video, And again, I think that this is something students, the media students in the school, Roscoe's crews or other people's crews, could be shooting these for lecturers where it's designed and planned and figured out, and there's a bunch of takes, but you only do it once. You'll never have to do it again. Or you do it again when you want to correct it or you want to update it or whatever, but you're not doing it every single time, or whatever and one thing I found is that it's important for me to do it is important to do it live to get feedback a couple times before you actually record it, but then you commit it to tape or commit it to memory or whatever it is now, and you get to a whole nother space. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, no, and I definitely don't think it's an either or. One of the fun things was literally just yesterday, and it was a moment that, I think the things that you have to read time, but I'm teaching an intro computer science course with a co-instructor. And, we've been tag teaming Zoom, which does end up being really helpful. But yesterday we were kind of just riffing on each other, demoing things in the Python interp, and, trying things out that, when we're a little bit unscripted and are just going to be like, hey, we're going to demo some things and show you. And it's like, oh, we just learned something. And, we got a couple comments in Zoom chat. Hey, this is really fun. And it's just a reminder that I think that live interaction, this was actually, I think, easier for us to do on Zoom because we could more easily see what the other was doing. No one's going to shout out, this is really fun in a lecture hall. So that positive feedback is really nice. And, taking that live opportunity for what it is, and now I just have to make sure I plan more time to be a little bit more unscripted as well.
One of the things that we did at SIGGRAPH, maybe, I don't know, it might have been a decade ago, was that we had a bunch of really good CG artists. These are people that came out of Lucasfilm and Digital Domain and they did a scene live for 6 hours. So, and what they were doing is they're all just working on it. And one was creating 3D models, the other one was doing the animation, the other one was doing the rigging, all the things that were needed to be done for this thing. And my job, they just brought me in. It was, I think, Softimage brought me in to be the host. So I was just sitting there talking and going to each person, what are you doing now? And we'd switch to their monitor and they'd talk about it, and you get to just watch them work. But the audience could sit there and throw questions at them all the time. Like, I got a question for, Brian, I got a question for this person. And I think I learned more about those tools in that 6 hours than I had learned in years. There's something about watching an expert, a master, do what they're doing, and then just being able to ask them questions about how that works. And so I do agree with you. I look forward to doing more of that online. Where you have a massive audience that can sit there and talk about it and produce that. Go ahead, Roscoe.
I think if you flip the classroom, then the solo practitioner of teaching works. But I think as soon as you have a presentation going up, I think multiple teachers or teachers with good assistants are going to be necessary to leverage or utilize this technology to going forward.
Bob, can you show us cool things?
I can. Can I share something?
Yeah, absolutely. Mickey, can you make Bob a co-host? Bob has lots of toys.
My job is basically to try out toys, and I get to keep the ones that are good.
It's a good job.
So
How do I get a
fine job? It's a fine job.
I want that job.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So what I'm going to show you is a picture of a room now, and Sky was talking about this earlier before he left. That he found this inspiring. I want to be clear that this room was created by a donor or for a donor that wanted to create something that was very much a set piece on Stanford Quad. Okay. So that's a pretty high bar to set. And so this is not what our classrooms look like. There is one of these on campus. As far as I know, there's one of these in the world, but in any case, this is the venue that we've been working with this quarter. And what you're seeing there is a 32-foot wide by 8-foot tall video wall, 17,280 by 4,320 pixels. So it's a big screen. And it basically is being used for a class that approached me last fall. The class's title is Ethics, Public Policy, and Technological Change. It's taught by 3 guys, a technologist, Maran Sahami, an ethicist, Rob Reish, and Jeremy Weinstein, who's a public policy expert and practitioner over time. And so they put out the challenge saying, look, we've got a 300-person class. It's about people talking in small groups. It's about people engaging with material over time. And how do we do this? Because it flips back and forth between lecture from one or more of these 3 guys to, okay, here's the situation, talk about it, and then we'll come back and interrogate that. The problem that they had was you could do this in Zoom, but Zoom has the funny internal characteristic, and that is if you have a Zoom meeting with less than 200 people in it, you can have 50 breakout rooms. So 4 people per breakout room. That's good. That's a small group. If you go to 300, you can have 30 breakout rooms. Now we're talking about 10 people per breakout room. That's not a small group anymore. And it kind of falls apart worse after that. And so the insight that we had was that what if you were to use modern television tools to basically take 3 Zoom rooms and treat them as if they were participants in sort of a meta video conference happening over the top of that. And so that's what we did. That is, here's what the room looks like when it's actually in process. And so what you're seeing there is about 300 kids watching in Zoom live, while the teacher, who is standing, as I am, and thus has the ability to move around in space, which, Michael, to your point, part of what that does is it restores the performative aspect of what's going on in the classroom. And that is, curiously enough, something that's remarkably engaging for students. So with that, I'm going to switch my camera here so you can see why I've been looking to the side a few times over the course of the meeting this morning. So that's you up there on the wall. Over on the right-hand side, you've got a slide deck available, followed by Stage Timer 2 that someone mentioned earlier today. And then down at the bottom, a Google Doc where any of the TAs in the class sitting in any of the big Zoom rooms, of 100 or so people each, can type into that Google Doc and have a text message popping up in front of the instructor. The mode that it's in, this would be the mode that you would use for interrogating one particular group and engaging with them and doing give and take. The mode when you're actually dealing with the entire space looks like this, where these are screen grabs from yesterday's office hours facility. And yeah, that's pretty much the name of that too. You can see there's one image that's live here, and that's the second to the right. The rest of them are all just screen grabs from times past.
And if anyone has any questions for Bob about how this works, go ahead and either raise your hand or put it in Makana. But yeah, go ahead, Michael, and then John.
Yeah, so I think it's actually pretty fun because this semester I'm teaching Berkeley's equivalent of the same course. And I'm very thankful that I am usually under that 200 person student limit. I taught it last spring when 200 was a hard cutoff for breakout rooms. And every time we hit it, some students would try and off the call to get us under the limit, and Zoom still wouldn't open them. So things have at least improved in the past year. My question though is sort of what, if you've had a chance to play around with sort of the things that the instructor has immediately at their desk, because one of the things that I find is, since I have really poor eyesight, actually a good bit of flexibility that having everything on my computer screen in front of me has been. And I'm wondering if you've, thought about what should be on the desk itself, whether there's chat, certain controls, a subset of, either faces or something else that the instructor has sort of more direct access to than just seeing the wall.
We've talked a lot about that and producing subsets of people who are queued for questions, things. I mean, Zoom does some of that stuff already. If you raise your hand in a webinar, then you'll get kind of queued up higher in the gallery view along the side of the window. But what our faculty has said is, no, I've got my slides. I can see everyone up there. I can see their names. One of them's eyesight is not that great, and so he will occasionally get out and walk over to the side. But the reason that there's that camera that you were looking at a few minutes ago here is so that when they walk away from the camera that's in front of them, you can still see what they're doing. You can still see where they are in the room. And it's oddly compelling to be in the situation where they're talking to a student and answering a question or engaging with them in some way, and the student's talking back to them, and everyone else is watching this conversation either from a he says, she says kind of perspective of toggling back and forth, or by jumping outside the conversation and watching them engage via the screen in the room. It's pretty fun.
Go ahead, John, and then back to Michael.
So, Bob, you said that you had TAs and they had stations that were monitoring those three rooms. And you mentioned yesterday they were separated and they came together. Could you sort of describe how the TAs were the facilitators of the engagement?
The TAs basically handle chat requests in each one of the Zoom rooms. And those can go from everything from, can I get an exemption on turning this thing in on time because I need whatever, kind of mechanical, practical issues around the class and the coursework, to people posing questions and posing comments, which then the TA can then cough up through the Google Doc here, and it'll pop up on the screen, and the teacher can engage it or not as they want to. When we were building the system over Christmas break, the anticipation and the expectation was that we would have the operators of those Zoom rooms. The TAs are actually in those Zoom rooms here. And so we built basically a separate classroom for each of them because they needed to be in an isolated space. And then there's a conference room up above me here where we put the technical director for the space. And it was the Friday afternoon before the Monday that we went live that the faculty said to me, so we've been talking about 4 students here operating things. I'm like, yeah. It's like, well, actually, we've got 1. And that was the person who they had designated to be the technical director. Everyone else was just not coming back to campus, which was something of a surprise. And so over the weekend, we got our Apple Remote Desktop act together and basically moved everything up there. And the end consequence of that is one person can run the whole show, which is kind of fun.
That's great. Michael, and then we're going to jump to one question before the end of the hour.
You kind of answered my last question. What I was going to ask about, so who is the person that is running that show? Is it something that an instructor could, feasibly do if they had a little control? And then, if it is students, I was just like, what's the setup like? It seems like the technical director has to be there in person. Is that something that you think in the future they could also do remotely?
Yes, probably, because ATEM's got the software version of their control, which is in many cases what they're using in this case. There's one ATEM Mini sitting on a shelf up here that toggles between the overhead camera and the side view camera, and so they're using that by software. So, in principle, yeah, you could remote that person as well. And it is a TA who's doing it, and it's someone who got very minimal training, and they've got a big ATEM in front of them. They're just punching up views.
And one of the interesting things is that I have a problem. I'm dialed into my home office, now, I'm dialed in from my home office into the main office, and I have a problem that all the other ATEM switchers show up on. I have to be careful of which switcher I'm jumping into because my local one shows up, but all the other ones show up as well, and so it's and it's seamless. Like it doesn't feel any different when I'm watching something and working with it to be remote. If the system, one of the things we worry about is making the systems work that way. The audio, for instance, for our shows is run by Brian Maddox in Savannah, Georgia. He has a Yamaha mixer sitting in front of him, and when he moves those sliders, the sliders move in our office. And there's no, literally no, he's on a physical device pushing another physical device seamlessly. So and we're going to be experimenting a lot with that in office hours as we start moving up our productions, where I'm going to engage anyone who wants to play, for different office hours for first hours and second hours. And the idea is to have people producing the event, and there's maybe 1 or 2 people in the office that are just there in case something goes wrong. But outside of that, it's all going to be, my goal is to have it all be like 10 or 15 people remotely that are running a very complex show every day. So we're going to figure this out together.
Ideally, the only control they really need to know is that squeeze handle on the fire extinguisher, and
yep,
you're good.
Exactly. And we had one question. All right, 2 questions now, but we had one question from Chris Clark, and we'll see if we can get to the other one. Go ahead, Bill. Are you there?
Sure, absolutely. And Chris says the future of education is the topic, and teacher ed programs should develop a significant curriculum branch called virtual teaching. Discuss.
I think people should be learning how to build teaching from the time they're 10. Keynote and video and process and how to communicate their ideas. I think every one of their presentations for school, like that used to be a presentation, should be teaching them how to do it. It should be a small ramp, all the way up, rather than. But I do agree with you absolutely that how to do this well, it should be a key function. Go ahead, Bob.
But why just virtual teaching, right? I mean, we've got virtual insurance agents these days. We've got virtual telemedicine going on these days. It's like virtuality is going to become increasingly stock and trade for pretty much any member of society.
Well, I've said over and over again, I know a lot of applications on the computer, but the one that's made me the most money is Keynote. And I don't mean by like a little bit, by like 1,000 times more than every other app that I own. Keynote has made me more money than anything else. Go ahead, Aaron, and then Emily, and then John.
I think what could be absolutely huge is something that we spoke about on Clubhouse this week was the concept of ed camps. So what teachers sometimes do over the summer is that you sign up for an ed camp, and different teachers have different specialties, things that they're really strong at teaching. It could be mindfulness or how to turn a Google slide into, or a keynote into something more that the kids can be interactive with, or Pear Deck. And you choose to go to those based on your interest. And I think if teaching institutions like teacher ed programs could involve those students in some of these ed camps, they'd get to learn from teachers who are in the classroom at the same time that they're learning about it. I feel like that could be a huge thing for teachers to learn from other teachers versus just, hiring one expert to come in on one subject that you may be interested in, or you may not be, or you may know all about it or know nothing about it. So I feel like that's a really good balance.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Emily, and then John, and then Roscoe.
Yeah, I was going to say for the teacher prep programs, I'm not sure if it would be virtual teaching, but it would definitely be multiple modalities of delivering information. Because when they get into the classroom, it could be anything, it could be virtual, but that engagement piece is different when you're sitting with a bunch of kids, when you're having them engage with a video, when you're having them engage with a video that has questions embedded in it. Like, how do you make it not just a sit and get and push the right answer to go forward, but really truly build on that? And I think that would be more necessary than virtual, because the one problem that Aaron and I keep talking about in graduate school, and the reason I won't go back and get a certificate for the state of New York, specifically in tech integration, is I can teach all those classes that they want me to take, and I refuse to pay for something that I can teach. I'm not going to gain information, and it's outdated. Like, the information that they give you is so outdated. By the time you get into the classroom, it's like Zoom doesn't exist anymore. It's a completely different platform, and everything you learn doesn't work that way. So I think the focus on the engagement with, video, with apps, with whatever, would probably be a little more beneficial for teachers coming through.
Go ahead, John, and then Roscoe, and then Michael will close it up.
So I have two things, Chris. Go into iBooks and look at a thing called Cal State Teach, which was a distributed teacher ed program. It is a one-to-one Apple. It happened when we had class size reduction and we had a shortage of 20,000 teachers. And it was an attempt of really looking at technology, doing different things in teacher education. But more directly to your question, if you have a free 2 years, I'd like to give you a short description of what licensure is like in the state for teacher education in California.
Roscoe, and then Michael.
My daughter had an interesting experience in the fact that she did her student teaching as COVID hit, and then she got a job and is in the classroom right now. And so, as Emily has pointed out, and of course, Dad being a video guy is trying to set her up with a great camera, great microphone, all this kind of stuff. And it turns out she needed a flipped classroom. Her students didn't have internet. She could not do asymmetrical teaching. So the best thing she learned, Google Docs and all that stuff online, which I know that Emily and Aaron have pointed out many a time to us. So thank you for all those little tips I was able to pass on.
That's awesome. Michael?
Yeah, this is pretty quick, John. That'd be good. But I think to Emily's point, with the way that we think about sort of what gets taught in schools is, I do think there is a large component of sort of, virtual, synchronous, remote, digital pedagogy. But I do think it really needs to be focused on the principles of when you pick a particular methodology, or when to use video, or how to supplement video and text together, especially teaching something like code. Videos are great, but it is a primarily text medium. And so, you really want to be able to just sit and read that in the same way that, a video is not as great, right? And so I think that, what needs to happen is to really evolve, and universities in general, I think, are good at this, but, could be better as, focusing on the principles. Teaching Zoom, doesn't make too much sense to me for a credentialed program, when in 6 months, if it is still Zoom, it'll be highly different. And so I think, that should be the goals, the high level bits.
One last question sliding in from David Brady. Just a real quick question for you, Bob. Are these Zoom rooms for shared spaces or 3 distinct Zoom meetings? If Zoom rooms, how are you aggregating them?
They are 3 distinct Zoom meetings, and we're aggregating them by basically doing mix minus audio feed, and basically the feed that comes from the person who's running the ATEM is what's sent as the webcam to all three of the rooms. So yeah,
that's great. Thanks, Bob, for showing that, and thanks. It was really great to have you. And I just wanted people to see it because I think that there is a future that is a smaller version of that, a bigger version of that. There's the idea of putting a bunch of students out. We can't do this show I can't do it without seeing people. Like I'm more clear of that doing Clubhouse, right? So that's really, really important. So I think that we're going to see different versions of that, kind of keep popping up. So I wanted people to see it as far as a future thing. I think we should do this often. Maybe once a month, just where we just kind of brainstorm about what we think is not like how we're trying to solve today's problems, but thinking about future problems, things we're thinking about. And I think so we'll try to do this more often. We are going to take a quick break here, just to let everybody stretch their legs a little bit. I know for some of you that came in for the remotes, just know that we're giving everybody a quick break just to spread them out. This one went late, but now it's all remotes after this. So, and again, to all the educators, it's just such an honor to have you guys come here every morning, like just, every Saturday morning. It's really one of my favorite hours of the week. And so so thank you so much for, I learn so much from you every week about what's actually, going on. So I really appreciate all of you. So let's take a quick 10 minutes and then stretch our legs. And then we're going to talk about music. All right. Thanks, everybody.
And for those of you who are going to be staying around for the music piece, if you have not seen the music video we'll be talking about, I'm going to post a link in the regular Mukana chat to it so you can watch it over the break. It's about 5 minutes long.
Should we just play it right now or no?
I think rather than playing it through, why don't we let people do it at their leisure? Because I do know some people want to take a break.
And I need to do a sound check real quick because I had to leave before. So let me just take care of that real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coming in from South Dakota. Looks like I'm about there. Thank you very much.
And I've had a request on Discord to apologize to everybody who has dogs. My teaching assistant will no longer squeak.
Yes, John, you got my dog's attention earlier when you did that.
I have 8 people who texted me. I knew we had a big audience, but I didn't realize how many dogs we had in the audience. So anyway.
So for those of you who are going to be, and so we've got 3 structural segments of this. Let's see, yes, Victor's here. Victor, do you want to talk about the 3 hours and how they're broken down so people kind of understand what the topics are for their questions? Whoops, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can certainly do that. So what we want to do is kind of lay out the whole thing in chunks. And the first part is going to be covering kind of some of the process pieces as to how we were going to get that done, some of the conversations that we had to have in order to get deliverables made. And so I'll talk a little bit through that, and all the other members can chime in as to what some of those discussions were like and so on. And then from there, we're going to go and have Brian focus in on some of the meat and potatoes of the composition end of it, the MIDI, how this piece came together years ago and how it transitioned into what you all heard. You'll also be talking in depth a little bit about the process of charting out a piece. How do you get music into people's hands in doing this? So we'll be talking about that piece as well. And then we'll be talking a little bit about tracking so that you guys can get an idea of how some of us went about the process of tracking all of the different instruments and so on. We're not going to get down too deep in the weeds as far as specific pieces of equipment, but certainly you guys can ask about certain things if you want to know, hey, how did Andy get a particular guitar sound, or how did we, mic drums or sample drums, etc. And then from there, we're going to go to the second hour. I know you guys are going to fill in all the questions there, so we'll keep it to a question thing. We'll go to the second hour, and that's going to really feature Pete and mixing and Greg and some of the rest of us that along the way we're hearing mixes and changing things and why things needed to be changed, some of the plugins that were used in the mix, the automation that was used in Logic to make some of the things happen, some of the drum editing that had to happen and editing of other instruments in order to get things to groove, make the saxophones groove on time. We did some laying back of the solos. All of those kind of mixing type elements, audio type elements that way. And then finally, the third hour, it's going to be Bill and Charles that are going to talk about the video magic that took place. And, let's open up the editor and take a look at some of how that stuff was done, some of the challenges that we had in uploading media and getting media, I'm sure, to conform to this project. And then Charles will be talking about the colorization of all that. And he had to deal with Bill working in Final Cut for the edit. Charles then had to move all that stuff into Resolve, and that comes along with some issues that those guys will talk about. So I think that's a pretty good overview. If I missed something, fellas, chime in now.
No, I
I'm
think that's a
exhausted
pretty
already.
good, clear thing. It just, we got such big blocks that I know people have lives. And God bless all of you who are going to stay through the entire 3 hours and watch this for that. I hope you learn a lot, and I know I'm going to learn a ton, because even having worked inside the project on the edit and the rest of that, I realized how much happened before I even got my eyes on it, and I'm fascinated by all that stuff. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the parts of it I wasn't involved in.
Yeah, I think for the people who are listening and going to ask questions, this is a great opportunity. If you want to know how the sausage is made and some of the compromises that have to be made for the music, and so, ask those questions that do get a little deeper into the weeds. This is the time to do it. Brian's going to talk about MIDI, for example. And so you can ask those questions of how do you turn something from MIDI? What are some of the misconceptions around MIDI that Brian can speak to? And so again, we can, once we get into the mixing, you can ask questions about, hey, how do you get a specific sound on the guitar? Or how did you achieve an organ to sound like it was more live? So, you can dig into those kinds of questions. I'm sure you guys will do great, because you always have wonderful questions.
And I'm just chiming in to say hi. Just do a mic check here. Looks like I got to come up just a smidge. Okay, thanks.
But you're on the mic and we can hear you, which
great. Thanks.
is great. Yeah, I think all of us, I know I started out as a consumer of music, and, people who are really good at things make it seem effortless. And this is a chance to break down that wall, and you discover as you watch the next 3 hours, it's not very effortless. There is quite a bit of effort to achieve a high level result in almost any of the disciplines we'll be talking about over the next 3 hours. And we are I was just super impressed at the skill levels of everybody who came together almost by accident to pull this together through the office hours family. And man, there's just a lot to learn.
Yeah, I was just looking at our first band meeting we had on the 13th of January. So that was from that day until we delivered on the 26th of February. It's a pretty quick timeline for specifically what this tune was, which again, I think we all were doing overachieving stuff.
And how did this come about?
Right.
How did this come about? Somebody opened their mouth in a meeting. I'm not sure who
No, it was Alex that opened his mouth, and it came about when Grant and I did the Christmas duet piece, and we premiered that piece, the duet. Alex mentioned, well, we should have a band, and then he said,
make a band.
And he said, well, but I'm not going to lead the effort. And then that's when my big mouth said, I'll do it. I'll be glad to, lead the effort. I have the time, and I think it would be a wonderful idea, because I knew quite a few very good musicians within the group, and we did, and we do.
Yeah, and how hard could that be, just to throw a band together?
Yeah, it's
really quick. Ray Maxwell just joined, and I want to get him a sound check as soon as he's ready.
Yeah, we'll get him there. It's like Mickey Rooney. Hey, let's throw a play. We have a barn. It's the same kind of concept.
Ray, do you want to just open your microphone and talk for a little bit? Because the meter's up. You can get that much basic done. Yep, so he's not hearing me, or he's not understanding. Your Zoom mute is still on.
All right. Good morning.
Same kind of concept.
Somebody else is open with a playback of some kind. Talk for a little bit, because the meter's up. You can get that much basic done.
Ray, I think you have a speaker open.
Let's get on the right application. Yep. No,
Yeah, he's playing Mukana.
In the meantime, Thomas Shantz is in the panel. Do we want to bring him in the panel or?
Yep.
Okay, do it.
Ray, you have yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Standard
So-
rules, go ahead and bring them in and then make sure that they open video. And if so,
If a name I don't know, I'll ask.
yeah, I hear you.
So we have no questions yet. So I'm going to do the encouragement to go ahead and ask those questions. We'll be happy to digging deep in the weeds. We love this stuff, but it's a lot more fun always as you guys come up with the questions that should be asked.
Go ahead.
Whoops. What is wrong?
Thomas,
Why don't you?
Yeah, quick check.
Nope, your Zoom
Good
mute is
morning.
on.
I think I am finally here. Good morning. This is Ray from Vancouver, BC. And if I talk for a little bit, I'm settling down, and there I've got a minus 24. How's that, folks?
Could you drop down to 2 dB, Ray? Thomas, how's it going? Still not hearing you.
Are we doing any more mic checks? Are we still working on that?
Yeah, we're still working.
Yeah.
Thomas is trying to get his mic hooked up. Everything else is in good shape.
Okay, great.
All right. How's this now? Testing. This is Ray Maxwell from Vancouver. Testing. Good morning, everyone.
Yep.
How's
I
that,
think you're
Mickey?
about there. Yeah, thank you. And
You want to go
Thomas,
back to attendee, Tom?
Cool.
All right. So here we are. We already did a second hour, but we're going to assume that some people are new and everything else and kind of talk through it. I'm really excited about this. So I just think that what you all created was amazing. And to kind of back up some of the conversation is that this started, I think, really with Victor and Grant, doing a little Christmas tune that they did together, and they put it together remotely. And I want to make sure that we give Grant his due as far as the as part of the kind of the initial seed, but then Victor took it at a whole nother level. So Victor and Grant did that one together, and then we were like, hey, we should create a band. And then Victor, tell us how this all rolled out.
Yeah, I said I would volunteer to do the organization piece, which is always the piece that nobody wants to do. But thank goodness I had the kind of bandwidth that can do it. And I knew that we had musicians within the group because I had spoken to several of them in Discord. And so the next thing was, hey, how do we come together? We asked you to put together a Discord place where I went in there and said, okay, we need to figure out what talents everybody brings to the table. And the beautiful thing about this band is that you don't have to even play an instrument. Your talent can be in production. Your talent can be in directing. It can be in mixing. Any of those skill sets that we all have because of office hours. Greg Curta was wonderful enough to put together a Google Docs location for us. We started a spreadsheet where people can go in, still can, and add your skill sets, availability, what instruments you play, what talents you bring to the table. And so a bunch of people filled that out. From there, I had talked to Brian about, we had talked about what kind of songs we want to do. Before we had our first band meeting on January 13th, Brian had showed me this piece that he had written way back, he'll tell us when, for Roland, for a sound canvas synthesizer as a way of showing off what a product could do. And when we came together in the band meeting, we started talking about what kind of tunes we were going to do, and decided that the less friction for this first song would be to do an original to get us going. Brian had charts already that he could pass out. That would make it a little bit easier. So we started going down the path of doing that. In reading my notes for that meeting, we needed to talk through some logistics of things, that we were going to need a click track. Brian already had a MIDI version of the song that he could distribute to all of us to be able to hear to be able to practice our parts. Brian already had the music so that he could send us charts, like me on the saxophones. I need to read charts. So all of that made our timeline more doable, even though this is found to be a very difficult tune. So we did that. We needed to decide that we were going to record in 24-bit 48. So that standard came to be. And then we needed to very quickly, before the end of that meeting, establish some deadlines. Because, you know, if you don't have something that you're shooting for, you're never going to make a deadline. That's where some of my cat herding skills came in. And I said, okay, we're going to have drum parts delivered by the 20th. That was 7 days from that meeting. We're going to have the bass parts delivered by the 22nd, 9 days after that meeting. And then we're going to then send the music to the editors, to Pete, by the 8th of February. The video to the editors by the 12th. That was too late, by the way. We found that out. And then we want to premiere it by the 26th. So a fairly aggressive timeline for a video that was going to have 10 players, and we wanted to have multiple camera angles. And so that's kind of the background. We also decided on a naming convention for files to make things happen when we were putting them up to that. And so from then, all of us needed to go out and record our parts and so on. So let's back it up a little bit. I think that gives kind of the outline of how the project was going to proceed, but it really started with Brian, the composition of Nearsighted Blues. And I think going through that thing is really important to see how it blossomed into what we did. So I hope that helps.
Sorry, Brian, you want to go ahead and jump in and tell us a little bit about go ahead.
Yeah. So back in,
and I know, by the way, if you have people, for those of you who have questions, go ahead and put them into Makana. And then also, I think we have some questions kind of building up here. Let's go ahead and jump through. Bill, let's go ahead and jump through the questions. Or Bill's part of the crew, so I'm gonna self-serve the questions because it's you guys should get there. So I'm gonna move these questions over and just ask a couple quick questions here. We'll just keep on doing that, and then we'll jump to Brian and have him talk about a little bit more of it. We'll keep on spreading the questions out throughout, so it doesn't turn into some giant cluster of questions. So Charles Klein asks, what mics? Not what mice. That'd be funny. What mice did you use? The very small blind ones. So what mics did the band members use for their particular instruments? Guitar, drums, sax, guitar, etc. So what did what mics did you use? This is the question. How did you mic up your stuff?
You want me to start with guitar?
Yeah, Andy, why don't you go?
Yeah, let's jump around.
So, well, the real question is, what mics do I really want to use? Which I didn't have. But I'll just say it was very simple, straight ahead, SM57 on the cabinet at a 45-degree angle to a single 12 speaker. And then about 4 or 5 feet back, a Rode NT2 large diaphragm condenser, just to give it Pete, our mixer, some options. What I would, in a perfect world, I'd actually have a 57 on there as well. You know, keep the 57 and a Royer ribbon mic, which is a very standard way now to mic up a guitar cabinet, to have both those mics right on the cone in a certain relationship. And you still do a room mic if you can, just to give your mixer some options. And that's what I wound up doing.
All right, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, for the saxophones, pretty basic. I used a RE20, Electric Voice RE20, which is a great saxophone mic, about 2.5 feet from the body, not actually the bell, turned at about a 45 axis. And then behind me, so in front of me, I'm sorry, I had a 6-foot, 2-inch thick, you guys have seen my red panels in my room. I had one of those in front of me while I was tracking to try to deaden up the room a little bit. And then Pete will be able to tell you if I succeeded or not, because he was, of course, getting the dry tracks.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. You're a little quieter than we expected.
Yeah. Everybody was saying, "Oh, he sounds good now." I did a very traditional straight wave Fender P bass straight into my same Apogee Duet and into Pro Tools.
Go, Jeffrey.
So for the drums, a little bit different because it didn't use any microphones. Actually, went through electronics, and this is the drum set right here. It's basically what's called a Roland TD50, which is one of the top of the line electronic kits. The cool thing about this type of kit is it's all modeled and it can be changed. So I actually have drum sets for standard vintage drum sets to rock drum sets to jazz. I've got a Neil Peart drum set in there. I've got a Beaufort drum set in there. I got Copeland drum set in there, and I can mix and match. So because the first time that we did the drum sounds, Pete came back and said, well, why don't we make the bass a little bit more boomy rather than tight like a rock bass drum, and really just kind of bring it out there and go from there. So that was all electronic in that case.
That's great. Dale?
So I'm using Line 6 HX Stomp. It's a multi-effect. It's got built-in amp simulators, and that's going into a PreSonus audio interface and into Logic.
That's great. That's great. Anyone else? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, French horn was just this C3000 right here. Just I could swing it around and put it in my chair. French horn is usually backward firing, so the mic goes up in front a little bit because that's the way you would expect to hear it.
That's great. And
Brian, can you talk a little bit about the organ and piano sounds and some of those that were also used?
Yeah. The organ and piano were all done in the box, as they say, using Contact Native Instruments. The piano was, they call it the Berliners, so it's a Bechtenstein Grand that I used for that. And the organ was a sampled B3 that's part of the vintage organs, part of Complete.
That's awesome. Can you tell us a little bit more about the song, the arrangement?
Yeah. So 30 years ago, yes, I am old. Roughly, Roland put out this thing called the Sound Canvas. And if you're not familiar with it, this became a rather iconic box. And there it is right there. It's a little half rack guy. As you can see, just from the size of my finger, it's not very big at all. And this box came out kind of as an answer to an issue. MIDI was about 10 years old at that point, and basically MIDI was a way to plug in one keyboard to another, push a button, and the other keyboard would do the same thing. But there was no standardization of is it a piano sound? Is it a flute sound? Is it a tuba sound? You didn't know, and there was no standardization to that. And right around 91 is when the idea of codifying some of those things, putting them in order, so patch number 1 was a piano, so on, standardized, and then a standard MIDI file format, which was just a way that different manufacturers could send a MIDI sequence, to devices and predictably get what you wanted. One thing about MIDI is a lot of people, you'll hear people say, I don't like how MIDI sounds. And if someone says that, they don't understand MIDI. MIDI doesn't sound like anything. MIDI is just a control language. And so you're just defining when a key is pressed on a piano or a pedal is pressed, and that's all MIDI does. So by codifying the structure of different manufacturers and where patches were and what order they were in, all of a sudden you had this option of building a device that would do something in a predictable way. So Roland put out the Sound Canvas, this guy here. And then this little guy here is called the Sound Brush. And the Sound Brush was kind of like a CD player, but it was just a floppy disk drive. And so I was doing some work with Roland at the time, and they said, can you produce some albums for this thing? So I produced 3 albums, and I was going to hold them up there. You can see them. So Structures was kind of a jazz-oriented album, and that's where this song came from. And then there was also a agey kind of a thing, and a Bach 2-part Inventions, and that one was kind of fun for some different reasons. We'll make it into later. But when you open it up, looks like a CD case, but what's on the inside but a floppy disk? And you would get this, stick it in your Sound Brush. And in fact, Victor and I were talking this morning, didn't realize he actually had both of these things and used it where he would go out and stick a disc in the thing and play along with sax. And that's exactly what these sequences or these songs were intended to be, was to be a way to do this. But you could speed it up or slow it down or change the key because it's all malleable, because it's all data. Victor.
Now, what was really nice about that was that the general MIDI standard, which is what Sound Canvas used, made it possible for one person to write a piece of music in MIDI in one place and another person in another place, but the piano was always going to be track one, or the bass or the drums. So it standardized all of that. So a guy like me could go out and find MIDI files that I wanted to play to using the brush, and that Sound Canvas was going to be able to read it no problem, because it was a general MIDI standard format.
So I saw there was a question about, could we hear the original? I actually plan to do that. So I'm going to pop it open real quick. And let me just do a screen share to my music machine, which is behind me here. And yeah, you're seeing that. So this is the original, not being played from the sound brush because I've lost the power supply to it. But if I roll this now, you're going to hear what it sounded like back in the day. And in fact, let's do this. Just truth in advertising. So you'll watch some little automation in the beginning while it sets patches. And I'm just going to jump ahead to a part of the song you'll all recognize. Here we go. So that's the way it sounded 30 years ago. And it's actually not too different. The thing about MIDI is, because it's just a control language, the quality of what you hear is dependent on the device on the other end. And I was thinking about this a few days ago, and a MIDI file is not all that different from an STL file today for people who do 3D printing. It's a way to describe the thing, and the quality of the 3D printer you have is going to determine the resolution of the final print you get, and maybe the thermal properties or all those kinds of things. So in a very similar way, I could take that same sequence, pipe it into things like Contact or Native Instruments today, or make charts and pipe it through a bunch of humans and have a much better rendering of what it was in the beginning. So that's what the MIDI thing did.
I often think of the MIDI as it looks so similar to, actually when I grew up, we had a player piano in our house. So it was, and it worked, and you could sit there and pump your legs and it would just play for you. But in many ways, MIDI is very much like that with the notes, right?
Well, and in fact, yeah, you're leading me right into the next little piece I was going to talk about, which is this view you see at the bottom right here is what is often called in MIDI sequencers, the piano roll view, because it's exactly that. And what you're looking at here, all these little blue stripes would have been the alto sax part back in the day. And where the blue stripe starts is when the note starts playing, and where it stops is where it lifts and ends up. The little orange and purple bits at the bottom are me doing a pitch bend, so to kind of, do a scoop sound on that, and so on. Just to kind of keep the whole story going, so we hand off to somebody else here. One thing I wanted to point out, and Victor was asking about this earlier, is that he was going, how do you get to the notation? Because the notation just uses MIDI as well. But you'll notice if I zoom in here, this note should be right on that vertical line there, but it's not, because humans aren't perfect. And so when I was doing these sequences, another reason that people say MIDI sound bad is a lot of people will do what's quantizing, making it like perfectly exactly on the line. And I tended to not to do that, to try and leave some of the humanness in there. And so to get to a piece of written music, this software, Digital Performer, has what's called a quick scribe in it. And if I turn on quick scribe on that and you look at it, it's just a mess because it's not that accurate. And that is sort of by design. But to make this so somebody could play it required a lot of cleanup. Now there's, back in the day, when I lived in California, I was a music copyist, and I used to, for part of my living, do hand copy work back when that was done with a calligraphy pen and architect's drafting triangle. And I spent a whole summer talking about woodshedding something, going through this book called The Art of Music Copying, which was sort of the Bible of the day of how to do this by hand. And those skills of doing it by hand over the years got transferred into software. And so I began doing copy work in software, some for film scores, and then later on as I was doing stuff weekly for church work and things like that. But the process of taking that into MIDI just to carry on unless you want to stop for a second and pick up any
No,
questions.
keep going.
I'll just
No,
keep
going.
I'll keep rolling.
Yep, keep going. Keep going.
So I'll go back to the screen share here. So working with something like this is impossible. As far as my process is concerned, what I would do is then I would duplicate that sequence. I'm doing a Julia Childs here. Oh, I didn't save that. Okay, 1 second while those load. I would go in to that very same, where's the alto sax part here? I would go into that very same sax part, and now I would quantize it to the wall, as it were. So it was bang on, because by doing that in here, I could clean some things up and then have notation that was still not perfect, but easier to read, and not all those triple dotted quarter notes and all that kind of stuff. Next step in the process is to get that out of here into the notation software. I use a piece of software called Finale that has sort of been, up until very recently, the go-to piece of software, and that would all come into here in a score view.
And why is it not the, you said up until recently, it's not the go-to anymore?
Yeah, Avid has a piece of software now called Sibelius, and there's now been a tug of war between Finale and Sibelius as being the ones to go to. So, but Finale still used a lot, Hollywood and so on. But this would come in here in a score notation, and I've already done a lot of cleanup here. Something that's kind of fun. Notice the bottom one is called Curly Trombone. We had always intended that this song would have a trombone in it because that's the way it was written. No self-respecting blues band would have a French horn in it. And there were rumors that Doug Ferguson played trombone. So I actually wrote trombone parts. There wasn't a discrete trombone part in the original sequence. Chris Comfort, was hoping to play some keyboards on it. He got too busy to do it. So we actually wrote in the piano part that wasn't in the original. And the conga part came in later because Mike Sweeney got out ahead of an arrangement change that had to be made so we could pull this off, and had drums. So I was like, well, we'll throw some conga in and he can at least do some percussion on it. But yeah, the French horn, the curly trombone, was only because we didn't have a French horn player, and that was, or an actual trombone player. But anyway, back to doing the score on this thing. All these notes came in. When they first came in, they would have looked a little more sloppy, kind of like that. Didn't have all the accents, none of the expression marks and so on. So all of the staccatos and accents and so on that you're seeing, and the crescendos, those are added in hand on a line by line basis. Then that is exported out to, I'll go here, the trumpet part, to an individual part. More cleanup is done so that page turns are in a good spot, and that repeats happen in a logical place on the page, so the player isn't jumping around. And then the last piece I'll show, and this is where Finale gets complicated, is what I call the lead sheet. People have different names for this, but you'll notice that looks a big mess, because you've got the red notes, which is what Andy was supposed to play, the lead guitar part. But you'll see those kind of grayed out chords. That's where I blocked in the chord changes, and then would analyze those chords on top, so we had the chord chart. The end result of that one, I'll pop to you real quick, in PDF form, looked like this. But Finale is an incredibly complex program, because music notation is hard. It's a whole nother difficult language. But point being, it was MIDI all the way along. There was MIDI in the original song, MIDI to get it out of the sequence into Finale, and so on.
And I've had a lot of charts sent to me in the years, and I can tell you that Brian's charts were immaculate. They were very easy to follow, and had all the phrasing so that I could, the stuff he took out of MIDI, then I could interpret as a player, and that made it easy.
I think I find it fascinating that we had just such an incredibly wide-ranging and deep talent in the group, that there was just the right person for each section to kind of to go through that. It was very amazing. Go ahead, Greg.
And because this piece was so horn intensive, without that arranging and copying and parts ability, we wouldn't have gotten it done. I mean, if we had 6 months, maybe, but it wouldn't have happened on our timeline. So it was so fortunate that Brian says, "Oh yeah, I can do all that." We're like, really? Cool.
Yeah, exactly. And not just do it. Like, there are people say they can do it, and then there's people who can actually do it. And so I think that was the fortunate thing. Go ahead, Brian.
And I did have the lead sheet done. I had done it years ago. I don't remember why. I don't know. Remember if I ever played it live. The horn parts had never been charted out before, so that was all done now on the fly in time just for this, and then tweaked it a bit. Actually rewrote some of the horn parts, thinking that okay, if Doug plays, but he says he hasn't played in 10 years, let's not make it too difficult. And I made it not too difficult for the French horn player who hadn't played his French horn in 10 years, and so all of that. And then the arrangement in the beginning, the end was rewritten so that we didn't have any tempo changes, which as we were first talking was going to be a potential train wreck. And it would have been a bad idea, but that's what unfortunately cut Mike Sweeney's drums out, because he recorded to what he thought was the thing. He was like, no, we're going to change it. Sorry. So
that's great. What's next? I know you guys have talked a little bit about how you want to.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have something.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Can we talk? One of our biggest challenges happened very early in the game, and we had two drummers. So how are we going to deal with this? Nobody quite knew, and so we were just trying to figure it out. So Mike Sweeney was the first in with a part. I mean, he had his part in like in a few days, but unfortunately we had changed the arrangement in those times, making his part kind of obsolete. So maybe Mike, you want to talk about some of the challenges involved in that, and how did that whole thing work out, and how did it feel even, and then we want to talk. I want to talk about going to Jeffrey's parts and putting that, because we did that in a completely different way, non-standard way. I mean, the results were fantastic, but the process was a little shaky at times. So,
good, Mike.
Well, basically, what I did was just I imported the sequence into Digital Performer, which I also have, and I basically just cut a track to that. So I was playing along with it, almost a mix minus kind of thing, and I then exported that as a file, which was it AAS, or I forget the file type, but just a file that you can handle in different DAWs or digital audio workstations. So hopefully that everyone would see my tracks, see the guide track, which was the original sequence, and then work with that, and including the tempo changes. But it just didn't work out to be. But it also has the confusion. If there's multiple takes within a sequence, you then really have to do housekeeping and keep track of which is the actual take. And someone really needs to shepherd that, or as Victor says, cat herding. Go ahead, Victor.
And
that part really became evident, and it's a big key learning for this next song. Mike's going to play drums this next song, and we're going to lay bass and drums in a guitar guide track at a time this time. Also, Greg Curda took on a musical director, producer role in working with some of the individual musicians quite a bit behind the scenes. Thank you, Greg, to make some of that stuff gel together. And in a lot of those discussions I wasn't involved in, nor did I need to be.
What were you listening to? Was everyone listening to the same track, or did it slowly build up, or how did it, what were you listening to when you were playing? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so that was the next step in the process that I did, is once the charts were done, maybe even the order, but doesn't matter. I went through and played the original, the rearranged version with the new head and tail in my DAW, recording audio. So there would be an alto sax line and a tenor sax line and a bass line and a drum line and so on. And those were individual wave files that we shared among ourselves. And what was great about that is you could bring it into the DAW, and now that we had one tempo, 158 beats per minute, anybody could bring it into Reaper or into Pro Tools or Logic or whatever, line those up in tracks, mute the part you were going to play, and play along. And so, some people probably played to a click. I know for me, on my parts, I muted the trombone part and I played the French horn to the original sequence. And part of that is the best shot, in my opinion, of keeping things aligned. This doesn't give you a groove as the rhythm section likes to get, but at least by everybody playing to the one thing and overlaying it, any slop, the humanness that gets added doesn't get worse for, like telephone game. The further you go down the line, the worse it gets.
Right.
Yeah, and
go ahead. Okay,
in my case, Greg, I'm sorry, you were first.
No, go ahead, Victor.
Oh, okay. In my case, in recording saxophones, it's kind of interesting because one problem that I didn't have to worry about was phrasing. It's just me, right? I phrase how I phrase. So I was able to take the lead alto part and then follow along with that. But lest anybody think this is a one-take pony, no way. I mean, I sat there and had to have different takes to make sure it was grooving right. And in the case of the Barry sax, which I hadn't played in a year, I had to get the chops back up so that I could handle the part. And so sometimes I was doing 3 or 4 note punches just to be able to get it, because some of that stuff is just not in my armature. So after I did all of that, of course, I was using the guide MIDI track, and I could solo out the sax section to see what that sounded like against me. And then before I delivered it to Pete, now we did have to deliver, all of us had to deliver something from beginning to the very end, the entire WAV file. But then what I did was I aligned mine so it would be closer to the horn section sound that I heard in my head before I delivered those stems to Pete.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
And the one kind of critical thing, the first lesson that I learned is that I was kind of the one who had this thought that we would as we did our parts, we would just submit an AAF, which is a copy of the entire session, and that would just continue to go forward, and we would add parts to it, kind of like you would do an animatic or something like that, right? But all of us had different DAWs, and the translation issues just weren't going to be worked out. So that was a bad idea.
Would you do that again? Would you do that again, or would you make it everybody
no,
has to use
not.
the same thing?
No, we can't. This was what this is what happened to Sweetie.
Right.
Okay, because he's following my advice.
Right.
And I'm talking to him on the phone saying, dude, what are these AAFs? What's in them? And nobody else can read them. And it was a bad call. Okay. So then we came up with the idea, and Mike was very gracious about it. He says, you know what? Never mind. He didn't have time to redo them. So he said, I'll just play some percussion parts. And then we came up with the idea of just submitting the stems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely. and that worked out very well. And even if you recorded your part at the part where nobody wants to hit record at the beginning and sit there tacit, for 2.5 minutes. So you go down to that part, you play your part, and then what you do is you bounce that part out of the DAW into a track. Okay, and everybody's starting at the same place.
It should just work.
And for the in the vast majority of cases, it did.
Right. Absolutely.
I'll show a little demo later of the. I can do a demo on the
Absolutely.
solo thing, the solo cutting and transposition and stuff like that. So we'll do that later.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy, and then go ahead. You have more, Greg? Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Andy. Yeah. To Greg's point, the fill silence in Pro Tools is your friend, because that means you can start 2 minutes in, and then everything before that, it fills that. It becomes part of that WAV file or whatever file format you're using, and that's key for us all starting, making sure that at least the start of the file is exactly the same for everybody else. That's one. Two is, this is sort of it's semi-related, and I'd love to get to it later because you guys touched on it earlier, which is the combination of the MIDI tracks and the written page that Brian produced is great, and you might veer a little bit off of that, but it's a great guide. So the point is, you're not reading this thing verbatim. That's key, and it kind of gets some life into it. And Brian's guitar part, that MIDI guitar part, is full of nuance that I did try and capture. But I just think that's interesting. I'm curious about the other guys about how they approach that. But that might be another separate question.
Good, Mike, and then Mickey, and then Brian.
We learned quite a bit initially from the timetable, which obviously changed quickly, to the file conventions, to the file handling, we quickly went from Greg's Google Drive, and thanks to Bill Davis, right up to Frame.io. And especially that was a godsend once we got into moving video files around.
That's great. Mickey and then Brian.
Yeah, the workflow of just exchanging wave files, we've been doing that as opposed to the more, although more feature-rich option of AEFs, waves just work. And when we're collaborating with multiple studios, especially on musical scores, we just ask for waves. Like, we'd have a vocalist send us, just a bounce down. We'd have a soloist just bounce things down. Just it works. It just works. It lines up. And in terms of what Andy mentioned, might want to look at consolidate regions as well on Pro Tools. It seems to work pretty quickly when you have to do that.
Go ahead, Brian.
Just back to the MIDI guide track and everything, that was a place to start, and the paper is a place to start. But writing music notation, everybody brings their own thing. So, I mean, out of the gate, Greg did a bass part, and I heard, and it was a totally different line than what I had in the sequence. It was way better. And it made, I texted him right away. I was like, dude, this is awesome. And that's what's fun about this is there was that guide, but then everyone brought their bit of, whatever to the stone soup, if you know that old story.
I think it's so important about creative endeavors is that when you have a lot of great artists together, the whole should always be bigger because they brought something of their own to it that they're going to extend the core idea, to it. And that's what you see in film when actors go down a path as they get into the method of it or whatever, they think of another thing that person would say or how to say it, or even directors taking that basic script and running with it, but definitely musicians who are riffing off of that and going, I can hear something else in my head that isn't on the paper. I'm going to put that in there because it just feels like it's the right thing from them. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So moving on from where Greg was going to progress with this, so then I ended up getting the drum part, and the one thing I do want to mention is, I don't know how many of the other guys, but I've never been in a studio, a real professional studio, to do stuff like that, let alone have to also do the recording myself. And I've done it, on the side, just kind of fun. I make my own songs type thing. So, but what I did was I had my drum set, which is hooked up to I have a QSC TouchMix 16. And the thing about the QSC TouchMix is you can record to a disc, but you cannot use it as a DAW. The later versions of TouchMix had the DAW connection ability, but this one doesn't. So I actually had to record from the mixer. So what I did was I brought in the stems on the first time, because my plan was to do the first run of it and get that by the deadline. And then that would give me enough time to actually practice, because two reasons why. One is this was a little bit more complex of a song. And two, I knew that Pete and others might take parts and just kind of nudge them left and nudge them right. And even with a good groove, sometimes those nudges make things, make the communication a little bit different. So that gave me time to actually practice the song to get a better version out. So the first time, so what I did was I put on a different type of click track because I needed to hear something over the music and identify the beginning of each bar. I brought that into the TouchMix, and then I did each individual track, all technically analog, into each channel. So bass drum on one channel, snare on the next one, toms, and so on and so forth. And then I brought it to the computer and then created that first time. The one thing I learned about it, and because I was also learning Reaper at the time, the one thing I learned how to do with drums is actually what's called, I think it's called slip tracking. This is basically when I hit the bass drum, being a human, I don't always hit it on one. So with slip tracking, what I can do is I can actually go in and slip the bass drum just a little bit to left or right to actually hit right on that thing. And of course, for future songs, I'm definitely going to be utilizing that to really kind of tighten everything in. And then of course, learning, we talked about the types of drum beats that I played versus the types of drum beats that somebody like Greg or Brian would like to see in that. So that's where that second layer came in. So learned a lot on it, but it was definitely an interesting process, and I think it'll be a lot tighter the next time I do it.
You go ahead, Pete, and then Mickey.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to Brian's portion of the project, and that is the band can't all get together and rehearse. So a lot of these parts you would normally work out in a band rehearsal over the course of time and, assemble the song as a group. In this kind of remote world, having those guide tracks and the sheet music put everybody on the same page. And if everyone had that, everyone started with those MIDI tracks to begin with, that was basically the band rehearsal of, okay, here you go. So the back and forth, while there was a lot of them, are necessary because we can't just all get together to feel that groove between bass and drums, or the organ solo, for instance, or, the extra bass line Greg added in later, because those are all just things that would be realized if you were all in the same room. So that was probably one of the biggest challenges in the process, actually.
Good. Mickey and then Brian.
And I'm just curious why the drums were recorded as as audio as opposed to recording it in MIDI and having the flexibility to adjust it afterwards.
Good, Victor.
The biggest.
Well, go ahead, Jeffrey. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm sorry. Two reasons why. First of all, is I don't have my drums set up as MIDI, and so I didn't have a good setup for that, and I'm more comfortable doing the analog version of things, and it's just not in my wheelhouse right now.
Go ahead,
However, it is going to be a requirement if we're going to use electronic drums in the future to have the MIDI, because of what Brian has said. Brian, tell us why we would want to do that.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, it allows you to re-trigger, if the kick drum isn't quite right, it's too boomy, you can just pick a different kick sample and it would have still been Jeffrey or Mike's performances, but just with a different sample triggering that. Or if the groove isn't quite grooving, you could just pick up all the snares and just slide into right or left a little bit. And it's really easy to do that. The other thing I was going to pick up on what Pete was saying is, I come from a background of being a studio musician back in the day, playing horn. And so on that, you come in to the studio, you sit down and there's a chart in front of you and you play what's there. Yeah, you bring something to it. But even if there was a rhythm section, the drum part might be completely written out, every snare hit, and the guy's expected to play that way. So this kind of took us more into that studio mode where, here's what we're going to do, bring something to the party to make it different, but it's all as predefined and give us a shot at succeeding.
Go ahead, Andy, and then Victor.
Actually, I think Victor was first.
No, I just want to say, if any of the other players have some experience that they want to share about the process of what they learned for next time, this is a great time to do it.
We have some questions rolling up in that. We're going to take a break here in just a second, just to give everybody a moment.
Sure.
And then,
sure.
and then we'll. But go ahead, Andy. Go ahead and close up a little bit, and then we'll come back because there's a question about what would you do differently, and we'll come out of the gate and answer everybody's questions, so that it'll give the musicians a little bit of time to look at those questions and think about them a little bit. And then we'll give everybody a short little break. But Andy, did you want to close up with anything?
Yeah, sure. This relates to what we would do differently. This has already been touched upon about this tune where we did it kind of backwards, with the drums being recorded last. And I'll just say it wasn't quite a battle of attrition, but as a guitar player, I key a lot off the drums,
right?
A lot, and I learned that from guitar players far better than me. And then if we were in the studio, that's what we would do as we were woodshedding the song. Fortunately, the next song we're doing, which we won't talk about, I'm not going to talk about that. I'll just say this, which is we do get to do that this time. We do get to, we're not so locked in, and we do get to kind of develop it a little more from scratch. And that's appropriate for that tune. What we did on the first tune was appropriate for that.
That's great. So we're going to come back. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:05 Pacific Standard, so 5 after the hour, so a couple more minutes than 10 minutes. And we'll start with the questions. So if you're part of the crew, we're going to jump to you, and we're going to kind of go through those questions, and then we'll go back to the story and hear more about how this all got to where it was. So I really appreciate everyone coming in and talking about it, because it's just fascinating. It's just an amazing creation. So anyway, 5 minutes after the top of the hour, wherever you are, or bottom of the hour if you're in some countries, and we'll start up again and ask any questions that you want. We're going to kind of go through questions for a little bit, and then we'll go back to the story. All right, thanks.
Don't mind me. I'm just testing my mic. Testing 1 2. We seem to be right around there. Okay, looks good to me.
What is that mic, Charles? It's a good sounding mic.
Oh, thank you. It's a PR40 connected to a Mix Pre. It's got noise assist. Mickey helped me set it to about -4.
Yeah, nice.
-4.
That's the Heil,
and-
right? That's the Heil
Yes.
mic?
Yeah.
It's funny
I
how
don't-
that mic sounds so different on everybody because a lot of people have that mic.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
I don't know much about the audio connectivity, so everything I've learned has been from office hours. So it's been like okay, how do I get the mic to the Mix Pre, which I had no idea what a Mix Pre was a year ago, and then connecting that to the 6K, and then connecting that into the computer, and trying to sync everything up like that. So,
That's awesome.
Yeah, if I can maybe do a quick mic check here as well. Okay, I'm in the ballpark at least. I found that my automatic Zoom was set to automatic control here, and I wanted to recheck. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm going to recheck mine because I'm good. Okay. Hey, Pete, I don't know if you're still on, but I don't know if you ever use the Heils on guitar for the rejection. The PR31 is, I think he's gone, but that's okay.
I'm just wondering if Mickey's going to sleep tonight at all.
Yeah, let's
It's gotten so quiet in here.
I have one song.
I'm so used to office hours lasting. It's just, we commonly talk for 3 or 4 hours straight without any breaks. It's weird.
It's kind of nice to get a break.
Do you have any internal feelings already about this next one, Bill?
Yes.
Good.
I have internal feelings.
Bill,
how about the next tune?
Yeah, no, I understand the one that's been picked.
Since we're waiting, Bill, did that gentleman that mentioned about directing, did he ever get a hold of you?
He didn't, but he might have had trouble. I saw his name go by in Discord, but I've had actual client work, so I've been kind of it's one of those things where if he pings me an email or something like that, I'll respond. And he was kind of, I'm interested, but I don't think I have much time, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I felt. If he doesn't, I was telling Greg that I would like to be involved in the directing vision part of it with you.
Cool.
This time, from there, from the vision, not the editing, because I don't know that, but I think that you and I could probably talk our way into some good ideas.
Just get ready to hear this over again. We don't have budget to do that. We don't have any to shoot anything. We can't shoot anything. We can't do that.
That's usually my line. That's usually my line.
No more shooting. But also let's mention Kent and the logo.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Because I don't think very many people know him, and I don't know if they're aware of the logo even, or
we will for sure.
Who was it that did the animation of the logo afterwards? Just a couple of weeks ago, isn't it Emily's husband or something?
Was it?
Somebody's
No,
husband.
he's a new gentleman that popped up in the remotes, and he said, "Hey, I hope you don't mind." I took and animated it, and then I went back and had him made a Luma in a 4444 version. And he was happy to do that, and so I don't have his name tip of my tongue, but I'll look right now.
Yeah, if I had that, I would have had to use that cheesy video kind of thing to get the logo up on screen, and so I almost want to go back and use the animated one. It's very cool.
Yeah, it is. It is, and I will get his name so that we can give him a mention. But Kent couldn't have done it without Kent. We have T-shirts because of Kent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'd like to say this last hour for me has been very interesting. I didn't realize the similarity between MIDI and some of the stuff I used to work on, which was high-speed process control for controlling various aspects of equipment like pitch, raw, and roll and yaw, speed, depth, things like that. That happened in seconds, in sub-seconds, and many times. But it's the same. It's the same kind of process because you're training a machine to do something, and each person has their part, and then you have to figure out how to bring it all together. And it looked extraordinary. Other than the sheet music part, Brian, which I'll upfront say I have no clue how to read sheet music, but the part you were doing on the electronic part, where you were lining things up, looked astonishingly similar to the stuff I used to do.
Think of the score as your engineering schematic. It's your roadmap. It's how you're going to get it there. By the way, it's Paul Prusakowski who is doing that for us. So we will mention Paul as well.
So Peter, the what's interesting about MIDI again, that was the spec was written in the early 80s, and it's a signed 7-bit control. So everything is 7 bits only. So you have 128 values. Depending on that first bit, it's either a data packet or a control packet. And they have just, as of NAMM this year, I think, MIDI 2.0 finally has been ratified, and it's a 32-bit thing. So
it's going to go nuts.
So to put that in perspective, in the early 80s, when I was starting to do that stuff, we were already using unsigned 64-bit numbers because that was the level of precision we needed for the stuff we were working with.
Well, and that's been the issue with MIDI is that the reason it was so small back then is it was the synthesizer that was doing the work, not a computer. So there were very low-level processors. They're very small processors. So that 8-bit was all that it could handle. But now, and the other thing that's interesting about the new MIDI spec is it's bidirectional. So one synth can query another and say, "What do you know that I know? Oh, let's talk. Let's exchange stuff." There's a lot of
But what they were able to get out of MIDI with that 7-bit has been just amazing, because of the creativeness of the synthesizer makers and of the musicians that were using it. I'm sure Brian can speak to this as well. When if I'm doing something symphonic with symphonic patches in MIDI, I can use those 127 numbers to control the shaping of the sound and the breadth of the sound. And so the standard really did key in on some of the critical things. There's a standard of breath control. So when I use a wind synthesizer, I can trigger a keyboard synthesizer in a way that a wind player would attack that by doing the pitch bend instead of with a wheel roller with my lip. And so all those things, if the MIDI group had not thought of those ahead of time, it would not have been possible. So it's been quite the thing.
The fact that they figured that out in the early 80s and we're still using it today, and that the new version is even going to be backward compatible. I mean, none of my gear is dead with MIDI 2.0. It's stunning. And then to your point, Victor, like on some of the breath controllers and pitch bend, those were actually, I think, 14-bit resolution.
Okay.
So there's actually more resolution on some of them, but yeah, we have squeezed every ounce out of that tomato,
We had some stuff we were doing that in the world I was working in, where we were, we had a different problem. And matter of fact, they're still dealing with today on Perseverance, right? It's an 8K data stream. It's an 8 kilobit data stream that takes minutes to resolve, right? Because the distance is involved. And so we were trying to figure out how many things we could run in parallel inside the machine we were controlling and leave it alone and let it think its way. So we had to train it, essentially. We had to train the machine.
Well, and the big shortcoming with the current MIDI spec, depending on the kind of music you're doing, is the baud rate is so low. And I forget what it is off the top of my head, but you can imagine in 1982 what the baud rate might be, and all going over a DIN 5 cable, So the trend, that was very slow, and it's deserialized things. So there were MIDI guitars. I don't know if Andy ever tried to play one or Dale, but I mean, they're horrible. Yeah, because it's the responsiveness isn't there what you would expect. But I would think now with the way we can move data as quick as we can, and then this 32-bit resolution, there's some interesting possibilities.
Hey, come on, we had 1200 baud modems by then. I think that MIDI 2.0 is going to be really impactful to the video and audio world when it comes to digital boards and lighting and audio, because that two-way communication between things is going to be incredible. I mean, already we use it on my X32. I do my shows. I control the volume through MIDI. I control the muting through MIDI. So already it's being used, but I think the next version of MIDI will really have an impact on you guys doing the media stuff out there with mixing audio and video.
Well, and new kinds of controllers. Is it Roly? Have you seen that the Roly keyboard?
Yeah,
it's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome.
I want that so bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But they were involved because they had this idea for a controller. They were involved in the MIDI, the MIDI 2.0 specification, because they're going, there's things we can't do that we want to do. And it's interesting. The guy who was sort of my contact at Roland and that I worked with most closely all the time was one of the guys writing the MIDI 2.0 spec. And so he's still in the game. And then the other thing for the video folks, if you don't know, one of the writers on MIDI 1.0 was a guy named Chris Myers. Yeah, that Chris Myers of After Effects fame wrote MIDI 1.0. Yeah,
Chris is actually joining us on the 25th.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wonderful.
He's going to talk about, so I was literally just talking to Chris yesterday. He's a really old friend of mine. And so anyway, so he's going to be on talking about modular synthesizers. That's his jam.
Oh, that's exciting. Awesome.
Yeah. So he's going to talk about that on 25th.
Look him up on YouTube. He has some great videos on modular synths that I tend not to watch because it might cost me too much money. So I'm just like, stay away from the modular synths.
25th is an hour with Chris, because there's a big event coming up afterwards, and on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with a whole bunch of modular synth folks, and so he's going to kick it off by hanging out with us for an hour. So it should be a lot of fun. Okay, a couple questions here. We're going to go into a quick round here, just getting some questions here. Frank Henney said, "What would you do differently, knowing what you know now?" That'll take a little while. Go ahead.
I'll start and let others chime in. Yep. So some things I noted from our last meeting was we need a producer for each song. We need an owner of the idea, a traditional producer role. Not that we didn't have plenty of help. I mean, Greg took on a large part of that role this last song, and we all chipped in. But we need somebody we can bring their skill set to bring a vision to the song as far as feel and so on and so forth, so we can really create. So that was one of them. We need to record the final drums and bass right away, just like a traditional rhythm section would, scratch guitar part and things like this. So we're going to go a little more traditional this next song that we're going to do that way. We need, if you're going to use electronic drums, we mentioned MIDI would be very, very nice to have. And we need to have the video assets to the editors much sooner in the process, because although William and Charles did incredible work very fast, thank you, I know they would have liked to have had more time. So those are mine.
Andy and then Jeffrey.
Adding to that would be some sort of collaboration tool, not audio over the internet and trying to jam that way, because we've tested those things and they're very problematic. We don't need to get into that. But there are things like programs like Audio Movers, and then Jeffrey just did a take on one on his show, which looks very promising, by the way, which would allow basically 2 or more people to interact. You're not playing together at the same time, but the exchange of files is very quick, so that you can do some woodshedding back and forth and develop parts and all of that. And I would have loved to have had that, for example, for Victor and me trading licks during the last song, but we made it work.
You go Jeffrey and then Victor.
Yeah, first of all, that program's called Beat Connect, just came out of NAM. It's still in beta format. But the one thing that I learned is, since we're not all together, creating, I guess, some sort of swatch, or, like tasting the cake before you create things that, like, is this guitar part with this type of distortion going to work? Is this drum part with this type of bass drum going to work, or this type of snare going to work, or anything like that? So we can kind of tune the sound in as well.
A question. I know that it was all done very asynchronously, but would it make sense for you to, when each person's doing the jam session, to have everybody else watching and giving some feedback of, oh, I really like what you did there, or how? Would that be too much, or would that make sense? Not trying to jam with them, but just listen to it and give feedback. Go ahead, Victor.
Well, I think in this case, the producer certainly is going to be much more of a part of that role. I'm going to steal one of Andy's ideas. In our last meeting, he mentioned us trying to use, is it Unity Connect, was it, that you mentioned, Andy, in order to be able to do some back channel, more grooving sessions, although they don't have to be in perfect sync. But hey, is this rhythm thing going to work? Working with the producers with Unity Connect and things like this as a back channel to get some more cohesiveness going.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about Office Hours Community. Some of us have these tools, or maybe we can get one from someone nearby. And the next tune would be a great opportunity to just test those things if time permitting.
Yep. Greg and then Mickey. Oh, you didn't have anything, Mickey?
Yeah, in terms of what Andy was saying, wherein you're doing very quick collaboration with files being sent back and forth. If two or more musicians are on Pro Tools, you could use Avid's cloud. What do you call this? Cloud tools, and it just shows up in the DAW right after the other person hits stop on the recording. And you can also do with the producer giving comments. You could do something just with Zoom and some creative routing and turn on original sound. That's another option as well, and it's affordable.
It does seem like figuring out a way that you could drop it into the each track into the system almost in real time, get some feedback while the person's available, could be something that could accelerate some back and forth. Jeffrey?
And it wouldn't hurt if we did a little buddy system. So if Mike was doing his drums, he'd ping me, and then I'd watch him as he play, or vice versa. So that would probably help.
Yep. Next, I just hit the wrong button here. Next question is from James Babbitt. He said, for the opening scene in the video, where is the house in the snow and who is playing? There's Mike.
Mike Sweeney's house.
Since I got or relegated myself to percussion, I basically figured no one's going to want to watch my hands for 4.5 minutes. So I told my daughter, hey, grab your cell phone. I got an idea. I'm walking out, out to my lawn, plopped down my percussion pad and said, just walk up to me when you see me start playing, and then keep the shot tight. And that's Bill ended up using it for the open and close.
That's great. James Babbitt also asks, does the audio editor have to match the acoustics of each musician's environment?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah.
The short answer is no. The long answer is if we had, in the instance of the horn ensemble, we had 4 sax parts all played by Victor, mic'd in the same way by the same mic and in the same room. So the tone of all those saxes were similar. Let's just say we had 4 different sax players. It's an advance that we would want to do with each player to understand what kind of mic they're going to use, and then try to pick mics that will have similar tonal aspects. Most of that stuff can be fixed later. We did have an instance, case in point, where the solos were going to be singular solos. We decided later that one of them would be a call and response type of solo with the guitar and tenor. The tenor part was already recorded in a very clean fashion, and Victor played it in a very clean way, but it just didn't cut relative to the distorted guitar sound. So we used some magic in the DAW to get that sax to kind of cut more. But if Victor were to play it again, he would perform it with a more raunchy sound to match the guitar better.
Yeah, absolutely. John Preto said, question and suggestion, might it be apropos for a future remote song to be the story that tells the office hours story, like Brady Bunch or Gilligan's Island? Go ahead, Greg.
As soon as Preto writes it.
Yeah, exactly. James Babbitt says, are there aspects of remote music production that allow more creativity than meeting in person, such as including video of musicians in their environments? I think that's kind of what I think we've kind of felt like that. I like the idea. I really like the feeling of going to each person, like when we, in the edit, of jumping to each person's space, I thought was really fun. Go ahead, Brian.
I think there's room here to discover what the new thing is. We were talking education about the not virtual classrooms or whatever the language was, but maybe there is a new way of doing music here that we'll trip over in the process of doing this a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Bill.
I've always thought that whenever you run into a limitation, and we had, of course, the very big limitation of nobody can go anywhere with this, often that's what pushes you to find solutions that fit within the limitation, and that can sometimes increase creativity. I mean, I knew I couldn't ask anybody to shoot anything. I knew I had no narrative that I could go structure, but I knew what I had, and I had a lot of good musicians playing. So the rest of that became a way to use that effectively to tell the story of this song.
Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, and I think also in this first tryout, we wanted to give people familiarity with how they had seen some of these contributors on office hours, familiar backgrounds, familiar camera angles. And so I think in the future, that's going to change because of COVID restrictions, of us being able to maybe do some in-person remote shots and incorporate those. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops.
Absolutely. Talak Miguel Lopez Waterman says, this is so fascinating. Thank you one and all. Could you dive into how tempo of the piece was kept together for all of you? I heard that there was a click track. Can you explain how that works, particularly if there is tempo changes in the song? Go ahead, Brian.
So I said earlier that I recorded audio of the individual stems out. I also recorded a click, just a, and everybody, that was one of the audio tracks you could use, or you could bring those stems of the other instruments into your digital audio workstation, your DAW, whatever, and just turn on the metronome function in there. Relative to the tempo changes, we wrote them out because it just was going to be hard. I could go, if you're interested, I could go back to the original play, the way that it started and ended, but it wasn't like a rubato where it moved like, in and out of tempo. It was at 120 and then 158 for the rest, and then 120 at the end again. But still, it was going to be really hard to sync that up. So we avoided it.
And 158 for this kind of song is burning, you guys. You have to realize that to get a groove in that kind of a tempo is definitely a musical challenge, especially when you're not playing with players next to you. So I think for all of us recording, I'm sure that was a challenge. It was for me.
Ed Willick said, is there room for people to get involved with the remotes? What gaps need to be filled, or tasks that could use an extra hand to spread the load? Go ahead, Brian.
Absolutely. And as a guy who is an orchestration background, arranging background, I know there's string players out there somewhere. I'd love to have string players to get involved. Whatever you play, there's ways we can write stuff in here for the next songs.
Go ahead, Victor.
There's absolutely room right now. We are looking for a director for this next song. Somebody who would play a director role along with Bill Davis. And both Bill and Pete said, hey, if we have some other mixers and or video editors that would like to get involved, they have no problem leaving that role. If there's room, absolutely. Come over to Discord. The Remotes Band is the subject. And let's get your name into the spreadsheet. We'll have projects ongoing. So if not today, in the future, there's room for all kinds of musicians. Don't be shy.
James Babbitt said, how would producers with remote musicians involve the experts in this panel who produced the nearsighted blues? I guess just contact them.
Yeah, just get a hold of us.
Yeah, so I think, and what I think will be interesting is just in the same way that we saw office hours over the last year evolve. It'll be fun to see in a year when you guys have produced 50 songs. I'm just kidding. So, but when you produce, 4 or 6 or 8 songs between now and then, how much it's changed. I think a lot of people do this once, and I think that we don't see a lot of people do it twice. And like it's like yeah, we did that. Let's not ever do that again. And so so that was a lot of work. I think that what's amazing is as you take it on again and again and again, we're going to see an evolution of how the process works, and we're all going to learn something. I think that's going to be valuable as we keep moving forward. I'm thinking about beyond office hours, like how do we attract Imbira artists from Africa, or someone else that can go into a studio and record and send us something that's really amazing and build a richness of a song that would just be very, very difficult. And us figuring out how to do that so that it's a low lift on their end, because there's a lot of great, my first Imbira recording, I thought that I'm in Zimbabwe, I was like, well, I'll get a mic, and I came up with my mic and everything else. And the Imbira player was like, he's got a 1/4-inch jack on the side of his Imbira. Boom, give me a click track, and just just ran it out and left. He's in albums all the time, and so those kinds of talent are all over the world. And I think that that's going to be a real opportunity. Go ahead, Brian, and then Victor, and then Greg.
Just could we do a quick shout out to Kent King? Because
I was just going to do that.
Logo man.
Logo man.
No, because this is an example of somebody who's not a musician who says, "Hey, you guys need a logo?" Yeah, and it's great logo too. Yeah. Like it's not just a logo. Like people say, "Can I give you a logo?" And then you're like, "Ooh, But this was I looked at it. The first thing I was like, "Wow, these guys are serious. It's a good logo." Like it was like this is something that is cool. And it makes a difference. It makes a difference on how people feel about what they're doing and everything else. So great work, Ken. It was. And there's another member, Paul Prusakowski from Florida,
yes,
who says, "Oh, okay, we got this logo. Do you guys want it animated?"
Yeah.
So
absolutely,
room for everybody.
Yeah. And the shirt designs are awesome. So that'll be coming soon.
Ken's wearing the sweatshirt.
Who has that? Where's the sweatshirt?
He's got it.
He's already got one. What?
I have a shirt.
How did he get that?
We were going to talk about, you said how would remote musicians involve? 2 things. We are already talking about overlapping projects in order to speed up the process, smaller duos, so that's already being worked around. And also to this question is, guess what? You professionally now have a group of musicians and producers that if you needed a project that you're willing to pay for, now you know who to come to.
Right. And I think that, and especially as you get better at it, and it becomes clean, and, you guys are working on it. I think that there's, it's pretty cool. Go ahead, Greg.
And Ken, I noticed you put the Strat up in the stand behind you. Dead giveaway, my brother. You are now signed up.
Enlisted.
I wish I could join the I've only just started to learn the guitar, but yeah, as you can see, anything I get interested in, I kind of dive in with both feet. So it might be sooner than you think.
Did you redecorate since this morning? There was bikes and bikes helmets. Are you in a different room?
He just keeps moving like it's like a different location, different stuff in the background. It's amazing. Like we've met our match, I think, with Ken. He's like leaving us in the dust. All right, Andy.
Well, since we're volunteering people, I don't live too far from you, Alex. So maybe any of the Northern Californian musicians could, when we can at least get in the same room together, maybe we could use your space. And you could play cowbell. Yes, I think Mickey was alluding to that.
Yeah, I'm willing to set that up if I get cowbell. If I want to make sure I get my points and everything else. I don't know. I have to think about where there are some great music spaces around here. I just have to find one that, like, all the spaces that I have are horrible from an acoustic perspective. But let's think about that. And especially when I rebuild the space that I'm in, there'll be a barbecue and we'll do it. We'll just record them here. That'd be great. Anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I was just going to say, if my wife doesn't play cowbell, there might be a divorce. So just, help me out.
I see. I had to fight your wife over the cowbell. Okay.
Tambourine then.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll back away. I'll back away. I'm not gonna get in between. Yeah, no. All right. So I think a lot of these other ones are coming in video. John Preto did ask an important question. I think Greg was the coolest cat in the video. Were those Ray-Ban glasses? Did that come from? Were those Ray-Bans? Greg,
are there any other glasses?
All right. One from Beauty Bubble said, how much non-produced instrument playing was actually done? Live sound with zero sweetening. This was asked on YouTube. Was there any?
All of it was done live sound with zero sweetening. Pete got delivered dry tracks. I'm sure we're going to go into Pete's things, but everyone delivered absolutely dry tracks. I think, Andy, you might have been one exception.
Actually, not really, because all of the effects that were on the guitar, and they were just dirt pedals and distortion, like overdrive sounds and all that. They were, when I tracked, they were on. But I think, I'm wondering if this question also has to do with, did we use any, like in GarageBand, where you can put a sequence in there, you can drag a pre-recorded sequence, we didn't do that, or did we use any of the original MIDI stems? And our composer can speak to that. And I thought the great thing also about this project was, for example, Dale and I had completely different paradigms. I was, analog pretty much all the way through. Dale was using a box that's very digitally based that imitates amps very, very well. And that was nice to have that kind of mix there. And that's not uncommon. I like old school and I like new school. The box that Dale has, I've coveted, but it's a deep box. But anyway, we don't need to get into the weeds there. Anyway, Brian's got his hand up.
There you go, Brian.
So yeah, we didn't use any stems, any pre-produced stuff. I did do a second trumpet part and a real trombone part. I don't even know if it made it in the mix, Pete. I hope the French horn didn't, because it was really bad. But just to kind of fatten up the single trumpet that we had, and actually there were octaves that the young fellow, I forget his name, wasn't able to play. So did those virtually just to kind of fatten it up. But it was all played, nothing pre-done.
You go ahead, Dan.
That was William.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that on the MIDI tracks, there was no guitar parts besides the lead part. So Greg played a rhythm guitar part and I played a rhythm guitar part. And we didn't talk to each other at all. So luckily it fit together.
That's great. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, and part of that was, again, that little sound canvas box could only play 24 notes simultaneously. So you can imagine if there was a piano part holding a chord, there's 6 or 7 notes gone, and try to do a guitar part in MIDI was awful. So it wasn't there because a rhythm guitar part in MIDI is just the worst thing ever.
Chad Lafarge asked, for each performer, how much time did you spend working on and performing this song that did not make it in? What was the cumulative time investment for the 5-minute piece? Any guesses on how long?
Oh, geez. Well, I'm sure Pete will talk about it just from the mixing perspective. And there was a lot of time for all of us spent on this. Back channel, meetings, discussions, an awful lot of time. And Alex, I think we should get to Pete's part, as I know that we've got quite a bit to cover there.
Yep, let's go ahead, Pete.
All right. What should I do here? Share my screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's see. I just need someone to... There we go. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah. So in terms of time, it was in pieces. I do 4 hours one night, spit out something. Wait a couple days, a couple more hours another night or whatever. But it was probably a couple hours a day for a couple weeks. So, it was a bit of time. And then, the endless kind of redos of small things. But I guess I'll just talk about process first. So Greg and Brian and Victor set up a very nice process of how everyone was going to handle files. And an example of that is here, like on this hi-hat track, there's a bunch of dead air at the beginning. And so what they did is they said, we're going to take these MIDI tracks and everybody needs to export their parts with the start of the file to match up with the MIDI tracks. So my initial project, which I removed them now at this point, this guitar part's a good example of that. I had the MIDI tracks in here just as a guide to make sure things were lining up correctly. The other thing that I did is to make sure that the downbeat that Brian had programmed in was the downbeat in my DAW set to 158, which was the tempo that was the chosen tempo. So when we got into the meat and potatoes of discussing the musicality of stuff, somebody could say bar 101, beat 3, and we know that, we're talking about the exact same spot in the song. This session is modified because after we had a rough mix done, what you do is when you're dealing with video is you bring in a video file. So once Bill had a good idea of what he wanted to do with cutting, he produced an MP4 or an H.264 version of that, and I can put in the DAW here, and this little window shows that video. So now I can go back through and mix the pieces based on what Bill wanted to do creatively. And that was a back and forth discussion too of, oh, somebody's soloing here. I think there was a point where the trumpet kind of blossoms and we were like, oh, we should see Bill, the trumpet player, a little bit more. So it's definitely a two-way discussion throughout the whole process. But getting this video file in the DAW is it's a critical piece of the workflow once you get to that point. His video file, however, started a lot before the start of the song. So I basically had to come in and add negative bars in here to get all the stuff that was pre-song into the DAW and lined up. I did it the old school way. I took Bill's audio, which was a scratch mix that was married with his video, and just lined it up acoustically. If we had done time code, we could have lined up time code, but with all the wild footage and everything, it just wasn't advantageous to do it that way for this song. So I would accept pieces of everyone's parts. I think I had 2 or 3 different drum parts as we were trying to choose the feel of the song, and the way I set those up were in folder tracks. So I had a session that had Jeff drums V1, V2, V3, so we could easily listen to them and modify them, and they wouldn't affect each other. Guitar parts. This is a good example where Andy recorded his parts, and Greg, acting as the music director, felt like we needed a little bit of harmonic activity to help the part out and give some meat to the sound. So Greg did some pitch shifting, and I put those in as extra tracks. They lined right up and mixed them in. Real quick, all of the lines you see in these tracks, so horizontally is arranged every instrument. For drums, it's every part of the drum kit individually. Kick, snare, a couple different snare add-ons later, hi-hat, the toms, rides, crashes. And so each one of these lines is horizontally that part. And let me zoom out here for the whole song. So this is the song in its entirety. And each little cut or line here vertically is us deciding to shift or mute or modify the part. So you can see in the sax ensemble, there's quite a bit of nudging going on to get things to kind of line up. And it's one of those things of how far do you go to produce that and modify. because you still want it to sound musical. So there was a bit of me and Greg going back and forth and, adjusting how these phrases sound so that they sound tight, but still have a human sound to them. So that was kind of that kind of mechanical piece of it. When we get into some of the recompositions that Greg did, there's definitely a team effort. He would go in and he took the guitar solo that Andy did and the tenor solo that Victor recorded, and he completely chopped them up. They're not even in, these parts aren't even in the same order that they recorded them in. Greg took his musical talent and made it sound quite good. And so, this was very much assembled in the box, as you want to say. And, there within lies a lot of the time spent. And Greg works in Pro Tools. I work in Logic for this project. I work in Pro Tools sometimes too. The back and forth was quite good, where Greg could assemble this stuff, export these tracks for me unmodified in terms of sonic quality, and they fit right in. At one point, Brian heard his piano part. Where is that? Right here. And he wanted to adjust a few things. He didn't change any sonic qualities of the track, and it was literally just replace the file, and all the processing and mixing I put into it was all still valid within reason, because some of the fixes meant that maybe I needed to turn it up or down a little bit. So when we get into the actual mixing portion of it, I'm going to turn on this little thing called automation. This can automate any parameter of the sound of any track. You can use a surface that will talk to a DAW and actually use faders and have the DAW record those moves if you want to. I prefer in post-production mixing like this to do it with the mouse and really surgically. So I can get, right in here. Let me expand this vertically a little bit. So I can get right in here with the waveform and choose when I want to turn things up or turn things down, so that I'm not affecting the performance in a negative fashion. Here's a good example with the organ, where Brian played the organ part pretty straight, but for it to fit into the song, we wanted it to sound a little more dynamic. So I kind of programmed in some volume changes, pretty extreme volume changes that mimicked kind of the volume pedal of a B3, and how a B3 player might use that volume pedal to make that electronic instrument sound musical. Here's a good example of that with the piano as well. So quite a bit of work in here, pretty surgical. There's a couple of chances for automation on the bass line, where there might have been a ring out that's just in the way. So I have to mimic what a guitar string dampening effect would be to minimize this ring out. So that's an example of what that is. And then before the next downbeat, we restore the volume back to normal. So, the workflow can be different depending on how, each individual person works. But on this particular song, this is what we ended up doing.
That's great. Go ahead, Greg.
But see, this type of workflow is just not possible in analog. You can't. So, and the number of options that were afforded, the ability to go in and replace 2 or 3 notes. Let's say, for instance, I had, I played a bass that I haven't played in over a year. All of us played instruments we haven't played in a very, very long time. and I've got a little bit of arthritis in this hand here, and it was just killing me. And so there's some little and little
clams,
little fingering clams and stuff like that. And the analog days, you got to do it over. Now, like what you saw when Pete dropped the thing, I just let the note ring. I don't know why. I should have cut it off, and after I did, I said, God, I should have cut that off, but I didn't, and I just let it go. And so, Pete saw that. He goes, "Oh yeah, that should be cut off." Then, why didn't you cut that off? Oh, never mind, I'll do it. Boom, done.
Right, Victor.
Yeah, and as a musician, this is so commonly done. And so I can't get so tied into my own performance that I'm going to say, oh my God, how dare you touch my sax tracks in order for, well, guess what? I'm the musician. The producer and the mixer are the ones that sit down and they decide on that kind of thing. As a musician, I need to be able to know how to let go of that to serve the song. That is the motto of our band, is that we're here to serve the music. So I want to speak to that, because oftentimes people think, well, this artist just has complete control. It's not the case. The producer and the mixers play a big role in that. You can see in those 4 tracks there, all the work that had to be done, not because I played a bad part, but because the part had to fit the song.
Yeah, you had one phrase in here that you hit most of the time, but some of the times one of the horns clammed up. So you and I chose a phrase you liked, and then I made that phrase repeat itself every time it was supposed to repeat itself. And we took out all the other ones. So
thank goodness.
Yeah.
Important question from Keenan Campbell. He said, can we do a cowbell choir for all of us that aren't musically inclined? That would be
I'm ready. Are you guys ready? I'm ready.
Yeah, exactly. Ed Willick said, for the guitars, did you record DI tracks as well as the mic'd modeled amp tracks for reamping later, or blending that DI in for clarity and pick attack?
We did.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah.
Mine was just done directly. So straight out of the back of the stomp.
Yep.
Yeah,
Andy?
just regular output into the interface.
Yep.
No, what you see is what you get. I like Daniel Lanois, who's a great producer. He's worked with U2 and all those guys, and the way he tracks guitars is literally the sound you hear on the record is how he tracks. He likes that. It's a great way to work too, because it forces you to really conceptualize what the final product will sound like, rather than relying on fixing in the mix. I also just want to really say something about Pete's work on this and all that volume automation. That volume automation actually has been around even longer than DAWs have. You used to do that on the original way to do it was you'd have the band go into when you were mixing the tune, and you'd get more hands literally on the console. And then once you got disc automation, you could get faders to, you wouldn't even see the faders move in the beginning. They were just VCAs, and you'd see a screen and you'd see the little line going up and down on your 8-bit display or whatever it was at the time. But the thing I wanted to say about that is that if the band were all in the studio tracking together, he'd probably have less work, because we would hear that push and pull. But what Pete was putting back into the tune was the musicality of that pushing and pulling. And the practical way of that is, if you were watching a live band and you had a good engineer out front, they wouldn't just leave all the faders up when someone takes a solo. If the band doesn't come down to reveal that solo more, then the engineer up front is going to help that in a musical fashion.
One question that I think that is interesting, James Babbitt asks, did editing produce a version of the audio for Atmos? Was there any attempt to put these into space? Go ahead, Greg.
No, we had our hands full with what we were trying to do, but we know a guy who's going to take these tracks and he's going to spread them all over space.
I can't
and
wait.
I know it's going to be beautiful. He's a young guy. You might not have heard of him, but he's very talented. Very talented. Lives in the Philippines, of all
Well,
places.
and
You know?
in some ways, one of the big problems that we've had with some of the live stuff we've done that we have to think about that is the that the mics are picking up everything else, and so it's actually harder to put some of the stuff into space because you can't. There's only so much you can do. So having these all isolated and recorded has its drawbacks, but it also has some of its advantages when it comes to turning those as opposed to just a bed or being able to make them objects and so on and so forth. Go ahead, Mickey. You were going to say something about that?
Yeah, I would say like with music in general, like a little bleed here and there isn't a huge deal. Like it's for when you're working with dialogue, with speech, it has to be straight on. But when you're working, because with music, like you're throwing everything in verbs and delays, and you're moving things around, and you don't really have hard rules as opposed to when working with speech. So a little bit of bleed on music is not a big thing.
James Babbitt also asks, was there any type of comms system involved in making these, making the song?
Next time.
Discord. It was all on Discord.
Discord,
Next time we'll do a little bit.
It was it was text on Discord, not the comms feature on Discord.
Any final notes on the music before we move to the video? Go ahead, Greg.
Oh no, it wasn't specifically on the music. It was more about the process. I think that this next time and moving forward, we're going to try to have much greater communication. We started this as kind of an experiment. We let everybody kind of do their thing, and it worked out well. But we could have been a lot tighter with the communication.
I still think that once you get to song 5 or 6, I think this is going to be like a pipeline. Like this is how we. And again, I think that when you get good at it and when you get good at how you're going to deliver it to other artists and say, hey, this is what I need you to do. Like, and there's an instructions of like, we just need to do this. We need to do this and then hand it to them. I think that you can bring in this incredible from anywhere in the world. There's these studio artists that could contribute to it in addition to the folks that we have here, which I think would be just fascinating. So we're going to take a quick break. Go ahead, Victor.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that, Pete, there wasn't something else that you wanted to really cover that you didn't get to cover.
I don't think so. Only that, that whole thing with bleed that Mickey was talking about, because everything was recorded so separately, we actually had to use some reverbs and some effects to kind of
mush it all back.
Lo-fi, and make some things sound more lo-fi actually, because we want some of those harmonics and want some of that more imperfection put back in. So, that's sort of part of that whole process. Is that, and on a song this busy with these many parts overlapping and all within the same tonal range, mixing just isn't volume, it's also frequency. So the tone of the snare doesn't conflict with the saxes. And when you have guitar and saxes that are very much in the same range, that's what, part of that ebb and flow of the volume and some of these other aspects of saturation and things to try to get it so that things stand out in their space, but you can also hear everything.
Good, Mickey.
Yeah, and I was talking to Pete about this before, that like there were times in the earlier version of the mix that like during the solo of the guitar, it would start to fight with the brass. And during those times, like if you want the guitars to stand out, you might want to actually thin out the brass and still have it there, but thinner, and maybe put more verb on it so it appears to be more in the background, so that the guitars can take center stage.
And I imagine finding the organic nature of that is difficult, because I know that for us, there was this, we used to want to do shaky cameras when we were doing stuff, and you'd have a lock off and you want it to be kind of a shaky shot. And a lot of us tried to just hand animate the shakiness, and it always felt really bad. And we found that the easiest way to do it was we would put a couple X's on a whiteboard and stand 20 feet away and zoom in on them with a camera and just try to stay stable. If you're 20 feet zoomed in really close, there was no way to stay stable, and you get this organic. And what was interesting is I was trying to figure out what that was, and a visual effects supervisor walked up and he said, "It's because you're not picking up your breathing and your heartbeat." Like that's what you're literally your breathing and your heartbeat is what's affecting the camera at that distance, along with all the other things. And there was just no way to get it without just doing it. Anyway, so I imagine that was a hard for you, it was kind of a difficult challenge to get that organicness back into it. Yeah. Is there a way that you do that in Logic? I mean, that you get it, or it's just a feel?
I mean, Greg and I talked about it earlier on. Yeah, feel and just the lots of foot tapping and walking away from the song, putting it on my phone and listening to it and into the car. But a lot of it is this whole discussion of quantizing versus using MIDI or waveform to change the lineup of things. Lots of times it was shifted a 32/32 of a note forward or back, or in Dale's case with his guitar, 200 milliseconds one way or the other made all the difference in all. Just because it's in the box doesn't mean that all of these things aren't comb filtering together still. And those acoustics still happen in an electronic fashion. And it really is just it really is kind of a feel thing, really, and you can achieve it in pretty much any DAW. There's I'm sure that there's some imperfect tools out there to make things imperfect, but nothing beats just the human touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy and then Greg.
Mine's a little off topic, but I'm wondering if there's room on Discord for a sort of a musicians and anybody interested in musicians and playing's channel, so that we can talk more about the creative side, and then maybe also like share your rig, if you will, if you want to do a rig rundown. We didn't do that in this really, but I'm just proposing that.
I think it's great. I just put it in RFI, the room. By the way, there's some confusion. RFI is room for improvement in this group. So, but put in the RFI, we'll get Chad to figure out where he wants to put it. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to amplify something that Pete was saying, and there's dead sync, and then there's perceived sync, and rarely are they the same thing, and the perceived sync is the feel, and that's something that's just inside you that you feel. And we were very, very fortunate to have everybody in the, in the ensemble have a sense of that, so it was it came, but ultimately it was Pete that that pulled the rabbit out of the hat. So
great work.
Good job, bro.
Great work. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Ed Willick asks for Pete, was it better or worse to not have the band in the room while you were mixing?
Oh, well, I mean, even if you had the band in the room, you would still generally be separated from the room, either in the hallway or in an isolation booth of some sort. If you're recording, you definitely don't want to be in the same acoustical space. And in a lot of cases, you don't even want the same instruments in the same acoustical spaces. But with that said, there are some great recordings out there, even modern bands who choose to record in a church or in an acoustical space, and they track all together as a band rather than individuals, because they want that kind of organic sound. The Rolling Stones used to kind of do it that way, where they'd be all in the same room. They would acoustically treat sections of amplifiers or drums, but they were physically all kind of there, Yeah.
Andy and then Greg.
Yeah, I just want to take the literal spirit of that question, which is while he's mixing, not recording. And I would say that having the band in the room while the engineer is mixing is often not a good idea, because you get the more me effect, and then suddenly everybody's more me and the track just gets louder, because you've got nowhere to go. I will say this about this group, which is that I really liked very much how everybody was supporting everybody else. It wasn't just about you and all that. Like Pete reached out to me because we were tweaking some guitar stuff, and that was great. It was great to have that collaboration with him. But like I heard, for example, when at some point when the mix was in mono, I'm like, oh, the saxes, some of them are punching through, some of them are not, or whatever. It's like little comments like that where you're thinking about someone else's part, even when you're a different musician. And great collaboration, just awesome collaboration.
And Greg?
And I think that was kind of one of our rules at the beginning, was that when it came to the mixing, Pete was going to have autonomy, and but what he would do is he'd work on something, he'd export a version, he'd post it, and he'd say, "Okay, boys, version 3 is up. Comments now." And everybody would make comments, and then he'd go he'd continually do that. So there wasn't a lot of back and forth thing, and everybody got to, register their comments. Some of them worked, some of them didn't, but those were decisions that he made, and that's what we agreed on. And we're very happy to have it that way.
And that process,
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Alex, I was just going to add to Greg that process takes, a lot of patience and a lot of personality to be able to accept that there might be some criticism, or there might be some differences in opinion. And the way that Victor and Brian set up the workflow of, do what you do and accept feedback with a grain of salt, because you're right. Like, some of the feedback is not always valid, or maybe it's valid, but the reason why it's not that way is because if I did it, it would be in the way of something else in the song. And so the two-way communication is definitely very important. And we wouldn't have had such a product without that collaboration,
Absolutely. Alex Goldner said, did you need to punch, I think we kind of covered this, but did you need to punch holes in frequency ranges of some of the instruments to allow other instruments to be clearer?
Absolutely. All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, the sax ensemble by itself, if it was just all by itself, it would sound totally different. It sounds kind of weird when it's by itself, but in the song, in context of everything else, it sounds good. Same thing with some of the drum sounds, like by themselves, they may not sound the way that you would think, but in context of the song and everything else going on, it all just fits in the pocket.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
you would hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeffrey.
Yeah, the one thing that Greg did, being electronic drums, I only have one sound that comes out, and a lot of miking techniques mic the top part of the snare drum and the bottom part of the snare drum. So what Greg did was he re-engineered the bottom part of the snare drum sound and put both of those mixes into the drum mix. So it sounded a little bit more live and realistic there.
That's great.
And so our process musically was, Greg was looking at these tracks from a music director point of view, and then I was looking at them from a sound engineer point of view. So we were bringing, and then Brian was looking at them from a composer point of view. So we were bringing the three kind of perspectives together to create it. Whereas, if I was by myself doing it, it wouldn't have been as good, because, Greg's looking at it like, no, that I know how that part needs to be. And I would be like, okay, make it. And then I'll put it in, and it definitely required, though, that kind of workflow, because all of our minds think, we have overlaps, but we have specialties.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Victor.
And this is very rare that you have this kind of collaboration without conflicts. And this group did a really good job of doing that. It's a surprise. It could have been completely different. And I didn't have to have any of those embarrassing one-on-one moments. Thank you all.
Any last questions about the mix before we go to the video? All right. Amazing work all the way through. It just sounded really good. I wanted to make sure we took the time people really get, like, just how much effort went into it and the level of detail that you guys, went into, and want to make sure we all learn from it so that we can keep on moving forward and hopefully have more people, playing along. We're going to take a quick break here. And then we'll come back and Bill and Charles will be up talking about the next piece of this puzzle and how it came through and all the work that they did. Right now it's 11:57. We'll come back at 12:10, so 10 minutes after the top of the hour. Give you a quick moment to stretch your legs and be ready for yet another round of stuff. Yeah, Mickey. What time is it, Mickey?
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Manila time. Hey, it's Saturday.
All right. I will. All right. Thanks, Mickey. And anyway, so we're gonna walk away. Feel free to keep talking amongst yourself or take a break.
I love how when he asked that question, Mickey, you were holding up your cup of coffee
and
That
cigarette.
Was that coffee?
I'm,
Yeah. Okay. Figured.
I'm setting my Blue Man clock to Mickey time. It'll be on my desk just so I know from now on.
Mickey, is Manila today? I mean, is it Saturday or are you already on Sunday?
It's Sunday, so
Sunday.
But yeah,
We've crossed
I told
the
everyone
international dateline.
I won't be coming into the studio until after lunch. I told them.
Yeah.
Oh my
good
goodness,
plan.
Mickey. Thank you so much.
Hey Pete, did you send Mickey all the stems?
I just made them the other day.
Oh, okay.
Because I had to rework the reverbs so that I could print them. So we had
Separately?
them separate. Yeah.
Nice.
So
I just want to make sure I didn't put my foot in my mouth there.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, and Mickey, I'll send you a link, and then if you need something exported differently, because you'll get all the individual tracks and then the subgroup tracks. So you can use one or the other, and then all the.
How many subgroups are there in total?
Let me look at the file.
You think this thing is done? Pete and I have been pinging back and forth.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I got some
Yeah,
stuff.
I think I've mentioned it a couple of times on the show. Like, a mix never ends. I just reach a deadline, but with this, do we really have a deadline?
Yeah. Final.
It's like 11 or
what's this? There's a
I really mean it this time.
Art is never finished. It's just abandoned.
That's why I never put final on any of the.
Yeah, I just put dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, like final version 4.
A buddy of mine was a graphic designer who would just duplicate files, and in the Finder it says copy until the file name got too big, so it'd be copy co.
That's how he knew he was done. That's great. And I'm coveting your Blue Man clock there. That's great.
Yeah,
that's a great band, by the way. They always get amazing musicians.
So Mickey, like 12 subgroups, and then all the.
That's my alarm going off. It's time to wake up.
Yeah, there was definitely not a lot of settling for stuff in this group of people. We're not settlers.
Someone Tom Petty played all together too. Yeah, that's right. They did.
Yeah, I think U2 does too. And strangely enough, I don't know how often Bono does his vocals like this, but when I've told this story when he did the duets album with Sinatra, and Al Schmidt was engineering, Bono was on the comfy couch in the control room, singing through a 57, his vocal that ended up on the record, and Sinatra was in the studio with, I don't know if he tracked with the orchestra or not, but two different worlds.
Yeah. You do a lot of live stuff. How often do you also track to multi-track or DAW in the box at the same time that you're doing your live things?
All the time.
Not
every time, but if you're touring with a band, oftentimes the venues won't let you multi-track due to labor rules and things, because if you're multi-tracking, that's probably that you're intending to use it to make money later on an album. Whereas if sometimes you can get away with recording just a stereo board mix.
Sure.
And even that, sometimes there's some rules around not allowing to do that even in certain venues. But nowadays data is so cheap and the consoles have one connection to get all of the all of the channels into a DAW.
Right.
It's very easy to just do it and then why not? So most bands will pay for the hard drives too.
Because there's got to be so much learning, just, if no other reason, just to go back and listen to your playing or the ensemble playing.
So I'm old analog guy. Like do these DAWs, like the DAWs you would use for a big gig, big orchestra gig or big band, like do they have recording capability in them nowadays, or is that going out to something else?
Almost always something else. It's just too much draw on the CPUs of the consoles. So, Waves Tracks Live was a nice lightweight one for a while, although they've stopped kind of supporting it for the new 64-bit operating systems. So, Pro Tools is what most people are using, on the mid-range tours, like in the early 2000s, ADAT was a big one because it was cheap, and computers weren't that reliable back then, especially traveling. And now you can do a laptop with maybe a hard drive, maybe not even, and one little.
And who made? There was one. Was it Tascam that made Radar? Like it was.
Radars were huge. There's still studios like in Chicago that are outfitted with Radar still.
Wow.
Oh, I've seen some really high-end Dante multi-track recorders hardware that's out there that obviously would make that possible.
Black box.
Pretty expensive.
Joko, and also the sound devices 970s are super solid.
Mm-hmm. I've used the PIX 270s too to do it.
Yeah, and I've done some workflows with Reaper to do ISO tracks. In addition to it being a monitor DAW for the Dante channels for corporate stuff. This isn't for bands, but you could easily do it for that too. And then I'm in Northern California, so there are a couple of regional sound companies here. Sound Image has an office up here. They're a big touring company, and they brought in what's it called? Joe Block. What's the name of that hardware recorder? Yeah.
Joko.
Joko Black Box.
Joko.
Thank you. That's the one I'm thinking of.
They're awesome.
Very purpose built for that very reason. It's just a rack, and it's a recorder, and the show. Yeah, exactly. The show we did, they actually brought in a separate recording. The guy had a QL1 just to control inputs to get them to that recorder. And that's how they did it. We had
they were just getting a split. They're just getting a pure split from the snake.
That was a crazy one because we had a front of house QL5 or CL5, I can't remember which, for the corporate side. Then there was a Avid profile for the front of house music, and then that was repeated backstage. QL for the record and a profile for the monitor mix.
Andy, you just brought up an interesting, you triggered something that we didn't really mention here for live recording is as soon as the profile came out, because it was made by Avid, it was really the first console you could do virtual sound checks with. And now every console pretty much can support a version of that, which means it replaces the input and the head amp trim with the tracks from the DAW, so that as a front of house engineer, you don't need the band on stage for an hour anymore to, let's say you're not carrying a PA system and you have PA du jour, you don't really need the techs or the band to really help you get that dialed in. You can just use virtual sound check from the night before, if it's the same mics and all that.
Even with,
that's what the musicians say, so they can get out of sound check.
Yeah, they want to get to catering as quickly as possible. But I was going to say that even the Behringer X32, there is a workflow for virtual sound check. There's videos on YouTube about it. And I mean, the only drawback to a virtual sound check is you won't get that interaction between microphones. But
you get the interaction between microphones, but you don't get the interaction of the guitar amp noise.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to go the step further, you'd reamp the guitar. I don't know anybody doing that, but you could theoretically do it. I mean, that's probably overkill. And frankly, it gets you close enough, right? If you're doing a tour and you've rehearsed, you're
dialed.
You're mostly dialed. Yeah. Gets you in the ballpark.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Is that a chamois shirt you're wearing? Is it?
Corduroy.
It looks comfy.
It's corduroy. I didn't see the ribs. Looked like a chamois. I was going to say, man, I miss those.
It's comfy.
I used to love those.
It's comfy, but Andy, back to you. And there still are on a major tour. You got a PA tech. I mean, the crew is so large. It's like the virtual sound check. May or may not. I mean, even the techs for all the instruments go up and play and still do a sound check. It may not be without the original performers.
Oh, and like if they have backing tracks, there's a guy or gal backstage with a Pro Tools rig, and they're just playing it off the Pro Tools rig, and they have redundant Pro Tools rigs in case one fails, and all of that.
Raymond.
Yeah. Mike, this is off topic. Who's the artist of the Seascape print behind you?
I bet
it looks like someone I knew.
Debbie, is this one of your posters?
What?
Who's the artist for his poster?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know if it's on.
Is there an LDA in the bottom of it? And a logo?
Cassay.
I don't remember his first name.
Okay. It's
LD
very reminiscent of another artist that I knew. Any rate, thank
Yeah,
you.
my wife likes the Polynesian prints.
Well,
and
what's the artist that you know?
Lauren Dean Adams. He's in Hawaii now.
Oh, okay. Because we've got one upstairs too, and I can't remember the artist that I really like as well. There was
Years ago I cataloged a bunch of his oil paintings and stuff. So, at any rate, he's a well-known seascape artist.
There's a shot of Andy's rig for those who are interested in how the sausage was made and the guitars.
It was very important to me that he recorded it in stereo, since it was such a big part of the song. We had a discussion of getting some sort of stereo field out of his recording.
And Andy nailed. Greg Curta had set us down that we were kind of going for this Robin Ford type sound, and Andy just nailed it, just absolutely nailed it. And that top left pedal that he's using, the blue one, is one of my favorite pedals. I can't know which one that is, but I know the.
I love the fact that he puts a target on the amp where the 57 has to point.
It's a Strymon.
I've got to reposition this again.
Thank you. It is a Strymon. Those are like my favorite stomp box pedals.
One thing I will say, Pete, is what you do, I have a great appreciation for, only as a listener. But I mean, some of us of a certain age will remember Moody Blues and Days of Future Past, which frankly could only have been done using an engineer, because the stuff they were doing couldn't be done live.
Steely Dan too. I mean, same.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of those. I mean, Steely Dan live is pretty good, but it's not what they were able to nitpick in the studio and just get absolutely perfect. Yeah,
go to YouTube and watch the making of Asia. It's a wonderful piece, and they cover a lot of stuff. They solo out certain parts that you're like, oh, I always wanted to hear that. Like they cover 6 of the solos that didn't make it on Peg, and then the one.
Of course.
Oh, that was a great video. By the way, you guys were talking about my rig without me. Damn it, I missed my opportunity.
You can still have.
Of course, the guy
now we're going to talk about video. So
All right, so we are changing gears again. Everybody's gotten a little bit of coffee or everything else, and we're ready to roll. And so you guys put this mix together, and I imagine that kind of while you're doing it, you start recording it. Now you recorded the videos all separately as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you thought about recording actually recording the audio and the video at the same time, right?
For about 3 seconds.
Yeah, for about, I was going to say 3 seconds.
There's not enough drive space in the universe for that. Right.
Yeah. So when did you start recording the videos? When did you know that it was time to start recording them? Was it when the song was completely done, or was it still in process?
The song was pretty much done, and we had a due date to work towards. So folks knew that they had to get their parts in, and some did it very close to that due date, and some did it otherwise, which was fine. But we did, in talking to Bill, we did want to get some standards there. How many shots we were going to do, how many cameras. Did Bill have any specifics that he needed? And Bill didn't. Being Bill was just like, send me what you have and I'll make it work. And that's what he did. Although I think most of us did use 2, if not 3 different angles. So that meant that we had, like, for me, I had 4 sax parts, so I had to video myself 12 times and send them, I think, at least 12 stems plus the solo. So it was kind of nuts, to be honest. And he wanted me to dance, so
What do people use for cameras? What were people using?
My
You had
usual
yours.
setup. Yeah, my 4Ks and my Sony.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeffrey?
Yeah, what I used, and that's what I'm showing off here, is I got the ATEM Mini, and I'm using 4 GoPro Hero 4s. I had the overhead cam. I have the front cam. That's actually a Sony camera right there. Then I had a by the Tom cam, and then finally this one, which is actually on a slider. So it was going up, and it's doing that right now, sliding up and down from the side.
That's great. Brian?
Blackmagic 6K. I had that on a slider for the keyboard shots, which I wish I turned it up to 11 because a little more motion would have been fun. And then I had a Canon 5D on the close-up shots on the keyboard. Then for the French horn was a Blackmagic 6K and a couple of Bird Dog PTZs for the close shots.
Nice. Greg?
I'm the poor kid from the other side of the tracks. All I had was a an iPhone 8 Plus, and just trying to rig it. It was all. That's why I asked that question, because it was all yellow, and there was nothing I could do to get rid of it. And I'm sending these things into Bill, and I'm apologizing and apologizing and apologizing.
No, Charles killed it with your shots. Killed it with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dale?
I'm using a Sony A6100, and I got a 4K camera, but I just got it, so I didn't know how to use it really well. So I was having problems with color.
Right. Go ahead, Andy.
For my wide shot, I had a Panasonic Lumix GX85 or something like that. And for the medium shot, I had this Mevo Start. And then for the close-up on the neck, that was a GoPro 4, I think.
Nice. And so so the files are all coming, and this is where you employed Frame.io. Is that right? To get all these files?
Yeah, that was
up?
kind of my suggestion. I knew I needed to get a lot of video transferred, and because of their transfer function working so quickly, I thought that was the only way I was going to be able to aggregate this much stuff in that shorter period of time.
And it sounds like it was probably all different file formats. It's kind of rolling in.
It was all over the place. And I have to admit, I mean, I got involved with an early meeting, but it wasn't that early. So it was a process of, I didn't have a chance to really say much of anything before they were well into the song.
Right.
So for me, the biggest challenge was just, is there a theme? Is there something that I can work with? And if you want to, I've got a couple of, I've got a half a dozen slides that'll probably help people ask questions from the audience.
Yeah, show them to us. Absolutely.
Okay, the first thing was just some note pages that I did. This was me taking notes about what I was. So the first meeting I was involved with, you see first video notes up there. That's the stuff up here. But half of these ideas I knew were going to die. They were just immediate thinking. And I don't know if we want to go back and talk about these later. I don't want to go through them step by step. But then I had the page over here where I thought about, this is what I want to talk to the band about the first time I talked to. And really, the only thing I wanted to say was that can you give me a wide shot, a medium, and some sort of close up? That was pretty much all I said to any musician about this part of the entire process. I just wanted some variety. And the next thing for me, because I had no idea what I was going to get, was just some sort of organizing idea. And that was this for me. I tried to figure out, what are the 3 things? So they do this with every video I've ever done in the corporate world. What are the 3 things that I want to have people out of it? I wanted to quote Zoom a little bit because that's how we all met. I wanted to feature the ensemble as much as possible. And I wanted to, as much as possible, watch the music being made, because I thought that would be the single most satisfying thing for the audience. To do that, I had this real quick list of just like keys, and so you can read them here. I when I saw the snow open and close, I said I got to use that, and some insider things like the Mickey W LM meters that I thought the office hours people would really enjoy. After that, I took a quick look at the score and I don't read music that well. I was a music major in high school, but I didn't pay much attention to the scoring part of things. But I did specifically look at that. And as a video guy, when you see that there's going to be alternate closes and repeating phrases, you're going, well, I can't really use the score because I can't figure out shots for something that's repeating. It's a different kind of a thing. So I always do this thing I'll show you next. I call it a line edit. It's just a tool I've used since the very first time I dealt with a music video. And it's a specific kind of thing that I use. These are, as you see up at the top here, 8-beat phrases. And I just want to make sure that I have a track for every 8-beat phrase through the entire song. And what it lets me do by putting in notes like, okay, there's a guitar figure there, and then the horns down here, I can see what's going to be coming, and I know how much space I have to work in visually. It was real important here in the beginning because I only have 4 8-beat phrases before we get into that drum, that anticipation figure and the drum hit. So I knew kind of that everything I was going to do at the beginning of the song had to be done fast. I had to get into this, establish the grid, and get on to watching the performances pretty quickly. And without this tool, that's harder for me to do. Now, with the snow thing, I was able to push the opening back so I could bring people into the video a little bit. I tell you, the first time I heard the song, I thought, oh, and one, and we're going. How can I even establish anything? And that's why I got so excited about having that. Then once I decided I was going to try to quote Zoom a little bit, I just looked at a bunch of Zoom things. I stole them from office hours and I said, you know, what does office hours look like? Oh, and the grid on the right, the 16 grid is kind of what I settled on. I said, I'm really going to probably pick that and stick with that because I know I have a lot of parts, but I have a lot of repetitive parts. And in fact, then I started working on, okay, so what are my ideas here? This one on the right turned out to be kind of the central grid. I looked at this other one because I wanted to see if, like Zoom, there was any sense in having some visual element at the bottom, but I ended up saying no to myself. I also spent some time playing around with these ideas of spotlights because I knew I was going to want to feature musicians who were playing and they needed to be the focus of the whole piece. Eventually, I killed that idea because of all this negative space. I couldn't really work it, and I was cutting into people down here. And I just thought it's really not a very good form. And so that's why I dropped it eventually and went to the squares. And so that was kind of the genesis of my first thinking. The other thing is, I think people might want to ask questions about later, is all the cuts that I did. And they were there for specific purposes. So this is the series of libraries that I worked on while I was developing what was going on. I knew I was going to need multicam parts because, for example, Andy has multiple things going on. Victor had a boatload, and so did Brian. Brian had a ton of parts. And this was an interesting waking for me as I started working through these things. Here's the multicam build for Brian. And, you know, basically you've got a whole bunch of people playing. He's up here, but I kept thinking, this looks like something to me, and I couldn't figure out what it was. When I got to Victor's multicam, I thought it looks different. And I started thinking about, why does it look different? And here, let me give you a close up. Here's Victor's multicams, and here's Brian's multicam. It struck me visually that they didn't look exactly the same. Victor is very bright. He's wearing one outfit. They're consistent, but it really drew my eye because of how he was outfitted. Brian, on the other hand, I've got like a group of things with him in the blue shirt. I've got a group of things with him wearing the Hawaiian shirt, and I've got him formally, which means that if I'm using Brian in the grid, I'm not calling attention to him. I'm more just generically, visually looking at an array of musicians. And as I built out my box mats, and this is the technique I used to try to make sure I didn't have to be too precise about lining up every shot, particularly during the creation part, I realized that if I could use the grid horizontal and vertical lines, I could save having to be too precise in terms of where my shot positions were. So these really turned out to be tremendously helpful for me as I was going through things. And you can see them as I get to the timeline. If we spend much time in the timeline, and I'm going to finish this up in about 30 seconds. you can see that when we get to these things, the box grids appear at the top. They are Luma keyed out, and it helps me from having to be too precise about the positioning of all the individual players that are inside the boxes. It's just a nice technique. And you can see really quickly, that's a look at one of the grids that was underneath the grid. It's really sloppy. I mean, you know, there's scenes poking through from the back. These lines are not all consistent in width, but watch what happens the moment I just slap the grid on top of it. It's suddenly more ordered and understandable. And I thought that was important here because I was trying to keep people focused on the performances, not on having to visually move their eyes around to see what they were seeing. And I thought the more organized it was, the better. And then that's just how the timeline ended up looking. Although if we get into the lifetime line, you'll see more of that. So that was my thinking as I approached and got into the project and what I did to try to make sense out of it for me.
What do you think were the biggest challenges? What really did you get hung up on?
So the idea of player equity, the idea of directing the audience, the fact that I had so many moving parts to track. I think I had 64 different player videos to manage and some extra ones on the outside. Like Victor sent me some vertical stuff that I ended up not being able to use. And if we get to the timeline a little later, as people ask questions, I'll show you how I had to, I started a couple of different ways and had to revise that as I went because nothing seemed to be giving me the punch I wanted. And to be able to focus on like the initial build of the grid, I probably did that 9 different ways and it never just felt right because I wanted to reveal that it was a grid of musicians playing, but I didn't want anybody to focus on one musician. And Victor, God bless you, you killed me in that because you were wearing that white top and every time I had you in the grid, my eye kept going to you. And later on, I figured out, wait a second, man, Victor's going to be, when he finally shows up to play his solo right after Brian finishes, that's a big moment because you were playing 4 different sax parts. And so I decided I'm going to hide Victor until that moment. That's your walk on stage as the band leader moment. But that meant I had to go looking for other things that were less visually distinctive and fill in. And even though I had 64 tracks, I was running out. I was going, what can I put here to not draw people's eye in the early part of the song? It was crazy.
Charles Klein out of New York says, would you do the grid again?
Yeah, for this song, I thought it was justified. Again, I wanted equal weight unless I was focusing on somebody. And it allowed us as a viewer to see a lot of players. I suspect that people who really enjoy this will go through and watch the whole thing. And that's where I'm telling them to look. I would imagine now they're going to re-rack and they're going to look at a couple of different things. If it's one of the players, they'll watch their own part. We all do that. If it's somebody who knows one of the player, they will go through focused on that player's part. And then if you're just a drummer, you're going to look through and see what Jeffrey did. So you're going to want to be able to stop watching the big thing and watch Jeffrey's part as he plays through the song. I thought that was a good idea.
Just a drummer?
Well, that's one of the fun things about an ensemble like this. There's different constituencies who want to see different things. So by having a complex grid like this, I thought it served that.
Liberty White in Atlanta asks, with the quick turnaround, how many rounds of edits did Bill end up going through?
Not as many as you probably think. One of the advantages of Frame.io in this kind of circumstance is that, right, we debuted it at a band meeting. Everybody got to see it. I said it's up on Frame.io. Go ahead and make your notes. I looked up 24 hours later. I think there were 65 or 70 notes. Everybody who was a part of the band put their little 2 cents worth. And that is perfect because I am unable in this short a period of time to look at every detail. So I was really counting on the players to vet themselves and to say, in this area, this is not right, because I'm not a good enough musician to understand entirely what's right about their part, how it's executed. So having those notes come back really helped a lot. But we didn't have to do many big versions. It was more, put your notes in. I'm going to kick out another version up on Frame. You guys watch that, and you'll see some of the note processes. Frame saved my life, though.
Greg and then Victor.
Yeah, and one of the beauties of Frame.io was that the comments were time coded, right to the point. So it followed the whole progression. It wasn't just this list of complaints, right? But it was nicely organized, and it was really easy to work with.
Good, Victor, and then Pete.
And I think one of the keys was that Bill had full autonomy to do what he wanted to do visually. I mean, he didn't come to me, and it was just, Bill, do your thing. You're the one that's doing it. Do your thing. And I thought that was great, because when we first saw it, we were just as happy and thrilled as all of you were with the wonderful product.
Good, Pete.
Bill, wonderful working with you on the project, and total pro lane, transferring files, all that stuff, everything always lined up. Question though about your workflow with Frame.io. I have used it both ways, where you tie it to the NLE or not tie it to the NLE. Do you use the plugin and actually have that window up?
So the first two rounds of punch list changes, yes, I brought in the XML and had it pop up individual markers onto my timeline, integrated. So, and particularly because there were sometimes that two people made a note at exactly the same place. So I needed to be able to bounce back and forth between those two notes and assess what people were trying to say to me. The last two cuts, I stopped doing that. And at that point, my focus changed from repair, which is how I was thinking of it when the notes were coming in, to dialing it into a level that I was happy with. And at that point, this is what I've got. I was mindful of the fact that I had to get the rough cut out for Pete. I also had to get a color something out to Charles, because I didn't want to hamstring him by the fact that, hey, you got 10 hours, what can you do? So I was trying as hard as I can, but things kept evolving, and you're going, it's that balance between, I don't want to send him something that's not real and have him do a lot of work on something that's going to get replaced. But at the same time, I need to give him a chance to do what he does.
Charles Klein asks, did you unify all the clips under one codec?
Yes, that was the first step. Was I transcoded everything to a mezzanine codec. In this case, it was ProRes 422. And so everything on my timeline came in as that. And then, of course, I had to do proxies, which Final Cut 10 pioneered 10 years ago in doing the switch back and forth between proxy and optimized. So, yeah, most of the time I worked in proxy mode, although the way Final Cut does that is great, because if you just switch to originals, all of a sudden everything snaps completely into focus, and you can make qualitative judgments on the shots, and then just pop back to proxy to deal with multiple layers of multiple shots.
Ken King from Charlotte, North Carolina says, how often do you create a more detailed storyboard?
Well, every project has a different set of things. This is unusual in that I didn't have a client. I mean, the band's the client, office hours is kind of the client, but it's not like you have a corporate client and there are stakeholders in that corporation who all want to touch it. It is a joy and a little bit of a pressure without much time to be given what Victor told me, which is, you're doing the video, we're not going to tell you how to do it, just go do it. You do have to have some reason for making your decisions, but once you figure out what those are, and those are the top three things, right? That was my list of three simple, if I get this right, I'll be happy with my work on the video. That made it easier.
James Babbitt said, Bill, is it expensive to use Frame.io for a project like this?
It wasn't for me. I have a Frame.io account I use for corporate clients and things like that. So I pay for it. I think I pay $240 a year. So I think it's not horribly expensive. I use it for that. I did have to dump a lot of older work out of there to kind of free up range for this. And we did run into issues where people were giving me relatively large video files in groups of 3 or 6, as I had asked for a wide, medium, and a tight shot. And each player would send that in, and they would send them in whatever codec the camera had done. And my frame bucket had gotten filled pretty quickly. So I ended up having to pull the shots down, transcode them and put them back up in H.264. And I wanted to do that because I wanted people to be able to go back and reference what they had sent to me even after I'd pulled it down.
Roscoe asks, what grabs your attention when you got a time away and then returned to the project? It's probably both for you and Pete.
Yeah, for me, this really was collaborative, and there were things I remember clear as day. There was a thing that happened between Greg and I. Greg had said, "Do you want my visualization thing?" And I was in the middle of am I going to be able to get this thing done in time? And I actually, at first I said, no, I've got everything I need. I got 64 parts. I'm maxed out. I don't have any more time to deal with stuff. And I went away and I was doing something in the backyard and I kept thinking, that was a stupid call. I haven't even seen what he's going to send me. And I told him, no, don't be an idiot. So I went back in and I said, Greg, send it along. And he sent me the first visualization of the meters bouncing. And I went, thank God I wasn't that much of an idiot, because this is engaging. It's interesting. And I know people are going to want to see this. So sometimes you have to fight your instincts to say, I'm overwhelmed. I don't want anything else, because that thing that's coming in might be really cool.
I think that's something that everybody fights, is a push through places where you just don't want it to go any further. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with audio, because it's all perspective. So you listen to 16 bars trying to get everything perfect, and then you go and listen to the 16 bars before that, and you're like, oh, it's not coherent. And so, one of the things, like the rhythm section really shouldn't change a lot throughout the song in general, because that's like the bass. And, also with audio, your ears just need a rest. And things sound, video, different displays display video, different colors and things like that. But in general, like blue is blue and red is red. With audio, there's a wide range of devices that this is getting delivered on. So that perspective of listening to it on my iPad, on my computer, on my home stereo, sending it to Mickey, how does this sound to you? Sending it to Maddox, how does this sound to you? And people that have the brain vocabulary to give you feedback, you can not do anything with that feedback or take it with a grain of salt. But all of that is valid when this kind of projects is being put together. Same thing with the players. Are you happy with the way that this sounds? And you would expect that they would say yay or nay, or, Jeffrey at a couple points had feedback on some of the reverb sounds and things like that. And, it's you listen to it and maybe make an adjustment or come back, or like Bill, like you're saying, 2 days later, I'm like, yeah, that is a little bit wrong. And you just go back and, that's why it's never done.
Good. Mickey and then Jeffrey.
Sorry, I didn't have my hand up.
Oh, Jeffrey.
So, Bill, just kind of curious, would it have been better if maybe for even next time, if we send you more of a proxy size file rather than the full length file, so you can make the pick and choose and say, I definitely want this one, and then you get the bigger version, or does that not matter?
No, I think it's the opposite. I would always rather get the full res file first, because if nothing else in the future, we'll be working on more narrative, less, this was boxy squares, and it needed to be that because that's the only way I could figure out to make sense out of this. In something else, the fact that I might get a full size thing and realize, I'm not sure the color's right on that, I could get it off to Charles. He could pre-work instead of being forced into the box I put him in, which is you've got 72 hours, here's this thing, or less than that, 48 hours, here's the finished thing, figure out a way to color it. We talked about that, and I think I apologized the first time, and I said, I don't have time I don't think we're gonna have time for me to send you the high res of all of these so you can base grade and correct all the shots to bring them in. That's just probably not gonna happen here.
Good. Peter?
Yeah, I guess that was the question I was going to ask. Did you color them first and then put them in the boxes, or put them in the boxes and then let Charles figure out how to color it?
Yeah.
Because I would have thought you would have done it the other way around.
Yeah. Probably next time. Andrew Lipnick said, is there anything the musicians can do differently next time to help the video editor with finger sync?
No, the most critical for me with this many source pieces was that everybody gave me full performances, even if they weren't doing anything. For example, William, who was playing the trumpet, had long stretches of rests without any performance. So I needed to be able to not have to deal with, okay, when does he come in? Where is that in the song? How do I sync that up in the middle of something I don't know? By getting a track that I could use and put a marker at the beginning of that and just lay it down with 40 other tracks and know that when I needed him, he was in sync, was real important for me.
And you heard the audio for every track, right? You had the audio coming in for every one that they were playing to.
Yes and no. I got into a circumstance late into things where I was just importing. I at some point I realized that the mix that I'm getting from Pete is going to be the soundtrack. So I don't need anything in my storylines to have audio at all. And so when I was working fast at the end, I was importing clips without sound. And I had to go through one of those many projects in Final Cut 10 was just a sync room for me to go in and line up the three things if I didn't have audio, if it didn't come across clearly enough for me to use it for sync.
So we had an edit, and then it gets shuttled off to Charles. What happened next, Charles?
So yeah, so the funny part was I did not know that Bill had concocted this idea of having the grid, which was actually great because, it translated right into what we are experiencing every day because everybody's on Zoom and this is how we see each other. So when I first opened it up, I was like, oh, okay.
That's not the word you said. That's not the word you said.
But what is funny is more often than not, I do have clients that call me in the morning saying, hey, we have an edit. We need to grade it, but we need it tonight. Right? Or they call me at 6:30 in the afternoon and they need it in the morning. So I'm used to at times to cut and grade and then just ship it back. So I got into that mode. But what was interesting is, we have 16 squares at most points in the edit. So how do we get around that? So I just started to think about it as I'm importing everything. And I know that Mickey asked last week, how did I, if I used the scene detect, and then I told him it was completely useless. And here, let me share my screen and then my project, and we can get through that. Oh, I need a.
Can you explain what a scene detect is for people
so,
like me?
Yeah, so a scene detect in Resolve, if you get a cut like this where it's the edit's already baked in, a scene detect is supposed to help you cut up the scenes so that you can grade each shot individually because you don't want to grade from one cut affecting another one, and that would just be a disaster, right? So you have this, it's sort of automated so it can help you do that. But in this case, as you'll see, it was just absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just say that most narrative films, I mean, here's the shot of the boy, here's the shot of the girl, you're cutting back and forth, maybe you get a two shot, but each of those are different things. Right. Here, he had this polyglot every frame practically.
Yeah. So you see here, I bring this in and you can see here, this is what happens when you do a scene detect. And it picked up a lot of the fade up in the beginning. But then you see this wide range of things where it's missing every little nuance in the cuts and then bringing a Victor and everything else. So I essentially deleted all that and I made my own cuts and I brought that in. Okay. Okay. So once I brought that in, and bring up my color page, you can see
Are you sharing a screen?
Yep, there's Resolve.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so yeah, so these are all the clips you can see down here.
Wait, you say you don't see it, Victor? I see it.
You see it
Reduce
or
it.
not?
Okay. Very good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I made for myself, just because I had to follow each time that Bill changed one of the players. So the good thing about it was that we had a grid. So how can I visualize that with my node tree? Okay, so this is what I usually do when I start a grade. I have some base nodes at the top. I tend to leave them clear. The first one I usually do some grain reduction, anything like that. The second one I do a little bit of balance, and the third I do some saturation perhaps. In this case, the body of the issue was getting the grid under nodes, right? So if you can see here, I had to make a window for each one of the players and then combine those with a parallel node so that they could all work together, right? Once I had that base node tree with nothing on it, then I applied that to all the clips. Right, so now I have my baseline. So I do a little shift in the hue because some of the clips were a little blown out in the highlights. I fixed that. And then I start to figure out how to approach this grade. So this is what came in looking like this, right? So I knew Greg was going to be a thing, right? And then I had to balance everything else out. Now, I spoke to Victor, and we decided that the best approach would be not to have a heavy grade where everything was colorized or anything like that, but was more just to balance everything else so we could all live in the same world, and everybody, as this is the first group project, that we could all get a sense of the group just working together, right? So the approach was, okay, balancing everything out and getting things in a good place. Now, I'm going to bring up the scopes that I've been testing out for a bit now, but I will turn them off afterwards because they're processor heavy. But I'll bring them over so you can see. Can you guys see the scopes?
We can't, because you're probably just sharing
Yeah.
a window.
Yeah,
You might have to do a whole desktop. I think.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I just want to show you these scopes real quick, and they're pretty cool. These are the Omni scopes. A friend of mine suggested them to me. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. So what I mostly used was to get the false color, at least to get everything in the same world balance. You see, Greg, we had some blown out spots here, but we needed to get everything at least in the same ballpark. So with this up, I could quickly just get a balance of everybody in the same space, right? And once I got that, then I could play with the colors. All right, I'm gonna turn these off because they do chug down the system, and Zoom is not friendly with that. Yeah. Okay, so once I did that, it was more of a matter of just getting the tones and also respecting some of the decisions that the players made, where they wanted to use some colored lights to showcase what they're bringing to the table. Because a funny part about what we're experiencing with being able to see into everybody's homes is, you're getting to see into their world on the daily basis, and you don't get that when you go into the office to work with people. But now you're coming into their homes, so I wanted to accentuate that just a little bit. So, for example, Brian, he started to put the red light, and he put on the suit, and the blue light on the keyboard, and I didn't want to take that away. So I used that as a part of the language that we had, you know? So yeah, any questions, you guys just jump in.
Go ahead, Jeffrey, and then Mickey.
First of all, wow. Secondly, a couple hours ago, we talked about what would we do differently this next time around. And I was thinking the first thing I would do for the video was actually get a color grade card and put it in front of each of my cameras. Now, from that situation, that wouldn't have been too helpful, would it have?
I think it always helps. Yeah, it's always helpful. Especially when you're dealing with a gray card, the first thing that I look for is the 18% gray, right? Because on an SDR grade, that tends to sit around like 400, right? So if I can get that to that place, then I know where the body of the clip is going to sit. So that is actually very helpful, as long as it's you know, it's a shot right and it's not like reflecting the lights or anything like that, because that tends to throw things off. But yeah, it's very helpful.
Go ahead, Mickey.
So did you essentially save a still store for each shot and apply it as they moved around from, grid to grid?
So no, because if you grab a still, that's essentially what you do. You grab a still, it's grabbing that entire frame, right? It's not it's not grabbing that particular node. Now, what you can do is that if you go to a clip, I can show you here. If you go to a clip and you can show display node graph, right? It will show you all the nodes that you have within that particular clip. Now, what you can do is you can drag over that node and drop it in on top of anything else. So that is one way to transfer over. But for this, what I ended up doing, since I had all these individual windows, was as soon as I got a grade for, let's say, Victor, I went through all my clips, I looked for Victor, find all the Victors, and I pasted into that node, and then I moved the window over, and I did passes. The way that I approach grading, this actually comes from a sculptor, is that you want to remove all the stuff that you don't want, right? So we have all the details that we want in there. We're just trying to remove things that we don't like and are distracting, like maybe like the highlights are blown out, or like the shadow, the hue of the clip is very brown or desaturated, it's not bright enough. So just trying to get everything into the same world. So that was a challenge, but once I had my own language of how to address each little thing, then it was just a flow. And given that we didn't have much time, so and everybody had all their other work to deal with. Like I still had all my other clients. So when I would get something from Bill, I would give myself, like 2 or 3 hours to figure this out. Now, funny, each time that I would get a cut from Bill, and I got 3 cuts, right? I didn't know what was going to change next, and I didn't know if this was going to be the final. So each time that he gave it to me, I went at it right away, and I made sure, okay, this is balanced, this is good. If I get another edit, then I'll just do this over, but at least I'm getting the language down. So every time that I jump back into it, it's a bit more comfortable. I know what I'm getting myself into.
Victor, and then Brian, and then Mickey.
Not more of a comment than anything else. I'm blown away, and it's the most fantastic use of nodes and creative use that I've ever seen for this kind of situation. Amazing.
Oh, thank you. I should.
Brian. Good. Go to Charles.
No. The same way that Alex and a lot of people in the group explain how they put together their events, from this box to the Dante box to the cameras and Grant, and you could see that that's what you can do with the nodes. So things get really interesting. You have a lot of room to play. One of the favorite things that I like to do that I didn't get to do here is if you get a clip and you separate it into Luma and Chroma, and then you have trees for both. So now you could affect all the colors and not affect the luminance or the contrast of it, which is amazing. And then you can get into high frequency and low frequency grades. Yeah.
Right. That's great. And Brian, and then Mickey.
blown away. I've never touched this kind of stuff before, and I felt bad about the lights at first, because it was like the keyboard was going to look like the keyboard where there's piano organ, so I figured I had to do something, but I was hoping the colored lights were not going to cause you pain, so sorry if it did. What I was wondering, so you've shown us a 16 grid 4x4. So when, like, Bill had an L-shaped piece, did you combine 3 of them to make the L, or what was the workflow there? Okay.
Yeah, so some of them, so for some of those, I copied the grade that I know I liked into the other ones, and then it worked fine because it was the same source. So it worked out okay. For a particular clip, there was Andy. Andy was interesting because he's the only one that starts in the middle and then is animated to the side. Right? So
the push
I'll show
reveal
you
to get Victor in. Yeah.
Right. So I'll show you real quick to get that across. What I needed to do was, and you can see Andy here, here in these 2 clips here. Let me show you. Right. So you can see here the grades that I had, right, in the nodes. When you hear like this grade was from the previous shot and they're affecting him, and that's obviously not what we want. So what I ended up having to do is in the edit, I made a copy on another track of just Andy, and then I made a window just for him. I tracked him with a window. You can see that here. There you go. So that's the window for Andy. And I tracked it, and you could see the animation for it right here, right at the end of the clip. He slides over. And just for you guys that don't know, you can add an alpha output of all your windows, right? So that's what you see here. This right here, this is an alpha, so that only Andy's window will show up. And then when you looked at it with everything else, it sits on top of the previous clip, and then you have a clean grade of Andy.
That's great. Mickey?
Yeah, I guess with that, with how complex your power windows are, it would have really helped for you to get all the individual clips, because you can grade it on a clip by clip basis instead of having to draw your power windows.
Yeah. So
yeah.
The answer is yes. But
and on sorry, and just a continuation, like, if you had to do it this way again, I guess it would have helped if you had would it have helped if you had Bill's matte templates?
Not really, because I'm following his edit, so I already know where he is going. Now, in hindsight, I could have lowered the feather that I had in some of the windows, but that's just a personal thing. But to go back to your previous point, yes, okay, typically what you would get is that when you have more time, you would get all the clips in high res and probably like an XML, right? I'll import that, I grade everything, and then I send it back to Bill. If there's any tweaks after that for the client, then he could just give me the notes and I can go back, into my project. Now, something interesting that I love to do in Resolve is look at my project like this. I can view up to 16 clips at once so that I know what is happening. And this I did a lot with this project, where I can see, okay, it's the first clip, second clip, and I start to look for characters and making sure like, okay, this matches, this is here, and then he moved somewhere else, and he's over here, and making sure that the color across the board is getting to work. So there's something that I love to do. And I'm actually, I'm requesting Blackmagic to actually make this so I can render this out as a super source.
Nice.
Which would be very, very nice, because I usually, I do take some screen grabs just to show people some stuff, clients, but to be able to render this as a super source and send it out to people just so they see all the clips together, that would be amazing. So,
Pete and then Andy.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So, like, obviously, you're grading after Bill's cuts. What if Bill used dissolves? How would you to move those boxes around during a dissolve?
He just starts laughing. He just starts laughing.
Like, you can't.
I know you
right?
mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You no bad.
I was a nice guy to Charles. I didn't use any dissolves except very, very early on one full screen.
Yeah. That was a conversation that we actually had, and I was like, "Hey, we should probably not have many dissolves due to time constraints."
Yeah,
you know. And Bill was very kind. He wasn't doing that.
That's awesome.
But yeah,
I will tell you one thing though. If I had to do this again, in order to accommodate Charles, there is a different workflow that I figured out almost at the end of this, where I would have taken. I built a grid of the 16 squares. I captured the geometric information in Final Cut from each one of those, and I made a white grid so that if I wanted a shot to go into, say, the second column, the third shot down, I could copy and paste that directly. That would have allowed me to give him the originals, have him grade them, and I could have come back and literally targeted any square on my grid to replace that shot. That would have been a much better workflow for that.
Yeah. Now there is a way that you can get around it, because sometimes you just get an edit from a client and they're not going to give you the clean clips, and you get what you get. So one thing that you can do is right before the dissolve starts and ends, right? Like that clean frame right before and right after. You can do a grade to that, right? And then you have two grades for those. And what you can do, you can have in your timeline one grade for one grade for the other, right? And then fade up one to the other. It's not perfect. It's not ideal, but if you don't have any other choice, that is essentially your go-to, because unless the two clips lend themselves to each other with the same grade, usually that's not the case, because you're dissolving for a particular reason, and it's not to go to a very similar shot, because that would just look like a mistake. So you have two clips, same clip, just grade it one way, then the other way, and then you just fade from one to the other. You even do that in inside of Dolby Vision.
Couple questions coming in from, so we have Greg said, Charles, how did you correct Greg's too warm video?
Very carefully. No.
Good answer.
No. So when I saw Greg's clip, and I'll bring it up here in a second. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so let's go to this clip, right? So yeah, let's go see our friend Greg here. Yeah, so if I just hold over, you could see I did some primary balance, some saturation, hue, and luminance, a little log grade, some hue over hue curve, some hue over saturation curves, and that got me to the place. But the one thing that I always look for, and I think I mentioned this before, is that you try to, that's the before, that's the after. What I try to look for, especially if you look for walls or anything else that you think, walls typically in a house are some shade of white. And then you typically know skin tone sits within a certain realm, right? So what you want to start looking for is getting a bit of separation between the background and the skin tone. So I push, and this is a very, let me switch over. This is one of the reasons why a color grading room is the color that it is. Because when I'm looking at my big screen and I'm grading, my eyeballs are referencing that middle gray that is all around me. So my entire room is that color. So my lights behind the screen are set to D65. The lights above, I turn off, but it's either D65 on that N5 paint, and that's it. Usually I do my heavy grading at night, so I don't have to worry about the sun coming in. But I'm looking for what should be a gray in the clip to match my wall, right? At least in gray level. It could be lighter or darker, but I'm looking for that gray to match constantly.
Right.
If it's not matching, I'm in a bad place. Once it starts to click, then it comes together.
Right. Pete?
You know, as I listened to you talk, Charles, I've never heard someone go that much in depth about color matching or color correction and stuff. And it dawned on me that that our senses are kind of alike. The sight and sound senses are, we perceive them like you need a basis to make your decisions off of.
Yeah.
Just like I do when I'm, mixing versus mastering versus tuning a PA in a room. We all need our sort of, a starting place to calibrate our senses before we make those decisions. And it's an interesting topic, and I'm really glad to hear you go into it.
Charles is making music too. He's just doing it in the frequencies of light instead of sound.
Exactly.
Right. And then mind you, at the same time, I'm like pumping my music because I'm trying to build up my system. So you're getting the zone, but like you said, like you need your baseline and you need a place to build up from. Like anything else that we do, like you need a place that is solidified and solid for you to stack your bricks on top of that,
Right.
So.
Yeah. Andy?
This is sort of related back to a previous discussion Charles, you were describing, but the guitar I was playing, it's imitating a Gibson Les Paul gold top, which has a tinge of green in it. And I just noticed on my 4K monitor when you were showing those clips, I'm like, oh wait, that green, that little bit of green is in there. And I'm like, how did you know that? Or are you keying off something else and it's just that green is coming through because you fixed this other thing?
Yeah, so that's a part of, I'm so glad that you brought that up. That tends to happen a lot, especially nowadays. You can't sit in the grading room with the client or with the musicians or whoever. So looking for that skin tone, right, for me, it's actually the most important thing. And I actually, I was doing a class a few months ago, and a gentleman by the name of Price Patel, if you get a chance, look him up. He is the original colorist. Like in the 1970s, like he was titled as colorist. His son was one of the founders for Company 3. So, you just can't go wrong at that point. And and that is one of the things that he always spoke about was look for your skin tones, get that correct, find that balance. As you start to get comfortable in doing that, the rest of the clip will show you where it wants to sit and where it feels good to the eye. Now we're dealing with a lot of shots from iPhones and Androids, and it's a cacophony. It's a plethora of options, right? And then trying to bring those together to work in the same space, it can be a challenge. But like Bill said, it's sort of a part of the challenge, and it is what we do on a daily basis. So we find our way to find quick solutions to those things. So then once you solve those headaches, you can start to let your creativity not be hindered by all the tech and the buttons and all the things. You could just get to feel your way through it the way that a musician will feel their way. Like, it might technically be correct on a graph, but when you listen to it or you look at it, something doesn't feel right. Right. So that's the one thing for us. It's amazing. It's
funny. I 20 years ago, I was talking to a sculptor. I'm curious at how all this comes together, and there, the audio is like the video. I was talking to a stone sculptor in Zimbabwe, Bernard Matamera, and incredible, like one of the greatest stone sculptors of Zimbabwe in history. And he was talking about sculpting, and he just said, I have an idea, because I said, like, how do you know what to do with this stone? He goes, I have an idea of something, and then I negotiate with the stone. Just there's such an amazing, I have a conversation with the stone, we negotiate and he goes, and then it comes out, but it's not, it isn't an absolute thing, and it's just, it was just an interesting that it happens everywhere, that you're finding where it wants to be rather than where you decided it's going to be,
I've also noticed what you think is right might not be right. Actually, I had a good example of that. I don't know if we have time to really do this real quick, but I'm going to share screen for just a second on one little thing that really surprised me. A host is disabled participant from screen sharing. So Mickey, take care of that. It was a thing that I was sure was wrong, but it turned out not to be wrong as I looked at it later. I need to have, which screen do I need to show? Final Cut video output. No, that's not it. It was everything I said. Well, let me go ahead and share this and see if we can make the yeah, okay. One annoying thing are the gray lines around the boxes. And I realized that they were an artifact of me doing those captures of the grids and putting them on top of them. And I thought to myself, well, at the end of this, I'm going to go in and I'm going to take them out. And I did, and the whole piece fell apart for me as soon as those little thin gray lines were out. Because if you look down at Brian in the bottom row center, Brian, if I take the gray line out, he is no longer a 16 by 9 square like everybody else. He's an amorphous black blob with his head in there. And the more I took him out, the more I lost track of that. It tells me that if I was doing this as an actual commercial product, I would need to go back in and decide what are my box lines going to be and do them with intent. It is going to be a half a pixel, and it's going to be at this luminance, and that's it. That'll look right. But I wouldn't have even noticed that, and I just thought it was something I'd get rid of, and I got rid of it through a change in the Luma key, and it was terrible.
Right. Just a quick thing. It's funny that you said that, Alex. There is a conversation that you tend to have with whatever you are interacting with. And one of the things that I found that is very, very true is when I started to dance a long time ago, dance tango, not stage tango, like Argentinian tango. And the first thing you do is you relearn how to walk by yourself, and then you learn how to walk with a person. And the intent that you give is in response to how they answered the previous question. Right. So you have this back and forth, and you slowly find your way. Yeah. Right. So I find it interesting, just all of us in our own fields. As soon as we get past the tech, you're finding your way through it to where it feels correct. So
yeah. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, that conversation, I've never thought of it that way. Like with Victor's horns, they were a little darker than I wanted. Like, I wanted those saxes to be real vibrant, and I needed them to be so that the darker guitar sound could be in the middle of the frequency range. But I mean, I tried everything I could, and they just weren't giving it to me. So I had to find different ways with like reverbs or just other kind of tricks to be able to get that same type of effect in a different way. And that's that conversation that you were just describing. So it's absolutely true in all forms of the arts, I think,
Right.
Couple last questions here. Ray Maxwell said, did you ever record the audio and then I think it meant perform the video, and that's what we did. So the
Pantomime. I read that too. I thought Tommy in the video. That's not going to work.
Couldn't quite make that one out. Talak Miguel Lopez Waterman said, "How do we help promote you to the larger world? I think this kind of collaboration should be seen by more than us. Point to the office hours show where you played the song, or directly to the Vimeo." Probably both. I mean, one thing I'm going to do is this is a really long video, and I forgot to cut it up into YouTube. So I'm going to pull the records down, put them up on YouTube, and we'll have these as like separate sections, part one, I got to think about it a little bit, but by Monday we'll have that up. And then I think that letting people know about it, but I think that also what happens is as the next one comes out, we go back to the first one. As the next, we keep on iterating, in that process. I do have a request that, as you all start working on it again, is that you try to record as much as you can of it. I think that when we think about behind the scenes and doing a breakdown and everything else, just throwing your camera up, throwing something up just while you're playing, while you're working, screen grabs here and there of the process. I think, each one of these, as we get good at that collection of behind the scenes will be valuable, to doing it. It's hard to do while you're doing it, but I have a tendency to take photos of all my kits, when we're out in the field. Not all of them, that's the problem. But most of the kits I have behind the scenes, and I would just take them as reference. I'm really glad I did. You don't think about it while you're doing it, but man, there was a lot of good photos there. Roscoe says, after making your coloring grid, what was your favorite tool? How do you copy the coloring from cut to cut with the grids constantly changing shots?
Yeah, so let me actually show you real quick. So once you have, let's say, I started with technically the most complicated shot, which is just 16 different shots, right? Once I have this, right, let's say this, let's pick this one, for example, like the previous one. Let's get rid of everything here, right? So I'm starting from scratch. These two shots are not that dissimilar, right? Essentially, we just have the fill from the snow shot, right? But everybody else is still in their place, right? So the good thing about that is I can click on the shot that I want to grade. I right click on the clip that I already graded, and you can go to append grade, right? And then that will give you exactly what you did in the other one. Now, as you can see here, these are on, and they're supposed to be off because they're a grade from before. So I quickly I select my clips, bam, bam, bam. Now I have a button on my panel, and I disable those, and now we're in a good place, right? So aside from hotkeys, the panel is essentially a big hotkey.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Roscoe also asks, who did and do you learn from the most regarding color? How did you learn your trade?
So the funny part about color or animation or any of these things, but in particular color, you used to have to be an apprentice. You would have to work the late shift at a studio that had the equipment, because DaVinci Resolve, as we know it now, it's not what it used to be. It used to get a room, you were $500,000 in between hardware, the software was very different, and that was like your starting point. So you needed to be in a place, in a facility that had already like paid those costs, and you had somebody that worked in this very particular thing that not a lot of people knew about, and they didn't even know that it existed, right? But that's not the case anymore. So what you end up doing now is that, as everybody's doing, you're watching a lot of YouTube videos and yada yada, but all the knowledge is all mixed up. The best thing that I have found is find courses. I tend to like the Color Lab, COLOUR Lab, I believe that's it called. And they have some great courses. The instructor is his name is Dado Valentic. He's essentially the guy that they when Netflix needed to do their color pipeline internally, like they call that dude, you know? So that's a good place to start. The entire industry is actually learning how to deal with this right now. Now, due to the pandemic, at the same time, the cost to entry has come down quite a lot. Now, HDR monitors are quite expensive, as we all know, but the entry to just get to know the software in your own space, I mean, there's a free version of Resolve that does about 80% of what the studio version does, right? So for you to start, get some clips, shoot some stuff in your phone, like just get it wherever you want, and start to play with how you feel about the colors and how it looks for you. There's a great website called Shot Deck, and it's essentially stills from movies, right? Bring that into your timeline and try to match what you shot to a certain movie, and you'll be surprised how much you learn and what walls you're going to run into, because the biggest thing is you just don't know what you don't know until you run into it. So
that's great. Yeah, and it's why we're starting with the Resolve training, is just to get everybody on the same place, because I think that there's a real power when 100 of us or 150 of us all get to one level, and then we keep on, then we add color, and then we add, Atmos or all these other things that we start adding on top of it. And if there's 50 or 100 people that all know that, it gives you a big place where we're trading notes, and then a lot of what Charles was showing as well makes more sense because we're like in it. So I think that it's going to be, that's the goal, because everything would improve. There's so many things that I've done that would have been improved by a good color pass.
Oh yeah,
that we didn't even know was available. We didn't have access to Resolve until recently, and so that stuff true. Wasn't. Yeah. Roscoe also asks, so what interface are you using to control your coloring?
Oh, so my panel, I'm using okay. So this little puppy right here, this is a DaVinci Resolve mini panel, right? So this is, it's really interesting. They have a micro panel, which is essentially from here to here. It doesn't include the top screens.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to use those a lot, the little options that I have. And then from here, you go to the advanced panel. And just to give you some, this thing is about a Mickey, right? So it's about $3,000. The advanced panel, it's $30,000. And it takes up a lot of space. Now it's been out for a while, but recently they came out with a brand new batch of buttons. You could replace all the buttons, and it feels like a brand new panel. A friend of mine has it, and I went to play with it, and they essentially change a bit of the code for all the new options that you have in the new Resolve and everything, and essentially you have a brand new panel. But that panel used to sit in suites where you had the clients coming in, and it needs to look a certain way. And the same way that Alex has mentioned before, presentation goes a long way, especially when you are billing your clients, a comma or two or whatever it is, it does help. So.
Yep, absolutely. Brian Anderson says, what's your computer hardware specs? I'm sure it costs at least a Charles plus 2 Alexes. It's probably a hard one to define.
Yeah. So currently, okay, let's see here. All right. So we have the panel, right? That's about $3,000. These two monitors that I use, I got them because they have a built-in KVM switch. And at the old studio that I was at, I had multiple computers that I was connecting to render, right? So these are BenQ 3220Us. They are not 10-bit panels. They are 8-bit panels with dithering, which is essentially what a lot of the Apple products have, right? They do about 99% of P3, 100% of 709, which is great. They will show you, sRGB 709, P3, bunch of options. They are great. They have a max nit about like 300 nits. One of my favorite things is they have a brightness knob that you could just set to anything, because throughout the night, especially if I'm at night and I'm grading on my main monitor, SDR, that thing, if it's SDR, it's set to 100 nits, right? So the brightest thing in the room needs to be that monitor. So I bring these down, so I naturally just focus on that.
That's great.
That monitor, it's a Flanders Scientific XM55 1U. It's about 11 grand.
And that's, and by the way, that's why Charles is 11 grand. Is that?
Yeah. My computer right now, I have a maxed out MacBook Pro 16-inch. It's essentially maxed out aside from the hard drive that is just a 2 terabyte. My main RAID here, it's a 6 terabyte data center drives that I certified before installing into the box, just to make sure that I had no bad sectors, because nobody wants to get to the end of a copy and you get an error. And then for my main daily work, I have a 4 terabyte NVMe from
Is it OWC?
Yes, yeah. Which is great. I love those things. I've seen them on sats. Like, they're extremely fast. They're by like 2,800 megs per second, so you can't go wrong. That's all connected. So my chain is the computer, the NVMe, the RAID, one monitor, the other monitor. Right. And I have, like a Stream Deck, and then like my speakers.
And some Gentle X.
Yeah. So those are the 8350s. Short story. Those things are giant compared to my 8330s. A lot of studios in the city are changing. So if anybody's looking to update things, probably a good time to get stuff. But essentially, and not to forget, I have a Blackmagic 4K Mini Studio 4K. I think I mixed that up. Yeah, and that's what I'm pushing the SDI to my big screen. And whenever I do need to, it has a second SDI that I attach to an XM310 if the work I'm doing, is requiring that. But yeah, that's about it.
That's great. It's great. Gives you a good sense. It's all new. That's you have probably the newest kit for us. So where everyone's like, so how does that all fit together? So it's
carefully.
So that's really great. Now we have the last question is probably the most technical question that we're going to get the whole night or the whole day. Is Mickey asks, total sidetrack, if we run out of questions, which we have now, Bill, you seem to be holding your Apple Pencil with your left hand. How many on the panel are left-handed? How many people on the panel are left-handed? Quite. There's a couple in between.
I'm just spoofing you. I'm actually right-handed. It was just I was using the mute button with my right hand, so I was holding it in my left hand.
There we go.
Sorry, Mickey.
There you go. Anyway, so just fantastic work, everybody. And thank you so much for your generosity of spending a whole morning with us, morning or 3.5 hours or so, sitting there chatting with us, and really showing us how it all comes together. And I do think this is the beginning, of something that we're going to see continue to go from what started with Grant and Victor all the way through to this first big song, and then I think a year from now, again, 12 episodes later, no, but 4 or 6 or whatever, I think it's just going to be amazing. I think we're going to come a long way. We'll be able to look back at this. So anyway, thank you all. And thanks to everyone who hung out with us. Again, I'll figure out a way that we can cut this up into smaller pieces and put it up in a higher res and make sure everyone can see it. But thanks to everyone who endured the long day. And I'll see many of you tomorrow morning. Remember, I'm going to post it probably this evening. I'll figure out somewhere to post on Discord. Keep your eye out. I'm going to put up my little thing, what I'm writing about Stanford, and definitely feel free to, we'll have a little conversation about that, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. I'd love to get everybody's feedback on it. Then I'm going to write it again, and I'm going to post it before I go on Twit.
And just
go
a
ahead,
huge
Victor.
thanks to these wonderful fellows that participated in all of this. You're all amazing. Thank you for putting up with me.
Such an
Thank you
amazing
for
mix of
wrangling
people.
The cats, Victor.
Amazing mix. I mean, I can't believe how much talent was just hidden all through, that and all the right talent that we needed to put it together. Really, really an amazing thing. So anyway, all right. Thanks everybody. Have a good afternoon. Good morning. Yeah, we'll talk to you.